Welcome, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I am joined by the one and only wise guy, Andreas Hoagland, here for the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event here at the Kings of Tallinn. Now, it was almost 1.1 million in the prize pool. We are down to a final table hopeful of just 9 players. They will be playing for the biggest trophy of the festival, but of course, there's a lot of money on the line with 182,000 top prize. And it's a who's who at this poker table, Andreas. Are you excited for what's about to come?
Definitely, and they're deep stacked as well. I think they're like 50 big blinds average on starting the final table 9. So and a lot of big names, interesting players and profiles.
Yes, and it's going to be a fantastic day. I mean, we have Pri Parmasto, who won this very event back in 2023, looking to become the first 2-time champion. We have Kaspers Butens with the chip lead, the man that keeps all his results hidden, but we do know he's an online grinder. We do know he had a deep run in the main event, and we do know that he's done quite well here in Tallinn over the years as well. And Igor Jr. is there, Anton, What If God? I mean, it's one player after the other. Our friend Krista Silva, as you said, the Will Kasufa poker Mornier, although maybe I shouldn't have disclosed that so early on the stream, but
we'll see.
But it should be a chatty table. It should be a fun table, and get ready for tons of amazing action.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we should meet some of the players. I've talked to a few of them before we just get started with the poker. So let's head over to the table and meet a few of the players before we start. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary edition of Kings of Tallinn. We're just about to start the final table. We have our final 9, and one of them joined by Pri Parmasto. Welcome to the final table.
Hello, welcome.
You're not a stranger to this, though. You've been on one of these final tables before. Tell us how it went last time.
I was lucky. I was lucky to get there. I didn't have any experience, I think.
Okay.
But now I do have more tournament experience and more live experience. And that's actually my second final table on this Kings.
Yeah.
I final tabled the 555, came 5th. So yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, and you can be historical now. You're one of the people on the wall here, the previous winners of the main event, and now looking for a second one. Are you?
I
that's
really
your
do.
goal today.
Yeah, I really do. Keep it tight, and we have plenty of room to play. Everybody has like 40, 50 big blinds, so it's gonna be long day.
Have you studied anything of the other players?
Most of them are hobby players, I think.
Yeah.
And being aware of the 2 players who are maybe toughest one for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a little bit of background check is done.
Yes, I did that one.
Prit, best of luck, and I hope to get you in another winner interview then.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's soon time to start the final table here at the Kings of Tallinn 10-year anniversary edition. One of the players at the final table, Anton Bergström, Sweden. First of all, congratulations on reaching the final table. And I know you're familiar with these big scenes. You've been on EPT final tables. You also have online EPT wins, I know for sure.
Yes.
And do you have any game plan coming into a big final table like this?
Not really. I think I really want to go for the win on this one, I guess, because of the team points as well at the top.
Okay.
So if you deal, I guess you only get dealt to the lower place.
That's true.
And well, my friend who also has a piece of me said to not make a deal, so I'm going to have to go for the win.
So he's coaching you then.
Well,
what about the
just
team
making
competition? Are you among the top there?
No, we're not even close. We came just 5 days ago or so I think it's our only chance to get even close.
Yeah, okay. And I know we talked about it. It's been a good year for you last year. You won the final table in Prague. But comparing live to online, you play a lot online. Do you difference your game a lot?
Yeah, I try to make some. I think people make a lot of plays live that they wouldn't make online. And even though I don't really believe in live tells, every time I get something, just some feeling that something is up, I just try to make a move that I wouldn't normally make, that you can't really make, I guess, online.
We're not going to disclose your nickname online, but if I ask you, are you a fan of Jonas Sport? Is that where it comes from?
I mean, it is from the song, yeah.
Yeah, it's from the song.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay. So you can disclose the name then. Your nickname on PokerStars.
I mean, they did ask me right before the final table in Prague. They asked me if they could out it, and I just said okay. And then they wrote an article that it was some big reveal, but anyway, it's, so what if God?
What if God, All right, but best of luck today and go for the win, and I hope your friends on the rail get to cheer for you and
Well, I'm
coach
not
you all
even
the
sure
way.
they're going to be there, but thank you. Maybe later.
Thank you, Anton. Best
Thank
of
you.
luck. Welcome back to Kings of Tallinn. This is the 10-year anniversary edition, and now joined by tournament director Teresa Nussiainen, the woman behind all this. Of course, it's a huge team you have, but you were the one who founded this back 10 years ago.
Yes. We started 2015 and came up with this idea, and here we are.
Yeah, you might say that's pretty successful, right?
Yeah, it's really fantastic how Kings of Tallinn has grown, and every single time, and now record numbers on pretty much all the events that we had.
And so much positive feedback from the players as well. Do you feel proud of your baby?
I'm really proud of Kings of Tallinn. Yes.
And now we have the final table for the main event, 10-year anniversary edition. Would you prefer, we have one of the players on the table who's won before, would you prefer a new winner or a repeated one?
Oh, I can't.
No.
This is something I can't answer.
Of course not. But we wish Teresa and her team, of course. Would you like to say anything to all the people, the players and the staff behind this?
Yeah, a big thank you to all the players that have found us and been here with us. Our players are so great. I can't express it, but our players are so great all together, really nice. And the staff has been working really hard, especially this time. So a huge thank you also for the staff.
Yeah, of course. Record numbers means that the dealers and all the staff has been working really, really hard, and it's been a terrific job. And we're glad to welcome you back to the series coming up in the summer, in the fall as well. We have Queens of Tallinn just announced as well, special tournament. Quick mention about that one in August.
Yes, we were the first ones to do a full ladies, women-only poker festival. Yeah. And we're coming back now for the third time, and we will be here in Tallinn, Hilton Tallinn, from August 21. And I think I'm also proud of Queens of Tallinn. We get more and more players in for it. It's a very special festival.
Something you don't want to miss. So come join us in Tallinn and enjoy the coverage of the final table today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event final table coming back. 1,181 entries in the main event, and we are down to our final 9 players. Let me introduce you to your final table. Taking seat number 1, from England with 1,525,000 in chips, let's welcome Chris da Silva. Seat 2, from Latvia with 3,410,000 in chips, welcome Eldars Sadi Sade. Seat 3, with 6,435,000 in chips. He is the current chip leader of the final table. Welcome Kaspars Butans from Latvia. Seat 4, with 4,035,000 in chips. A local player from Estonia. Welcome Igor Pihela. From Sweden, taking seat number 5, with 4,890,000 in chips, welcome Munir Tajou. And a former Kings of Tallinn main event winner, a local player from Tallinn, Estonia, with 2,840,000 in chips. Welcome, Priit Parmasto. Taking seat 7, with 4,330,000 in chips, from Sweden, Anton Bergström. Seat 8, from Finland, with 2,735,000 in chips, Pasi Laihinen. Seat 9, with 5,230,000 in chips, from Denmark, welcome Benjamin Kanatan. We are going to make a draw for the button, so our dealer is going to shuffle up and draw for the button. We are currently on level 30 with blinds 40,000, 80,000.
All right, here we go. The final table is about to begin. You saw the interviews conducted by Wise Guy, and you just heard the introductions by the Kings of Tallinn founder and tournament director, Teresa Nuzian. And the cards are being shuffled. First person out is going to only get about 16.8, but that's a lot of money still. But they're playing for a top prize of 182,000. It looks like Igor is having a little bit of chat with Teresa, perhaps getting some rules clarified. But the phones are all away on a side table. So if a player wants to check something, they can, but they have to leave the table to do so. That's quite important for security matters. But are you excited for what's about to come, Wise Guy?
Definitely. I mean, this is a great final table, and many names. We have a few people that have already been on the final table in this series. We mentioned that a lot, that if you go on a heater in a series like this, you often make 2, 3, 4 final tables, and a few of these players have already cashed big. And as we spoke to Anton before we started, he has many cashes to his name, and Chris coming in, sitting down on seat number 1. I know you're familiar with him. I think he has the most live cashes on hand on mobile of all these guys. So
yeah, it's a lot of interesting because he was a cash game player for so many years as well. So it's but I don't think there's a dead spot on this entire table. There's of course the usual nerves of entering a final table, no matter how much experience you have. But once those cards are flying, I think everybody's going to fall into their comfort zone, ignore the fact that they're on TV, and just try to play good poker. Now, everybody has a good knowledge of ICM at this table for sure. However, we learned from Anton, and he's not going to be the only one, that he doesn't want to make a deal because of the team competition, and there's a lot on the line there. And what happens is if you're 2 left and you make a deal, well, then everybody gets second place points for that. So we'll likely see this being played out to a conclusion, is my guess.
Yeah, that would be my guess too. And as you mentioned, the team competition is huge. If you're not familiar with how it works, you enter the series, you can sign up a team of 4, and then you gather the team points throughout the week, and it's over 100 team entries, and part of the prize pool from all the tournaments goes to that specific team tournament. And
yeah, and plus they were doing lots of giveaways. There was a team, a Swedish team, in fact, that won a VIP trip to Florence to watch some football, but I mean, that wasn't much action, but we could see the chip leaders here to play. Pocket fours is definitely an open, even if he wasn't chip leader from the cutoff, but nobody wanting to play back at him. We'll see if he dictates the action. As we can see, Benjamin isn't that far behind Mornier, and Anton, who's listed as Isaac, also not that far behind. And we have Igor Pahela Jr. right in the middle of the pack, and his father was here for the introductions before quickly running as he was blinding off in the final 14 of the 3,000 no limit hold'em. That was down to about 12 players, so they lost 2 very early. It's probably close to a final table now. But you can follow along that action at poker.pro. Just head down and click on that event, the 3000 NLH, and you can follow that along while you're following what's happening here. And of course, thank you to Frank Visser for doing that, and thank you for Luca today for covering the main event action at Poker Pro while we sit back and relax and bring the action to your living room.
Absolutely, and yet again the chip leader comes raising ace-4 in the hijack, and then maybe, as you said, he has the cards for it, but also he's making use of his big stack and putting pressure, of course, on the other players in early stage of the final table. But they are deep stacked. It's almost 50 big blinds average. That's deeper than normal see on a final table like this, right?
Yeah, there's really no short stacks. So Chris has about 20 big blinds. That's not really short. That's actually his comfort zone. I think he was on about a 20 big blind average pretty much throughout all of day 3. It doesn't matter necessarily how many chips you have now. It'll matter a little bit later, but we'll see some deep action poker, and it's not going to be a shove fest, at least for now.
Yeah.
So Anton here defending with the better ace. Nobody hitting a piece of the flop. Anton has a little bit of room to float to a turn if he so chooses. And if Anton does it, I'm assuming it's correct, being he has taken a lot of my chips in online poker tournaments over the years. And 8-pair in the board gives Casper some chop equity, but this will very often go check-check. But maybe Casper's will put the foot on the gas. It's just awfully difficult when you're called on such a dry Queen 8-3 rainbow flop, so a check back makes a lot of sense. And the king on the river, this may go check bet fold, it may go check check over to Anton. The one thing I don't think we're going to see is Anton betting because he has too much showdown value on this board.
I think Casper's gonna try to make small bet from this one.
I think he'll take a stab.
Yeah.
The problem is, what was his opponent calling with, and what was his range of opening, right? So the 8-pair at the board is actually not a good card for him because Anton is calling with a lot of 8s in his hand. He's calling, obviously, with that queen. We see he's as light as ace-10, but typically you're not going to be ahead if you were called on that flop, but then the turn and river don't really help your story at all. He'd be having to rep that king. But would you really be betting a king after the 8-pair at the board is the question here. So
No,
the check back makes a lot of sense. Oh, he did bet.
No, he checked.
Why is it plus 60K over to...
Because they're splitting the pot and he won a bit about the small blind.
Yes.
And yeah, the river saved Kaspar's then to get the split with the kicker. And you can see it in the top right corner as well. 1,181 entrants in this big main event, and new record, which makes this the payouts for the final 9, and already at 9th place 16.8, 182,000 for first. I think it must be the biggest main event first prize.
Yeah, for the Kings of
Baltics.
Tallinn for sure. And when you're looking at those payouts and you're questioning why there might not be any deal making, well, you know, some of these guys, they know they could put pressure on somebody else that wants to make deals. So I'm pretty sure there are players at this table that would make a deal, but guys like Anton really have no interest in that because, you know, he's been in these spots before.
Yeah.
It's not the first time.
Benjamin, our only Danish friend at the table, and Chris, not happy with the 4-3 off, will be folding this one. Or?
Does Chris know something we don't know? No.
Just maybe want to keep the same tempo going and act the same way in all of his spots. And decent hand now for Eldars, hasn't been active so far, the second Lithuanian on the table. Latvian, sorry. Oof, sorry guys. It's good that you're quick.
Yes,
correcting me, being a Lithuanian partly as you are.
Yeah, I mean, I was just commenting to Sarah, who's going to join us in the booth very shortly, about the fact that there's no Lithuanians at the final table and how disappointed I am, especially after we had that Lithuanian heads up last time. But then you look at everybody else at the final table, there's no reason for me to be disappointed, but I know my poker community over in Lithuania maybe aren't watching it as closely as they would if we had a Lithuanian at the table.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we have Igor, the one raising it up from the hijack with a suited ace, Posse with the easy defend, only to flop that open ender to Broadway here. So he's not going to go anywhere. We'll see if Igor wants to bet here. He does have at least a backdoor flush draw if he's called, which we know he is, but he's maybe going to be raised. We know Posse's not folding. I think a call is what we're about to see, though. Oh, action to a spades. We may see Igor betting. He doesn't want to be check raised even here, though, but if Posse checks again... Because if he bets here, he can keep up the story if it's a blank river and try to fire once again. Or to get value if he hits a flush. It looks like he's sizing it up a bit. Indeed he is to
Yeah,
450,
absolutely.
so putting Posse actually in a difficult position. This may be enough. We see Igor's actually ahead. Igor's trying to get some hands with a 10 or a 6 to fold. Maybe like an 8-9. I don't know if he was even thinking that Posse can have a king-queen.
Actually, it seems like he's calling here.
Yeah, Posse making the call. Drawing to 8 outs, but really only 6. And that is not one of them, but it would potentially complete his story if he wanted to bet. Because that 9-8 would have gotten there, certainly within a big blind's defending range. But Posse giving up on the hand, unless he plans to bet over the top if Igor bets.
Where do you think Igor puts himself now in the hand, though?
I think Igor thinks that his opponent has a piece of the board.
Yeah.
Or
So-
that he had something that completed. He could have now some 9 queens, but then you check that back too. And Igor agrees with that, checks back, and he'll be happy to see
Yeah,
that he
he'll be
won this
really
just with
happy.
ace high. You could see the expression on his face.
The surprised / happy face, and the pot is awarded to home player then, Igor Pihila. And nice one for him. And our Finnish friend Pasi then dropping below the 2 million mark.
But let's do one more hand together, and then let's get our first guest of
Yeah,
the
we'll
day.
have
in,
some
and
guests
Sarah.
coming in during the day. Absolutely.
And it looks like it's bubble time now in the 3K. You are healthy with those jacks to oust Yves Honoré with Jack 10 suited in 11th place. So it is down to just 10 hopefuls. So near a final table, that'll be a 7-player final table because it's a 6 max affair.
Yeah.
But you can keep updated about what's happening in real time on poker.pro about that event, while also reading a log if you're missing a little bit of the hands here at poker.pro for the main event as well. We should also head on over to the Alibet Poker Facebook and Instagram channels, of course, their YouTube channel as well. There's content being shared throughout the day, both by Wise Guy, who's in the booth, but by Artis and Katri as well. So well done to that trio.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep up with all the action on all the socials. And now then, Chris with the first decent hand so far, but early position, and he shows us not to go with this one. As Eldars, also quiet so far.
He's thinking about the King Deuce. He's like, I finally saw a Broadway card.
Yeah.
Thought
Goes
better of
in the
it.
luck as well. Now Chip Leader has slowed down a bit. He was active the first few hands. Now folding the ace, as is Igor. Now then, the guy I announced as the Swedish version of Will Kasoof, meaning that he likes to talk a lot, but he's not been that talkative so far. Maybe the lights TV table has gotten to him, but now he's raising the 6s at least. Munir.
And gets gone through. Or did he call? No, it's on him.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Benjamin, we do know that 2 kings are folded already, so we need help in other way to be able to best the 6s of Munir. That's no help.
That's the kind of flop you want to see if you have pocket 6s.
Definitely, yeah.
Expect to see bet 100% of the time. There should be no check back. You need to protect your equity at this point. You don't mind a fold. Obviously, you would love to have a King 4 type of hand to call.
Yeah.
Or in this case, you would even love more to have a King 5 hand to call, with the 5 not really helping him. But Benjamin has no
floating.
idea. That's going to be an action killer.
Should be.
Unless Benjamin is going to say, well, I defended with a weak ace and now I have a full house. But the check is the obvious play. But Marnier not slowing down. This is interesting. I mean, it will get a fold based on what we know Benjamin has. I mean, he does have the gut shot to the wheel, but it's a big price to pay to go see if you can get that 3. He doesn't know that his king is actually live. He also doesn't know that it's only live to one king. Only information that we have.
It doesn't feel like Benjamin's ready to give this one up. Now he's coming for that
Ooh,
representing.
look at this.
Wow.
The chips are being counted out. We're going to see a move being made, and this just might work. It's an awful ballsy thing to do once that ace came on the turn, because there's so many aces in Mornier's opening range from the hijack. And it's looking super strong. You would obviously be doing this with like a ace 2, any full house, even the 5-3 would have called the flop. That may have defended the big blind, especially if suited. We can see it's just the 5 and an unconnected king that isn't suited. Not that that would matter on this rainbow board that we're looking at.
Some confusion on the tables. Why is it seems like they're not.
Wow,
Oh,
he
this
sees right
is-
through it.
Wow. He ain't going nowhere.
He is being
Here's
quiet with
calling.
his mouth, but not with his chips at all.
Wow. And
Big
this
pot.
is not what Benjamin was hoping for with that check raise. Well, we get an 8 on the river as well. Doesn't change anything, but surely there might be some more action the way this hand has been played now.
If Benjamin can find a shove, it would work, but it's awfully hard to put more chips in after that very strong-looking check
Oh,
raise
he
went
gives
through.
up.
I think he kind of has to.
And here
He's going to be shocked when he sees what he was called
Is
with.
he really going for
Wow,
some
what do you-
value here
you
now?
don't-
Wow.
He's now trying to get that ace off, or I don't know what he's trying to get off. This is
No.
very strange.
This is, I was surprised by the river bet, but the call on the turn was really strong by Munir. He really had him.
I guess maybe he's trying to get that 8 off, actually, in case he accidentally hit an 8.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I
exactly
can
what
think
might be.
of. But well done by Mornier there, seeing right through Benjamin. Benjamin showing a lot of heart. But I want to thank you, Andreas, for joining, and we'll be seeing more of Andreas both on social media. He's going to be interviewing people throughout the day, but he will be joining us back for plenty more throughout the day here at the Kings of Tallinn final table. But
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, so we'll have plenty of time to see each other again. But now I'm going to leave it over to Sarah to guest you and enjoy the coverage.
okay, thank you, wise guy. So it's Soul Day on Sunday. We have Sarah Zellentag here, which I learned, I thought was translating to Sunday on Sunday, but it translates to Soul Day in German. But Sarah's does a stream of her own, and we thought we would have a little bit of fun here today at the Kings of Tallinn final table. So welcome, Sarah.
Thanks for having me here. I'm really I'm really happy to join this final table and have a chat with you and see what the players are gonna make. Quite an interesting series also.
Yeah, it's a great final table, and we see there's some action going on this hand. That we have an open by the chip leader Kaspar's King Jack suited, and Posse short stacked. Very good card for him to find. It's actually very good timing for him to find this spot. There's really no reason for Kaspar's to play this out of position, but if he does, Posse is dominating him. But first action that we've seen from Posse throughout the final table. We see the lovely Elena Kask, also known as Lenka, taking the final table photos. But Kasper is not giving up quickly, thinking things through, and comes to the, let's say, more traditional decision of folding. But as the chip leader, you can make some moves. You can put some pressure on players for ICM and other purposes. But meanwhile, it's Posse who gains the breathing room that hand. Yes. So 9 players remaining in what happens to be a deep stacked event. And here we are, Sarah.
Hi.
Let's straighten up. We'll fix our hair and look nice and sharp. But Sarah's in the booth. Sarah from Germany. It was your first time here at the Kings of Tallinn,
Yes,
right?
it was.
So So
it
how
was a lovely series, really. Haven't had luck too much, but I enjoyed playing.
Did you get your flag? Did you cash in anything?
I did
Okay.
2 times.
Okay, that's good.
So yes, I also had a final table. So
What was the final table in?
in one of the side events, 201.
So that's nice. It wasn't live streamed, but it was it was still nice. I had a final table too this festival,
Yes.
so that was quite fun as well. Always
Where was it
enjoy.
again?
In the pot limit stud highlight. I went on to win it actually,
Yes.
so that's why it was a lot of fun. But it would have been fun anyway.
And you said you never played it before, right?
I mean, I played a lot of stud back in the day, but not pot limit, so. But I don't think too
Nice.
many people. It was filled with all these mixed player beasts, but I'm pretty sure there isn't too many that have played between more than 2 of those events in this format, and most were in my boat that never played it before.
So nice
Yes,
that
thank
you
you.
chipped it.
Last
Congrats.
Sunday. And meanwhile, Igor raising with the min raise with the ace deuce, and it's Elders who has a nice flop. Both players with a nice flop, in fact, but Elders with the flush draw from the big blind. Igor with the bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw for himself. And Elders looked like he was thinking of donk betting his flush, but I think he's just taking his time at the final table, which is never a bad thing to do. And Igor thinking about if he wants to continue bet on this board, and it's going to be a small continuation for just 100,000 into a pot of 440. So it's enticing maybe Elders to check raise. We know he's not folding.
Yeah, no.
The problem with the check raise is you have ICM to consider. You're kind of in that middle of a pack. Better to see what comes on the turn. Oh boy, it's a 2 of spades. Igor, happy days with the trips. He should be able to extract some more value here. He's hoping his opponent now has a 9. Or even a deuce, as long as it's not deuce 3 or deuce 9. A flush draw as well would be in Igor's thoughts, but he knows he should try to get value now if it's a flush draw. So I expect to see a bet coming. Looks like a bet of 330.
Half pot, yeah.
Good sizing there. And Eldar is now actually not with the easy decision with a paired board. Sometimes even if you get the flush, it's not going to be good now. We see that it is, unless it's the ace of hearts or the 3 of hearts. But instead it's a blind queen of spades. I don't expect Elders to blow up his stack with a bet here, even though he should have the 2s in his range and not Igor. And does check. Very thin showdown value with the king as well, so Igor has very little to be afraid of on this board.
I don't think Igor is getting more value.
No, he
From
won't
king
get more
5.
value, but he should try.
Yeah. Also, the flush doesn't come in.
Yeah, I like this bet sizing. It looks like about 550. You could have even done a little bit more because it made it a bit polarizing.
550, exactly. You got it.
We know Elders is going to fold, but I do like the bet sizing. You know, you're going to get
Me
the
too.
9 to call at that size. If you got lucky and hit the queen.
Yeah.
But well done there by Igor, one of Estonia's most popular players, quite a grinder himself. You'll see him quite often going throughout the European tour, but he is playing every major event here in Tallinn as well. And he is joined by fellow Estonian Prepar Masto, who won this very main event back in 2023. But we can take a look at the chip counts. Kaspars is still technically in the chip lead, but it's neck and neck with Mornier after he won a nice pot a few hands ago. Igor after winning that pot up to 3rd place. When do you go home, Sarah? How long are you here for?
Just until tomorrow, so we're leaving.
So no
Back.
sightseeing. I hope you can do some sightseeing today when you're out of the booth.
Yes, we planned that to have a day off. Enjoy Tallinn. It's a beautiful city, also.
So it's you and your husband, and are there other people?
Just me and my boyfriend. Yes.
Just the two of us.
So we have an open race here from Monia again.
Suited ace from early position. Being that the chip leader is not actively bullying people, and now Bornier is co-chip leader, this is perfectly standard open, actually.
Yeah.
And we have Anton calling with the king-queen. I'm going to be watching Anton very carefully, actually, because he's one of the players that, you know, there's always players that get the best of you sometimes, but you get the best of them back. But this is, now that I know his screen name, he's always gotten the best of me. Calling from the low jack with the king-queen, and is this pricing an Eldar? So he's from the small blind. I think he should fold. He does. And the 6 is from the big blind. We could see the two
this
chip
is a
leaders
call.
in action. It's
Yeah.
getting very good odds to call. No point in 3-betting there to thin out the field when you just have 6s.
Easy call. Just see if you hit.
And it's Anton getting the best of it with the top pair. We'll see, though, if it's Mornier that's saying, I'm repping that king. He does have an overcard, the backdoor flush draw, some backdoors to a straight as well. But some equity over there. If he does get called, which we see that he will, maybe he'll even get raised. But I think we're just going to see a call here by Anton. Anton making the call in Kaspar's. He may have called a single bet from Mornier if Anton folded, but wisely knows his 6s are no good. And an action card there, the 10 of diamonds. And Mornier now with the flush draw. We have Anton with the top pair. And Mornier now with the decision to make. And we learned that he was quite talkative on day 3, but today we haven't heard much out of him. As much so that Wise Guy called him the Will Kasuf, not because of his antics, but because of his speech play of Swedish poker. But it's 2 Swedes up top, and it's now Mornier putting pressure actually on Anton, and we see he has top pair, but it's looking strong when you bet the flop, bet the turn. It can smell a lot like ace-king or something even better, but Anton making the correct call in this case. And now Anton should feel pretty good. There's only one other king in the deck. It would just be a cooler. If Mornier checks, he may even try to get value.
I'm curious what he's gonna do now, Monia. He's checking, yeah.
After that call from the big turn bet, I think he realizes
Yes.
he'd be spewing chips.
But we've seen something like some nice play with the 6s earlier, so
Yeah. I mean, if he bet big, you know, and he doesn't have the king, it's a fold. But we see that Anton does have the king
yeah.
and a pretty good kicker to go along with it.
Yeah, now he's going for value, I guess.
Yeah, it's about half the pot, a little bit more. I think 1.2, 1.3 million.
1,175,000.
Okay, about 1.2, 1,175,000. And it's going to be an easy fold here for
Yeah.
Mornier. Unless he's putting Anton on a 6-7 suited that he might have floated with. And there are a few bluffs that he could be doing this with.
But he also blocks the 7, so I don't think so.
Yeah, and that would be really the only hand.
Otherwise, he's leveling himself in a hand. Sometimes it can happen.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not final table and it's a side event and, you know, let's just say there's some people that may be enjoying adult beverages at the time. The ranges that we're talking about that are expected, let's say, at this table are going to be much different at that table. Or maybe sometimes ace high actually is a call there.
Yeah.
And a correct call, just because you've seen them do weird things with hands like 8 deuce when they've hit, they've kind of been a little bit quieter, and when they've bricked, they're going 3-barreling to hell.
Yeah, but you said it. It's like the final table, so ranges are changing.
A lot of ICM. It's 16-8 for the next one out, but it's 182 for the winner for a record top prize at the Kings of Tallinn. You could see the prize pool in the corner there, nearly 1.1 million at 1,098,330 euros. From the very ambitious 1 million guarantee. And props to everybody at Alibet, props to Teresa Nuzian, props to Krista Larson and the entire team. Gorgeous over at Alibet getting those qualifiers in, but the numbers have been fantastic, and we've seen a lot of new faces. Not just Sarah, who I actually just met for the first time, learned that she was a streamer and said, yeah, we'll have some fun on the final day. And hopefully you're having fun, Sarah.
I do. I love poker. I'm enjoying it right now. Also, like, I love to talk. So we have an open race here, I guess.
Yeah, the ace-10 on the button. If he's folding, he's going to be the tightest player I've seen. But meanwhile, maybe he should have folded, because look what Igor woke up with, and Igor should be 3-betting a button open with ace-queen.
Yes.
But being that it's a final table, being that he's just chipped up, if he wants to call, that's the next best thing, and a fold is perfectly acceptable as well. And Igor may be thinking a call is the best thing. Igor has been in the spot so many times that he's thinking through, do I 3-bet my ace-queen, or am I just calling, disguising it a little bit? But he is reaching for that 3-bet, which, as I said, would be how I would play it.
Yeah, me too. I don't mind calling also, to be honest, but
if it's an early position open, I'm likely just calling there on a final table. But in a button situation, his range should be super wide, even if he's playing tight. If it's unopened on the button, you have a very wide range.
yeah, I like the 3-bet more.
Now, if he gets 4-bet shoved upon, which I don't foresee Elders doing, he's going to have to let go of that ace-queen. So he does lose some equity against hands like jacks and tens. That would be doing that. I think Eldar would have to have an incredible read that Igor has a good hand, but one he could fold to a 4-bet shove. Because we have not seen Igor 3-bet yet at the final table. So Eldar's a good open, good fold, and Igor
Raise and take.
taking down the pot. Up near the chip lead now, Igor.
Yeah.
I have a lot of love for Igor. I mean, I've known him for many years. His wife, Evely, has been a host here at the Kings of Tallinn. She even guest hosted while she was here playing the ladies event. I did see a great video with her. And Igor's dad is busy grinding it out in the 3K. I should get an update over there pretty soon.
Wow.
But with 10 left, he was still alive. He missed a few hands while watching his son do the walk over to the final table.
Nice. Family play.
Family play, yeah. So, yeah, there's 3 in the family that play. It's,
yeah, this is nice.
led by the dad and then the son and also the daughter-in-law. Evely took a little bit of break for playing while the baby was growing up, but I think we'll see more and more of her. And she's been an important part to the Kings of Tallinn family over the years.
This is cool, actually, once the whole family is playing.
Yeah. We had 2 in the main event yesterday with the same surname from Finland, Hapanini, and I had to I had to go talk to Juhani, who's the Finnish Encyclopedia of Poker and also reporting in Finnish at Poker.pro. And he assured me that they were not related. I always love these family stories, so I was ready to run over to the casino and talk to them, even though it was a day of rest for me yesterday.
Prepared for the final table.
Yeah, it's a long festival, which is great. We're on day number 11 already, and I was here a week before as well with my family on holiday. So I've been loving Tallinn.
It's nice that there was like every day something going on, a few tournaments.
Yeah, and as a mixed game player, it's always nice to see that there's a mixed game tournament every day to play.
Yeah.
Just about outside, I think, the very first day, which was day 0 maybe. But in general, there's something every day. I mean, I love Hold'em tournaments too, but if I see a mixed game tournament that, especially in a format I haven't played, I'll just quickly read up, maybe ask a friend a few questions, and learn as I'm playing, which is a fun feeling.
I was close to do it as well, so it makes some poker players just curious how to play.
If it's a game nobody played, I feel like I have an edge, actually, because nobody's really solved it, right?
I can imagine, yeah.
So we have an open with the 9. So you might think a loose call, but it's fairly standard with the 7-3 because it's suited and it's easy to get away from at these stack depths anyway. Here we go. Mornier is now into the table talk that Wise Guy was alluding to that happened yesterday. And this is interesting.
He's hitting his 3.
Mornier hitting that 3, but I don't think this is good enough to bet. I think he's just hoping it gets checked all the way down and that his 3 is good, but he's probably going to look at this as a delayed C-bet, where really he kind of understands that Mornier likely doesn't have an ace or a jack, but might have a diamond in his hand. So
Also, these two again, right?
Yes. Benjamin, the winner of the 555 championship, and Mornier, who was dubbed the Will Kasuth of Swedish poker, not having to see if his 3 was good enough because it did go check-check to learn that his opponent was a little light on that c-bet and was likely for the reasons described, just protecting against the flush draw, knowing he can get a call off a flush draw with his opponent not likely having an ace or jack. In this case, it was the 3 that called, drawing dead, or 2 or 3, it's a 2 outs.
You misunderstood it.
But yeah, now we have the table talk. Maybe we can hear what they're saying.
Okay. No, I meant like your 3 or whatever you said.
It looks like Mornier is having a little bit of strategic talk.
It's okay. I can give you what you need.
And I'm unsure who he's speaking with.
I guess Benjamin.
Yeah.
So there's no phones allowed on the final table?
No, they're all off the stage on a side table. So if a player wants to check something, they can, but they have to leave the table to do so. And by checking something, they're not allowed to check solvers and things like that. But if they want to message a friend, you know, that's more than okay. Or if they want to check their messages, as long as they're not getting up all the time.
What about the stream? Can they look it up?
They're not supposed to.
They're not
you know,
supposed.
like it would be very hard to do just to, you know, unless you're taking like 2 or 3 hands off, you know, you're going to lose too much by checking the stream anyway. But that's kind of the least of the security concerns. And I would have, you know, there's no problem with them watching it if they want on breaks. Everybody can do it. It's just not cool if you're watching it in real time while you're playing.
Oh, no.
I mean, it is a 30-minute delay, so it's not that you're getting the whole cards and all that, but still you're getting information unnaturally about things. And yeah, if you want to have some friends on the rail, and you can always go 30 minutes after the hand, hey, what did he have? And nobody's stopping you from doing that. I don't think anywhere. That would be too hard to police.
Yeah.
It's just don't use technology and stuff like that to artificially boost your performance. Those tools are for before you play, or for breaks. But the human element should always be around. People, just like in tennis, it's time to go to the locker room. The coach will pick up the tells that they got. Oh, this player's overplaying to the left. You should go ahead and go to their forehand more often. So those kind of tips are always welcome to be given, but not during play. So Igor with the ace-queen again.
Again.
Looks like a min-raise. And nobody waking up with anything except for Anton with the queen 6 suited. This is going to be defended. He is overshadowed by Igor's ace-queen, so if it's a queen on the board, expect Igor to take that chip lead away from Kaspar's Bhutans, who started the table active, but now is just comfortably hovering with his 6 million plus stack. So this flop here is not going to be scaring Anton away to a c-bet. He has the backdoor flush draw, gut shot to Broadway. His 2 overcards are still live. Of course, if it's a very big c-bet, it would scare him away, but it isn't the kind of texture that Igor wants to put more chips in with his ace-queen. And we'll see if What If God here is going to find a bet here on the turn. The backdoor no longer exists, and perhaps senses that his opponent does have a hand like ace-queen, ace-king, king-queen that he can wrestle away, despite having a minute blocker with that queen of diamonds. And betting out that 335, Igor trying to figure out the story, but it's awfully hard to figure out a story when the flop went check-check. This isn't the kind of board that would hurt the big blind, typically speaking. But he likely is aware that Anton is capable of playing ranges and not just his cards.
Also, the flop is really the big blind flop.
Yeah. And the turn is actually not out of the range of the cutoff open, but also more in the range of the big blind defend.
Yeah.
But would he be betting so big on
Yes.
the turn? It was a very polarizing bet to me, and very hard for Igor to continue because he could be facing a much bigger bet on the river. So very good awareness there by Anton to steal that away from Igor Bahela Jr. And we see Artie is filming something for the Alibet Poker social media, so I would go check that out. That was likely posted 30 minutes ago. Alibet Poker Facebook and Alibet Poker Instagram. You can watch the stream on many channels, including over at Go3 and Alibet's social media channels. The Poker.pro homepage is also streaming it. Lots of media attention today for what promises to be an exciting conclusion of the 2025 Kings of Tallinn here at Olympic Park Casino and the luxurious Hilton Tallinn Park, which has played the gracious host to this event for the past 6-7 years, maybe longer. Eldars looks like he really wants to play a hand, but you're not getting the cards to do so. And Preet with an ace on the button, sporting that 30 big blind stack, will be opening.
We haven't seen anything like from him, right?
I think we saw him in a hand very early, but that was it. And it wasn't anything memorable. Anton, he has space to make moves now. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's reaching for that 3-bet. It takes a lot of bravery to do this at a final table. But now he has the chips to do it, so a little less brave. Once again, trying to punish the fact that the button should be opening wide, that the button does not want to go out in 9th place. And very good awareness by Anton there, stealing away a pot from the 2023 Kings of Tallinn main event champion, Preet Parmasto.
Yeah, I like that play from Anton.
It's so hard to do in real time though. Online it's much easier actually than in live, with so much on the line. Obviously, if he had 2 million less chips, it makes it that much more brave. He can easily 3-bet and fold and not affect his game plan at all. But I'm not sure how many other players at the table would find a 3-bet in that spot with King 6 suited. And Chris is dwindling down a bit. One of my good friends here, Chris De Silva from London. He messaged me the day that he was coming out. Jason, you've been talking about this festival quite a lot. I see the numbers are good. I'm on my way.
Nice.
And I said, ping me when you land. And I forgot that message came in, and he pings me when I land, right when I'm about to get ready for bed. I'm like, I guess I'm not going to bed now, and wound up spending a little time with him.
With pocket eights.
So Elder's finding a hand to open with the Snowmen on a non-snowy day here in Estonia.
Yeah, it doesn't snow.
It does snow. It snowed the week before you came because I had some lovely snow here when I was here with my family. My school forgot to look at the Kings of Tallinn schedule and scheduled it a week before, so we kept up with tradition and stayed here at the venue waiting for action to happen. Then my family went home and I got to be with another family. No, I have my poker family too, so it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't feel lonely here.
I know that feeling.
So Benjamin defending with the fives, 8s versus 5s. It may become a leveling war at some point. This is a flop that would actually be better for the big blinds range than the under the gun +1. Of course, under the gun +1 does have the overpairs in his range as well. And we see Elders does have the best hand with the 8s with just one overcard. Probably shouldn't scare him away from betting. But as long as Chris is nursing the short stack, the other short stacks can be punished quite easily with the pay jumps coming. So a check call by Benjamin, opting to play it safe, thinking he's maybe ahead with his 5s. Very often he is. And let's see if this ace of club slows down the action or causes some leveling to happen. I think if I'm Elders, I may actually be thinking of a bet there just because he was called with the 9 high. He could rep some aces and maybe scare off the 9, but maybe that's going too thin, so the check back does make a lot more sense. And Benjamin here with the decision to make and already decides to check, so no decision left to be made. If he did bet, it could have actually worked, but Elder is happy to see that his 8s are good. And one player that's not happy to see that is Chris De Silva, hoping he can get a ladder up. Very ICM conscious individual. He will be going for that trophy, but it doesn't mean he won't be trying for those pay jumps along the way.
I want to hit sets. I want to hit some sets. I want to see how it feels. I felt it actually. At the final table against Michelle.
It's not Ornier actually doing all the talking at the table. It's Anton, surprise, surprise.
Check raised him and he puts me over wrong there.
I think he's having a chat with Benjamin.
I think board was like Queen 10x, he got 10-9.
Elders always likes to think with the King Deuce. This is the 3rd time he's had it that he's doing the same thing each time.
He always looks like...
Maybe that's where he says, this is where my timing tell is. King Deuce, I can sit and count to 10 and then fold.
Yeah. He has the look he wants to play.
Anton, 10-5 suited, reaching for chips. Not in everybody's cutoff opening range. But a guy
I like that.
Anton, who plays very well post-flop and understands that Chris is actually going to be overfolding a lot of big blinds in his spot due to ICM. And in this spot, it's a fairly easy fold. And Chris didn't look like he would be overfolding anyway, to be fair, on the short stack. Typically, you're priced in so nicely with just the calls on so much of what you have, but then you also have to consider the ICM effect of what you're doing.
Yeah, Anton is taking these spots. Really nice.
If he's not in the chip lead, because I need to take another look at Kaspar's stack, he's very close at the moment. Mornier was very close. He was just a few chips behind at one point, but so far I don't think Kaspar's has let it go.
Yeah. Monia lost a big pot against Anton. With
So
his
Kaspers
ace-7.
has 6.2. And Igor with 5.6 is in the top 3 for sure. Ornier's still over 5 million after winning back a pot.
Yeah.
And Anton is
6-3.
in the lead. Okay. All right, all right, all right. A new chip leader this early into the game. And ace-10 is making an open that everybody that is watching would likely make. Less so on that 10-5 suited that got the job done. And Chris just hard dead. He's maybe thinking Anton is opening a lot. Maybe I can still have some fold equity, but Jack 8 offsuit if your call is not the best spot. And Eldar's should defend and then should be careful after the flop, even if flopping an ace. But with Anton's opening range perceptibly wide, and we saw that it is wide, I'd be surprised if he did anything but call. Maybe he's thinking about 3-betting, but I don't see why you would do that with ace-4 offsuit out of position either.
No, I don't see a free bet.
Okay, so either Anton will pad his chip lead or it will be short-lived and right back to Kaspars. An ace for some action, and here it is, right out of the window, ace 7-7. So we could be seeing some trouble here for Eldars. There are a lot of chop pot possibilities, obviously, as well, so the equity isn't too bad for him. But he's not going to be able to go anywhere, especially to a min bet of 80,000. That's perhaps a little bit too small with this kind of board. But now maybe Anton getting some information. My opponent either has an ace or a 7 or some spades. Is Anton going to check back the turn to bet the river, or is he going to try to get value on all 3 streets? It looks like a bit of a size up as well, too. Not that much, actually. 400, 2/3 of the pot. 375. And although he thinks a lot with King Deuce, this was a snap call here by Eldars. Does have a strong showdown hand. And despite pairing up with that 4, it's counterfeited with the other pair. So another check here. Is Anton going to just check it back here? What does he think his opponent is calling the flop in turn with, especially such a weird flop with an ace 7-7 that could have been spades, but then you're not getting any value off a bet. He's definitely checking all 3 streets with the 7, hoping that you bet it, and does check it back, and is the first player over 7 million in chips after showing down that winning hand with the better kicker. Meanwhile, Eldars is going down a little bit on chips, but he still has nearly 30 big blinds. I believe blinds will go up shortly to 5,100, but that would still be more than 20 big blinds. There's still some breathing room at this deep stacked final table. And here we could take a look at the chip count. So Anton up top, but Kaspars and Igor and Monier not too far behind. Then there's a bit of a gap. The 555 champion, Benjamin Kenneton, with 3.8. And then a gap again with Priest, Eldars, and Posse all with that 2 million range. And Chris, if blinds are up pretty soon, we'll be down to 11 big blinds, but is under that 15 big blind red flag, where you don't want to go too many orbits without something going.
He's on the button now, so
he has a little bit of time.
He has a bit of time.
He can be quite patient when he needs to be. I've seen him in these spots over the years. Yesterday, I was told by Frank Visser that he was basically hovering around the 15 to 20 big blind stack most of the day. So to do that and make the final table is always a good feeling. Benjamin with the ace 9. Kaspar's, if it wasn't suited, maybe not defend, but most players would defend here with the Jack 7 suited to a little more than a min raise. And a 7 out of the window, followed by a 4 and a 6. 2 diamonds. Kaspar's with the top pair. Not the kind of flop that would really be that great for the cutoff's opening range. Obviously, he has some 8-9 suited, even some 7-6 suited, some sets in there. But the check back is the more obvious play when you have ace-9 offsuit. And Kaspar's, I won't be surprised if he is going to fire out a value bet now, thinking his opponent would have bet those overpairs or things I need to be scared about. And it looks like half the pot, 225. And a quick fold by Benjamin. So Kasper is saying, you know what, I may not have the chip lead anymore. I need to get to work. I need to get some chips. Not that he's really actually thinking about that. He's more thinking, I have a lot of chips. Life is good. I hope I don't blow my stack to somebody. Okay, so we have blinds going up. Are you good to stay for a little longer, Sarah? Because we have another hour together if you have the time.
I do.
Okay, good, good. So let's see if we can take this to break. The only interruption I can anticipate that is if one of the main event champions is floating around, then I'm going to immediately bring them into the booth no matter who is here for at least 5 or 10 minutes so that we can find out how their experience was with their name on the stairs, their photo on that wall of fame here at the 10th anniversary of this iconic Kings of Tallinn. The one that's going to be tricky is Pre-Parmasto because he's actually playing right now. But maybe he will, maybe if things don't go well for him, we can get him in too. But we're rooting for Preet, very popular in the Estonian poker community. And very prideful of his country wearing that Estonia scarf.
Chris is not getting hands.
Making his decisions easier, and perhaps it was good he didn't wake up with a hand there because we could see some action here. There will be a 3-bet from the button, or at least should be. I don't like to say what players should and shouldn't do, but this seems as obvious as it comes. I think he's just questioning, is 22 big blinds too much to shove?
Yeah.
Which would have been, I think, okay-ish to do.
Yeah, it's right at the border.
I think if it was like 18, I would shove. 22, I'm doing what he did, but making it slightly less to like 500 or 550. But that's semantics. And I'm not saying my sizing is correct either. You can play millions and millions of hands of poker, but unless you're studying like these guys, you know, you're not going to pick up on the small little betting size nuances that you should be adjusting for with different opponents, different situations, and especially post-flop with different textures compared to your range. These are things that take hours and hours and hours to study, to master, unless you have a perfectly photographic memory. My memory is not so bad, but it's not to the extent where I can just read some stuff and have it all completely memorized. You have to put it to work. You have to do some practice. So any aspiring poker pro, I recommend, you know, a lot of the information out there now is free, or it's very cheap, or you can find a friend at a live event, say, how do you guys go about studying? Maybe they invite you to their study group that they do once a week. But I would say, you know, a lot of the pros, for every hour they play, they study for an hour. You don't need to go to that extent, but you should plan in for weekly study at a minimum. And if I planned to ever try being professional again, I just enjoy having it as a, let's say, profitable hobby. I would definitely go down that route and treat it as a job. A job that you can have a lot of fun with, but I have a lot of fun with my job, and I prepare quite a lot. I put a lot of effort into what I do as well.
Also, while you're commentating, you also learn something from these players.
more importantly, if I have a guy like George, like for example, and shout out to George for the fantastic job he did all week. I mean, I'm learning from just talking to the other commentator, especially if it's a game like PLO. Yeah, I've had some success in pot limit tournaments online and live, but George is the better player, so it's nice to have that, you know, right there. And you can actually ask the questions you want to ask that maybe other people wanted asked.
It helps a lot.
As well. But interesting board here. We had a blind versus blind situation that didn't look like it should develop, but Igor getting that top pair, checking it on. A 2-diamond rundown from the 8 to the 10. Mornier is the one to bet in position 100,000, hoping actually for a fold, but does have a lot of equity with that open ender, but it's just the shit end of it. You know, it's not much nicer if it's the jack than the 7. And Igor not scared away. That king shouldn't change anything in Igor's head. The straight would have already been completed with that queen jack. The king is an overguard to his 10, but he will likely check again, hoping that his opponent actually does bet. He doesn't mind for some pot control either, because it could get dicey if actually Mornier bets. So maybe he is hoping for a check back and just to get the showdown. And now, after the check back on the turn, it's going to be hard for Igor to get value. He's going to have to check and hope Mornier bets. But after the turn was checked back, it's going to be hard for the river for Igor to think that would happen. Although I wouldn't put it past Mornier that if it is checked to try to take down the pot. But if I'm in Igor's shoes, I am also betting. And a quick fold by Mornier. No reason to bluff in this spot. And Igor now near 6 million in chips as well. The chips are moving around a little bit. It's deep stack play, so it's no surprise that we're still at 9 players.
Yeah, our shorty is down to 11 bigs.
Yeah, Chris is in jeopardy, but on double up, he's right back in. He has a little bit of time. He can't go too many orbits, but he's just been completely card dead. There hasn't been a spot for him to do anything. Even if he was, let's say, doing a slightly minus EV type of shove, those spots weren't even there. Let alone, you know, the profitable spots of opening, and in this case, it will likely be an open shove or something close to it. There are a lot of players at 11 that will still just open and be able to open fold even at 11. So that's also a possibility. He doesn't necessarily need to shove quite yet.
They broke the chair.
Anton already folding his king deuce.
The small should go slower. Yeah, yeah. Give him one of those.
It looks like min raise by Posse, but the king queen.
Pretty sure you broke a lot of women's.
And Chris, well, he got suited cards this time, Chris, but not very good ones. And to the muck.
Not really connected.
It was the suited Robbie.
But it makes it easier for his decisions to just fold.
Yeah. When you're in those spots, so you do hope other players bust while you're busy folding. So he hasn't gotten that aspect of it quite yet. But I've seen Chris spin up small stacks many times before, so I'm not counting him out yet. It's way too early to do that. And Preet with the easy defend here off a 21 big blind stack. Actually 22 big blind stack with the 10-9 suited. No player hitting this black 7 jack 6 flop with both players having red cards in their hand. It's maybe not even a board texture that Posse wants to continue with, but he has the 2 overcards. He does have a short stacked opponent also that if he didn't hit the board to put pressure on and deny them equity. But he's obviously hoping for a fold with this bet, even though we see he's ahead. And Preet with the fast fold. The Posse and Preet changing around some chips, both still around that 2 million mark. Anton, who you could see in the photo on the left, at around 7 million, current chip leader. Kaspar's Bhutan's in second place with around 6.5 million. And he began the day as a chip leader. And it's nice that the players are more comfortable now. I think there was like a little bit with the announcements, and then you're on the TV table with the lights, but it was a little bit quiet in the beginning. And now between every hand, we see players talking to each other. Except for Chris, and this side of the table is a little bit quiet, but Chris is typically very focused when he's playing. Super nice guy on and off the tables, but a lot more chatty when he's not have cards in front of him.
How long did they play last night?
It was not too far after midnight, actually. They got down to that final table faster than I was anticipating, which is why it's a bit deep today.
So they had a bit of rest.
They had a bit of rest. Frank had a bit of rest, too. It took him a little, it takes him the usual hour and a half for wrapping things up at the end of the day, but he's all set and now reporting actually the 3K final day. The dealers were able to get some rest too, because a lot of the other events ended early as well. But meanwhile, we have Preet with the 7s, Anton with the Jack-9, and it was Posse opening up with the pocket 8s, and this is a very interesting flop. We could see what Chris is looking for, but not necessarily what we want to see from the main event champion of 2023 in Preet, because he has that overpair, but it's pipped just by one pair there. Does lead out from the small blind with a donk bet, which is quite interesting. It may actually save him, because I would very often expect to see a check raise there rather than an open.
Yeah, donk bets are interesting.
I don't know how to apply donk bets into my game, so I just don't do them quite often. Like,
Same.
it's very infrequent. In a game like PLO, I know how to use it quite well, or PLO 8. Interesting. Now Preet is saying, I have the 4, guys. This is quite a leveling war. He's no longer repping those 7s with this bet. He could be, because 7s, he could think he's good. He should think he's good a lot of the time, but it was an under the gun open that did call your bet, your donk bet on the flop.
I'm not sure if I like
It's
that.
kind of like a merged range bet here. I'm not sure I like the bet, but Posse is actually in a very difficult spot with the overpair and does get the fold. So Preet seeing something. Wow. Stealing it away with those 7s against the 8s. Both players having an overpair to the board. Posse in a tough spot. Thinking, yeah, he might have the 4. I don't want to be the first one out the door. Seems awfully strong with a donk bet and a follow-up on the turn. When you slow down on the turn, the donk bet can be seen through some of the time, or it's a trappy. But well done there by Posse, the sole Finnish representative at the final table. Very strong player at that, and we just saw one of the moves in his arsenal. Reading the situation a lot better than we did. That's why he's there and we're here, though.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Chris, what's going on?
Aww.
Did you say bad things to all the dealers? They don't seem to like you at the moment. Igor folding the suited Brunson. And now 5s for Mornier. This is openable from the cutoff. 47 big blind stack. Gets Preet to fold quickly, but Anton, what's he going to do with an ace-9? We've seen him 3-bet a king-5 suited from that button open. From a more active player, he opts to just fold that ace-9 from the small blind. And Mornier, happy enough. You always got to be happy when you're just getting the blinds and antes with 5s. If it's early in the tournament, obviously you want to be able to see some flops and hope to hit your set and have the proper odds to do so. And then get paid. That's always the tricky part.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick look at what's happening in the 3K. See how many are left. I'm refreshing the reports on Poker Pro done by Frank Visser. And it looks like we have 8 left now, so it's the final table bubble. Igor Bahila Sr. is still alive, but I'll bite with a short stack. Blaj Zurjev as well still alive in that bad boy. And Yalamaki with a nice stack. And Lucas Horanen. I mean, there's a lot of nice action over here. I'm scrolling down to the last elimination. Juhola cracks aces first hand, final 2 tables reach. So Juhola with the ace-queen basically making Joni Rantamaki short with his pocket aces. So that's quite unfortunate. But meanwhile, back to the action. We have a blind versus blind situation. Posse opting to fold his very weak king, and he was dominated by Benjamin's king 5 suited.
I'm not sure, but like this was strange. They were pocket 8s at one point, and they folded.
Who folded pocket 8s? Because I was busy reading about what was happening in the 3K.
I was too fast, but I've seen pocket 8s, so if
That
anybody
would be
is curious
strange.
why pocket 8s have gone folded, I don't know.
I don't think any player is in a situation to fold pocket 8s. Maybe under the gun player did, but I would even be surprised if that happened.
Yeah.
Under the gun was Chris, right? So Chris would have jammed it.
Yes. No, Chris had queen deuce or something.
I got a queen this time. Things are looking up.
Yeah, but not even suited, so easy.
So Kaspar is opening with a suited ace from early position, goes all the way around to Chris. Look at this, 3 deuce. He's just going to shake his head, I'm pretty sure. He may actually defend here, though, because it's suited.
Yeah, he can defend. I don't mind.
I'm not sure what the right play is with 3 deuce suited off this depth on a final table, but as you said, I don't mind the call either.
Easy to come off with.
And doesn't really have any fold equity if he wants to bluff here to Kasper's continuation. I'm assuming Kasper is going to continue on this kind of board. And it doesn't have to be big. He's smart. It's just a min bet. Because every chip counts for Chris now. To defend, you're getting proper odds. Everything is good. To continue along, you need to either call and have a plan and just shove any turn. But you should just be folding and giving up. And Chris has been in these situations before. But it must be quite frustrating when you're this card dead. Not a single hand in more than an hour for Chris. Coming in as a short stack with 20 big blinds and now down to just 8 big blinds as we can see on the
yes,
screen.
Yeah.
And Kasper is back in the lead, so expect some back and forth near up the top with these chip counts. It's Kaspar's and Anton near 7 million, Igor near 6 million, more near at that 5 million mark, and a couple stacks in the 3 to 4 million range, and then a couple in the 2 to 2.5 range. And our friend Chris De Silva hoping to spin up that 8 big blind stack, or at least to have a player or two go out on the rail to get those pay jumps. But Preet getting back in the action, opening for a min-raise with 8-6 suited, and Chris with his usual garbage. Nothing to see here. And we'll see what Elders does here. You can defend here. He can fold
defend,
as well if he wants. I never mind seeing people overfolding in big blind situations. I sometimes do it intentionally on certain tables. Not the worst spot for 10-6. A double gutter backdoor flush draw. We'll see though if Preet puts the pressure on. I think a small bet at least has to be called. Of course, he could be drawing very thin to a Jack 10 that Preet could open with, but for now you have to think that I have 8 live outs. And the Queen of Diamonds may be scary because it pairs the board, but after going check, check, you should feel that now both your flush draw, which is now in the front door, and your double gut shot straight draw are both live. And we can see Eldars has actually more equity than Preet, who has the best hand at the moment. And checks it back. So the 10 and the 6 are also live, and the flush is completed.
There it is.
And Eldars is just checking. Interesting. Not trying to get value after pre-checking the flop in the turn. Maybe hoping he would take a stab at the river. I'm not sure what he was afraid of there. Maybe didn't want to get coolered by a better flush that might be checking down the river, but that would be kind of strange with this board as well.
I guess like that he thought Preet is gonna do a bet.
And Preet getting away with the minimum there because the flop bet is getting called. The turn bet is definitely getting called. And for it to go check, check on the river is an ideal spot for him. He has ace for the showdown. If his opponent got there, then it didn't cost him much.
There are these 8s again.
So Preet going nowhere from early position, middle position with his 8s.
Ooh.
And meanwhile, Anton, a 3-bet incoming.
Yeah.
He's been a little bit quiet after showing a few moves about 30 minutes ago to take the chip lead. And I'm being told that the 3K is down to 9 players. So we'll be moving that to a delay as well because we may see some of that action on the stream with the outer table.
Chris has in hand, by the way, but I think this is a tough spot.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot.
Maybe
it's the first time he's had such a good card. He could still get here. Let's see. I mean, we'll see what Preet does. Preet might just shove over the top. If he does that, Anton may actually not want to continue with his ace-king. But I think Preet will fold, and Anton will come in with the easy call.
First 10. Good.
And Preet does get out of the way, and it's Anton making the easy call. So Chris at risk with the king-queen.
Good luck, Chris.
We could see our first player out. Not the flop that Chris wanted to see. Anton pulling miles ahead out with the 4-jack ace flop. Needs a 10 and only a 10 to survive. Instead, it's the needle of a queen of diamonds that does pair Chris, but it's just not enough. Chris De Silva out in 9th place for 16,800 euros. Nothing he could do there. You could see he's a little bit deflated. Was hoping for that deep run. Was repping his sister's charity as well on the shirt. But meanwhile, nothing he could really do. There was no cards, no spots. I don't blame him for trying here with the king-queen. Who knows when he would see 2 Broadway cards again, despite having no fold equity. But now Anton, the clear chip leader, with nearly 8 million in chips. The final 8 players locking up 21,800 euros each. So everybody at the table earned an extra 5,000 euros just for sticking around, and there's a lot more money to come. So we did get to see an elimination, but unfortunately it was one of my friends in Chris De Silva, but it's everybody here is worthy of being the king in the main event. It's quite a stacked lineup here. And Anton, now he's likely to come right back in. May say it's time to go over 8 million, maybe 9. All momentum going his way.
Ooh.
Oh my. Benjamin, the 555 champion winner, waking up with those pocket rockets.
And he's reaching for chips.
Maybe a little too big here. It looks like 625. It is the 625. It's going to probably fold Anton out, actually.
Yeah,
There's
I can
no reason
imagine
to
as
play
well.
King Jack out of position against a guy that's maybe 3-bet once this entire day. And you're not
Yeah.
getting a great price either, so...
That was a bit too big, I guess, also.
I mean, based on what everybody had, he raises to, let's say, the like 550-ish, give or take. It's going to turn out to be the same. I don't think that Anton would have been happy to play that hand in position and not have been 3-bet, but once he's 3-bet, it's in his head, he was already in the muck before the sizing was counted out, as soon as the chips were being counted. An online player like him that's multi-tabling, everything is automatic for him, even here. Maybe he's picking up some live reads that he's throwing into, the equation. But meanwhile, there was no bad beat, at least for Benjamin, and he's up over 4 million in chips. I've seen aces cracked quite a lot this week.
It happens.
So those of you that play online and then say the site is rigged because your aces were cracked,
Yeah.
chances are your aces were just cracked. Especially if playing on a reputable site such as Alibet Poker. I think you can rely on the fact that this kind of stuff happens quite a lot live as well. You just get a lot more hands in playing online, and it can hurt more when it happens live because you're investing a lot more time into each event. And we have an open here by Benjamin with the Queen 10, who just won a hand with the aces, defended by a weaker queen, yet suited by Mornier. Flop goes check, check, and a third club on the turn. So that queen of clubs, giving maybe Benjamin some confidence to bet here where he was unable to find it on the flop. Keeping it cheeky. A little more than a min bet, but that's all it needed. And Benjamin, who has been on a feature table this week, you saw him during that 5-5-5 championship go on to cruise to victory. Is chipping on up and near 5 million in chips now. Making it back to his seat just in time to post that big blind. I find it fun that these guys are actually talking about the previous hands and why they did things. Things you normally wouldn't see at a final table. You want to usually leave that information to yourself and maybe talk about it after with one of the players. If you respect them and you wanted to know what they were thinking, ask those questions then. Let them ask questions of you. But at the table is it's quite interesting. They don't care that they're giving away what they're doing because they understand that they're all, let's say, have different levels of poker intelligence, but all well above the standard.
Ooh.
So it could be Estonian on Estonian crime. Is Preet gonna 3-bet normal? Is he gonna 3-bet jam? I think once again the 21 big blinds is a little bit too much, but I wouldn't fault him for doing it out of position with jacks. It makes all the decisions for you. You don't mind just taking down the raise and the antes, but it is possible he just calls as well. Him and Igor have played many tournaments and hands together, so there's that dynamic as well, that he likely knows a bit about how Igor plays and vice versa. And he's just going with the jam. It's out of position. I do not mind this, especially against Igor. And Igor is going to Hollywood a little bit, but there's no way he can call.
That's what I thought.
And a quick fold there, so...
not too much Hollywood.
Yeah, not the worst case scenario for Preety there. There's a fun YouTube video out there somewhere. It was probably made about 15 years ago about, they're about 100 ways that you could play jacks, and they all suck.
Yeah.
They're all wrong. A guy getting excited about, it's a parody video where he's getting excited about having jacks, and then, he's up against ace queen and loses, up against tens and a 10 comes, up against other pocket jacks and still loses.
Only do it to battle.
That's why you should do it.
They all lost. They're on the flight back to wherever they came from.
Now it's Posse as the short stack.
Not to check. To Prague.
Folds all the way around to Eldars here with a very pretty Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, it looks nice, right?
A off a 29 big blind stack. I would expect this to be opened in an open pot from middle position.
I
and
guess so as well.
Is a min raise.
Yeah, with a king 7 all in for no reason whatsoever. No, I said 40 big blinds, 40 big blinds jamming. I open button with a...
And Mornier.
Yeah, and I said, okay.
He's getting back into that chatty mode that Wise Guy was alluding to earlier in the stream. Anton likely to peel off with the fan. No reason to 3-bet here. And he's certainly a player that's comfortable playing post-flop.
So I went and bought in, and some guys thought I was stupid to buy you for 20 big blinds whatever, 15, whatever.
Not the worst flop at all for Eldars. He's not going to be able to get too much value here.
Looks
but
good.
Middle pair, flush draw, backdoors to Broadway. You can see he's 91%. But it's not going to matter. He's going to bet small. And a snap fold there by What If God? And Eldar is up over 3 million now. Both him and Chris just silently grinding away, although Chris wasn't really grinding. He was silently folding away until he ran into that unfortunate spot. But they seem like they're just focused on what they're doing, and if people want to talk on the other side of the table, let them talk. But I'm just going to focus on what I'm doing. Which may not be the most fun approach, but it's probably the best approach in terms of final tables.
I really enjoy this final table. It's good poker.
Is there a poker player that you're going to be rooting for when you're off the stream? It's okay. We can play some favorites. My friend is busted, but I like, as I said, I'm also friendly with Igor. Preet is, would be a worthy second-time champ, but any of these guys are great. Casper's I've seen around. And What If God would be a nice win there over there with the white shirt, Anton.
Anton, yeah.
But all the other guys, Posse, nice guy as well. Very strong player. Having the 2-time champion potentially within the same festival with Benjamin is nice. So there's so many stories. Mornier being charismatic and fun. But Mornier, I think that's twice now, right? No, it was Benjamin with the aces before.
Yeah.
They learned you already. They know your style.
I'm wondering if we can get the volume tuned up a little bit on the on these guys. Because we could be a little bit quieter. They're actually talking some interesting stuff in between hands. But I'm not sure if it's being picked up properly. Because I can't hear all of it.
No.
I only hear little bits and pieces. But they're definitely talking about hands and spots, which I find to be more than the usual talk on. Usually, you know, there'll always be a few people. Hopefully, it's nice when they do that. Just try to keep things light and friendly. I'm kind of that guy because it also helps me relax. But to talk actual poker hands at the feature table, that is quite unique and quite special with this crew. And honestly, I'm not sure that's plus EV for them to be doing. You know, it's nice to be friendly, but you don't have to give away information. Yeah. Unless they're giving away things that they're just setting up for later. It may be a whole leveling game. It's hard to tell because we don't know what they're talking about. You know, a player wanting to know I'm capable of that fold for later information, planting it in their head for when they're in a similar spot. But it's likely just them talking about a previous hand, which is kind of cool. So we have a dealer change. The dealers here, I want to give a massive thank you to them. They've worked super long hours this entire festival. There was more people here than ever before. Several dealers got sick, so there had to be overtime from a lot of the staff. But everybody always coming in with a smile every day. Everybody always happy to be here, feeding off the energy of the players. So a massive thank you for the players for making it so that the dealers had very little sleep. You know, it's a true testament to the work that Teresa and Krista and the entire team at Olibet have done to grow this festival over the past 10 years.
Yeah, it was a nice series, really. We enjoyed it.
That's good, and I've only been hearing that feedback from everyone, and also a massive thank you to the floor, keeping their cool at all times. When you're dealing with this kind of festival, you know, most of the time everybody's having fun, but once in a while, of course you're going to always have that situation. Maybe somebody had, let's say, one too many drinks, or maybe someone's just having a bad day and causing problems. I've never seen problems being dealt with in such a professional manner, not saying that there were this festival, than I have from this crew that have been coming to all the festivals over the past 5 years or so. It's been consistently similar floor people. And Olivier doing a fantastic job as well throughout the week. Hopefully today is a bit easier for him, but Teresa's right-hand man and making sure everything is smooth. And a massive thank you also to the crew here that's allowing us to do the stream, Edgar's and the team.
Yes.
The graphics have been amazing. The collaboration has been amazing as well. But it's one of the most professional setups in all the world, and certainly, you know, it would be a little bit partial and biased for me to say it's the best in Europe, but if it's not the best, it's quite up there. There's some casinos that have like a full-time studio in their casino that do streaming every day, so if we take those out of the equation, then it is the best pop-up, I think, studio that you'll ever see at a poker event in Europe and perhaps across the world, but being that I don't go to the States for poker, and haven't been to Asia yet for poker, hopefully later this year.
Ah, you have some plans to go to Asia.
I don't have plans, I just have ideas at the moment. I have to see how the other plans fit in before I can see how something like 2.5 weeks in Asia would work. I want to go to Japan and South Korea, the Jeju, but not when there's like big events.
Yeah,
I
like
want to
last week.
experience like the kind of like the everyday scene. There's a lot of stuff going on in Japan that makes me curious. And I bumped into a lot of Japanese players over the past couple years, even here at the Kings of Tallinn.
Yeah.
Or even at the Kings of Vilnius. We had Yuri Yoshida from Japan there.
We were close to go to Cambodia, also in February.
Well, the field would have been a lot bigger if not for the event in Cambodia. A lot of the Lithuanian ballers went out there to play in the super high nosebleed events that are going on over there.
Yeah, the field was tough, they said.
So we have an open from the button with the ace-5. And Casper is just opting to call with the 9s. And, you know, he's going to wind up needing now likely to fold the best hand on this flop. Whereas if he 3-bet, he would have likely have taken it down pre-flop, even though ace-5 is not that bad. If it was suited, you can even potentially see a 4-bet in that spot, but doing that on a final table seems a bit iffy from ICM perspective, even if it's a good chip EV move. But Casper is, because of the pairedness of the board, isn't buying into the c-bet here. I think a lot of ace-highs are doing this, which is exactly what Benjamin did, or floating. And the 8 is probably not going to change much. I would expect now maybe Benjamin to check and give up, but maybe he'll take a stab. But if he does bet, Kaspar's will likely stick around and does check it back. Now it's going to be interesting whether Kaspar's tries to bet off a 10, but or to get value from an 8. Could be a similar bet for the same reason. But I think the most obvious thing is that it goes check, or check, bet, call. Unless it's like a massive overbet, but even then, you know, it's so polarizing you might see a call too. There's a lot of Jack Kings that could be doing that as well. I wouldn't expect it as much from a hand that has showdown value with the ace high against the big blinds, but meanwhile Casper's taking matters into his own hands, and Benjamin now has to think, am I being leveled by a Jack 9? Or does he have something? Did he hit the 10? He's not putting him on a hand like pocket 9s. It's impossible to do. But he could be thinking, is he trying to get value from a hand like a 10, or does he have the queen? Did he get a backdoor flush? Or is my ace high good against the king jacks, jack nines that would have called the flop? And
There's
does, so was a nice bet there by Kaspers.
Yeah.
Good awareness, good
I really
sizing.
liked it. Yeah.
And now Casper is over 7 million, likely back with the lead again. But we shall see when the next hand takes place.
I guess Anton is still ahead. But Casper is not that much away.
I will come back to you.
And honestly, it doesn't really matter other than for the storytelling of the event who's in the chip lead at this given point, because we're looking at 70 big blinds regardless for both of them on a final table, featuring a lot of different stack depths at this point in time. So neither one is really going to want to go stack versus stack with each other unless they've got it. That would be kind of a worst case scenario, like an aces versus kings. I've had that happen recently where I've had the aces and it held, and then once I had the aces and it didn't hold. And that was frustrating. But the other time I felt bad for the other guy, but I went on to win the tournament because I had all the chips.
Yeah.
To raise to 210 from the cutoff here. So Benjamin opening up his range a little bit, perhaps feeling a little bit more comfortable at the table. And Eldar's maybe not ranging him on hands like this. I'd be surprised if there's no 3-bet, but a call is not the worst thing to do here either.
But he's reaching for 3-bet chips.
Yeah, it looks like around 560, maybe 535, but we'll see soon. Maybe a bit bigger even. Maybe 605.
It seems like I check all the wrong spots.
525. So it was a very small 3-bet, but that got the job done. Denying the equity of the opener. Whereas if he called, he, despite being in position, maybe the blinds come along as well. You could even have the best hand at times, and we've seen it happen already at this table and not be able to see it to the end. So 18 minutes in stream time until our first break. Meanwhile, the start of the day chip leader, I believe, is still in the chip lead, but I'm going to try to get some chip counts of that final table of the 3K event.
Live.
And indeed, Maury Dorbeck, another Estonian, with the chip lead, followed by Mikko Yaomaki, Jari-Pekka Juhola. And then there's a small gap before Blaj Zurjev is also in the mix. The very formidable Luka Soryanin is also still alive. And the short stack is 29 big blinds deep, and Martin Svetanov from Bulgaria. So there are no short stacks on that table either, which is quite interesting. And I'm pretty sure at times we're going to pan over to that event as well, but being that we're not following the flow, it'll be more us watching what's happening.
Against these two.
So let's see some diamonds. 2 diamonds on the flop for some mayhem.
Blind battle.
Well, there's 1 diamond. And the 2-4 with a backdoor wheel connection.
And Monier is even talking during his hand.
He's talking about another hand during this hand. Monier, pay attention. You're facing a min bet. You do have likely to call this min bet, which Igor is not too happy to see.
And he just called.
That call made sense. And now he pulled ahead, but probably doesn't realize it. Doesn't have any more backdoors. Is ahead with the deuce. Still has that wheel draw. Igor, though, also has a wheel draw now. And it may be hard for Mornier, who hasn't been really paying attention this hand because he's too busy chatting, I believe, with Anton. Let's see. Now he's tracking through his head, I think, all the actions. Isn't afraid to make the call there. And 7 of clubs on the river. It's going to be hard for Igor to find another bet. He could try repping those clubs and bet big. If he does find another bet, it should work, though, unless Mornier is that sticky with his deuce. In most spots, he would not be ahead here, facing a bet on the flop and the turn. And Igor giving up on the hand, giving his opponent some credit that there weren't too many draws on the flop. A hand like 4-5 got there, for example. And quick check bet call. Check bet fold, I mean, and it was a decent sizing, so Mornier turning his hand into a bluff, actually.
Yeah.
You're not betting that big for value. But he's having fun.
That's good.
We can order whatever we want, right, for free. I think they're just here to catch that. So they're ordering beers for free and then just they're not even real life.
So Mornier is saying that they're not his rail, but they're his rail now, I think. It's possible they're here for Anton, and they saw that Mornier is also Swedish.
What's your favorite? Yeah, whatever.
There's no 7 deuce game at this TV table, so an easy fold by Anton.
Black Coke? Is it in liquid form or is it in...
Looks like Artis is in the background over there. Lots of camera people. And Butans, who regained the chip lead recently, opening up for a min-raise. I like the way he's approached the early stages of this event, understanding he doesn't need to make high risks. And Preet with the defend with the king-queen could be dangerous on a queen-high flop. But instead, it is not dangerous. Very happy flop for Kaspers, flopping that top pair on the ace-9-7. Nobody with clubs in their hand, nobody with connections with the 9-7. There's no point in doing anything other than playing his cards at this point. Should go check, bet, fold. If Kaspers wants a delayed c-bet, that's fine too, but it'd be a little bit unorthodox with this kind of texture on the board. What happens if an 8 of clubs comes, for example? You missed a street of value, because you're going to have to check that one back. So a bet of 150 from Kaspers, and that should be enough.
Yeah. There's the fold.
And the 2023 champion down to 2.2 million, but meanwhile Kaspers Butans, one of the 2 Latvian players still remaining with 8 players left, takes down another pot. Well, Anton did have the chip lead at one point. He's still very near the chip lead, only 1 small hand away from probably regaining it. And it's Mornier leading the table talk aspect of the game. Talking his way through a hand. A couple hands below about a different hand before taking down the pot. I'll ask Wise Guy later a little more about Mornier. Posse with the discipline fold there with the 4s.
Benjamin opening.
And Mornier, is he reaching for a 3-bet? No, he's just going to float with the queen-10 suited. I wouldn't have minded a 3-bet. I've seen Anton call with these spots with the king-queen queen suited. It just seems like a strange spot off an early position open to flat with the queen 10. Not something I would necessarily do, but he is in position. If he's not 3-bet, you know, it's easy to get away from, and this kind of hand does flop well as well. The problem is your queen can be dominated, your 10 can be dominated, especially 3 ways. We see his 10 is unlikely to come, with all 3 players having a 10 in the hand. And nobody with an ace, so Benjamin, if he sees bets, it should get the job done. There's a gut shot to Broadway and a backdoor diamond draw for Mornier. So it depends on the sizing. He may stick around for that reason, or to see if he can steal it away on the turn or river. And he's not even wasting any time. It's a snap call, but it is a small bet of 175, so I think I would do the same in that spot.
Also, these two have a bit history and a special dynamic, I guess.
Interesting, interesting. We got Broadway going here for Benjamin now. Not quite the check mark, but he is secured at least half the pot, and most of the time all the pot. He's just fading basically one of the 3 remaining kings.
They're having a bit of trash talk.
I'm getting stressed.
Benjamin having a little bit of fun. But I think Benjamin has to continue the story and pray that Mornier has an ace, but he checks. This is interesting. And he did it correctly because Mornier wasting 0 time. I'm not quite sure what this accomplished. Maybe he's hoping that a jack will call. It does seem like it would have to be for value. And the 7 of hearts on the river. Very safe card for Benjamin. Maybe Mornier is going to try to rep a full house type of hand though, but that would be awfully ambitious, being he was just called on the turn. It's often possible just on a call that it isn't a hand like King 10 and it's a pocket pair. I just want to see what the last card will be, or a 2-pair situation. So let's see if Benjamin leads out. He is
He's
leading
solid.
out, and with a jam.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's enough.
That's very interesting. And Mornier isn't snap folding, and I don't think this is pure Hollywooding. He's probably thinking, what was my opponent on?
From my Turkish granddad.
He checked the flop, so maybe no ace. In which case my queen is good. It's quite polarizing with the jam here. I think, though, against this kind of opponent with Mornier, we've seen him call thin river bets. So I would have maybe not have jammed and just bet less than half the pot against this particular opponent, but it's easier for us to say because I've seen every single one of Mornier's hands. And the players at the table have not seen very many of his hands. By that meaning what cards he has in his hands. They've seen him obviously play and picked up maybe some information from that. But being that he hasn't quickly folded here, maybe this is the right bet.
Yeah, it looks maybe a bit bluffy also.
And Benjamin is capable of bluffing here, but would he be over bet jamming with 8 players left with so much ICM on the line? He does have a title to his name, so maybe he's not playing ICM. Maybe Mornier doesn't know that he's won a title, though.
It's not like I have a super hand.
Well, that's right. Mornier, you don't have a super hand, but you do beat some bluffs. Or semi-bluffs.
Can I have a count just so I can discount?
Oh, the semi-bluffs wouldn't happen if you're thinking that hard about the queen here.
Yeah, but it's 2.8-ish. Yeah.
I think he's going to talk himself into the correct decision.
7 and then 75-ish. Yeah.
It does seem to have some kind of false read here that he might be good. Tricky, 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 tricky. See, I don't get myself into this spot because I'm just folding pre-flop.
Yeah. guess he's leveling himself into this hand.
He kind of did this to himself when he basically decided to bet the turn, because now it was a jam-heavy sizing, basically. I mean, there was 2 million in the pot. It was a 2.8 million jam.
2.8, yeah.
And if it just went check on the turn, there's no jam possible on the river. He probably would have cost him the same, but hopefully he doesn't call here, and it's a fold by Mornier. I don't mind that he was thinking about that, though. I mean, it's if he thinks that Benjamin is capable there, he does have that queen.
I lost 600.
Is Benjamin ever jamming with 2 pair there, for example?
Yeah, for him it was a good pot.
I think the lightest he's jamming with is Broadway, in fact. You know, he's jamming full houses. That just leaves how many bluffs he has on that kind of board. Checking back the flop, of course. He did call the turn. And is he doing that just and then jamming the river if he hit the queen, for example? So I think Mornier just went through the story, said likely you got it. I'll try to pick you up another time.
Yeah.
Probably have a hand or two before the first break in action. So far, we've just lost our sole British player on the final table, and Chris De Silva in 9th place for 16,800 euros. The 8 players you see right in front of you, they've locked up 21,800. They're playing for a lot more, 182,000 on the line. But back to the action, because we have Benjamin with the jacks. I thought he folded, but that wasn't Benjamin, so I got scared.
Yeah, I was like, for a second.
But it was Eldar's.
Yeah.
And so far, nobody waking up with any possibilities. Anton would have peeled from the big blind, but not from the small. And Posse, they say he folded, but not yet. And now it's made official. Not the worst case scenario with jacks from under the gun, though, to just get the blinds and ante. Better to win a small pot than lose a big one. Of course, it's better to win a big pot. So here we are up top. Kaspers back on top. Started the day with the chip lead, but it was Anton who took it over. Anton still remaining strong with 7 million. Then we have 3 stacks between 4.5 and 5.1 million. Then we have Eldars with 3.4. Preet, the champion from 2023 with 2.1, and Pasi Leitonen. He's the short stack, but still a little bit of room to go. But with blinds going up to 60,000, 120,000 after the break, it's not going to look like he has that much room in a few minutes' time. He's going to be in a similar situation that we witnessed Chris De Silva in before he unfortunately found himself going to the cashier. Preet with the 7s. Opening the cutoff, and Anton maybe has something. He did give him a look, and he has something, but not something. The ace-8 suited. It is 3-bettable.
I also like a call here.
I don't mind the call against Preet, for sure.
Yeah, you're
a
in
fold is
position.
okay as well. And if Anton's doing it, a 3-bet's okay. I mean, I don't have any 3-bets there, but Anton could, because the problem is your 4-bet jammed on so much. And you could just take a flop and see this hand in position, knowing that if you're 3-bet, that you're 90+% likely going to be behind with that ace-8 suited. That nobody's really playing games with their 3-bets at the moment. We've only seen Anton play a small game with this king-5 suited before, and happy days for the aces. Most likely there won't be kicker issues, but you never know. Just takes a card higher than an 8, or an 8 itself as well. But Preet saying this flop helped me. I think when you're playing against 2 other players, you could maybe check here, but Preet knows best. He's won this event before. He's a studying player, very studious about the game. Anton with the easy call. And a very disciplined fold there. Very nice by...
it's often split pot.
Yes. But it was disciplined, you know. It's not always a split pot, and you don't want to spew. Like right now, Anton would still be ahead with the 4 of spades coming on the turn. We may not see a river because I don't expect Preet to see, let's say, a call on a turn. It's possible that Preet just tries to push his opponent off here. That would be possible, but a check bet fold as possible. A check, see a river is the most likely scenario, being that Preet called the flop bet. Now Preet led out with the flop bet. So actually with Preet leading out, Anton may be betting here.
Yeah, but I mean, the ones that look like this, I mean, it doesn't matter which flavor. Okay, 2 of those.
So Anton thinking it through. Oh, he's already bet 350, so it's Preet thinking it through. And there's nothing to really think about here. It's likely we're going to play one more hand than the break. We'll stick around for a minute or two in the studio after the break. And then we will be back with you in 15 minutes' time when blinds will go up to 60,000, 120,000. But I believe this pot was enough for Anton to be back in the lead, so we could have him on top at the break. We do have one more hand to go.
Do you have another guest after me?
I believe so. It will be Colin Grant, I believe, from Poker News, joining me in the booth. I did listen to Colin a little bit earlier this week. He was having a good time, so looking forward to having Colin. But it's been a pleasure having you too, Sarah.
Thanks. Same.
And there may be time you should speak with Wise Guy offline. There might be a slot for you to come back if you're interested as well, but I know there's a lot of people to get in today. So I will thank you, but if we see you back, then that's great too. Plus, you should be seeing Estonia today as well. If you haven't been around the town, it's such a nice city.
Yeah.
Catch
We
some
really wanted
daylight.
to go to the city, to the old one, and have a walk after this week sitting around.
So Anton trying to pad his chip lead on the break. Now his posse, this is a spot. I mean, he still has fold equity. It is the cutoff. It is the button, actually. I do not mind a 3-bet jam here at all. That's what I would actually do.
Yes.
And does get that star.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, boy. Benjamin with the ace-queen. This is a weird spot for him. You had an open at 3-bet. You have ace-queen. I don't think a 4-bet's in motion, but he is calling. So we will have a player at risk on the final hand before the break. I think we're looking at folds the rest of the way, so Posse flipping for his tournament life. Meanwhile, Benjamin will still be in comfortable shape, even if he loses a hand. But ace-queen versus 5s, Posse at risk. Will he collect the 21,000 prize, or will he be right in the middle of things and not come back to the table short like we said moments ago it was looking strong that he would be doing? And here we go, the flashing lights. We're ready for the flop.
Right before the
And
break.
here we go. A 4-5 king, so the drama over before it began. Set for Posse. He just has to fade some Broadway card. And that is not a Broadway card, so Posse Lehtinen doubling up, and Benjamin still with some chips, but still will be at 8 players. So well done there by Posse, taking the most advantage of his spot, and of course winning the coin flip to stay alive. That will be remembered if Posse comes back to win.
That's
that
a
he
nice,
could have easily been out in 8th place.
Yes, nice spot for Posse. And Benjamin stays with 3.4 million still,
So we're about to head on a 15-minute break. I believe we're going to be coming up on the screen. Yep, there's me, there's you. So here we go. We've been having a lot of fun, Sarah. It's been great to have you in as a guest.
Thanks.
And I hope you tune in. You know, you can put in a headphone while you're walking around the town, have a little bit of fun. But it's been great having you. And,
thanks a lot for this opportunity to have me here.
And hopefully we get some more Germans out to some of the events here at the Kings
That would
of
be
Tallinn.
nice.
I know that everybody that comes from Germany, Switzerland, the German-speaking countries, Austria being another one, they all have a blast over the years, sometimes in smaller groups. But I think we've hooked another one in you, Sarah.
Yes,
So,
thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for coming to Tallinn, and thank you even more so for joining me in the booth. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Thanks.
And that'll be it. We'll be back in 15 minutes, folks. This is Jason Glatzer. I'm here with Sarah Solday. But we'll be back in 15 minutes. And Colin Grant from Poker News will be joining me as soon as we're back live.
Welcome, guys, back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love, and we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me. Today,
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me. Matias Siljander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
Joined by Matias Siljander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and
That's many years ago.
he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing greatly.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Siljander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be
Have you
cautious.
adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's
Here
seen
we
one.
are.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it
will
does say
help you find the double
47%.
up.
But you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
And that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helppi. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
Juha Helppi, one of my idols from when I started playing. Even though I started playing it's close to 20 years ago. Like, Juha Helppi was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on olibetevents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have a
4
full
quad-
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you have that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen. It's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So that would be a nice...
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I have a new guest in the booth, as promised, one and only from Poker News, Colm Grant. So welcome, Colm.
Thank you, Jason. No, pleasure to be here. Been one of the most fun weeks of poker of my life. King's Tallinn has really surpassed any and all expectations that I had, and we've got a great final table here on our hands.
Yeah, and it's great that Poker News is back. Back when I was still with Poker News, I brought the festival in, and it's good to see Poker News also involved on an international scale, with help promoting the amazing poker that we have here in the Baltics. So thank you to Poker News, and also thank you to you and Brad for the hard work that you guys have done this week. I know the poker community has appreciated it, and I know the team at Alibet as well. And I like having you guys around, to be fair, as well.
No,
you
thank
guys
you,
are
Jason.
nice
No,
guys.
that's really, really nice. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here, sincerely.
Good. And the action has been hot. We're down to 8 players. I don't know if you've been following along on the stream or if you were busy with other activities as a member of media. We're socially being it's the last day, so a lot of goodbyes to be shared among old and new friends.
No, we've been locked in since this morning. We arrived early, got some good player interviews done with us to find out more about these guys at the final table. I was sad to see my good friend Chris de Silva leave, one of the first.
Oh, he's your friend too?
Yeah,
Okay.
one of the first pros that I got very familiar with on one of my first ever poker trips, and just an absolute gentleman, and always enjoy seeing him put in a deep run. Of course, today wasn't meant to be, but of course, Chris will be back in the winner's circle before you know it.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing he can do. He came in with 20 big blinds, but was completely card dead. I mean, it was insane how card dead he was, and he finally got the best hand he's seen in like close to 2 hours in King Queen offsuit. Was down to like about 7 big blinds, and felt now was the time. Not really having any fold equity with already a 3-bet in the pot before he had to act. And then unfortunately it was up against, I believe, ace queen and ace coming right away, and then a needle of a queen or a king, whichever card was open was his.
But no, yeah, it was following the updates on Poker.pro yesterday. So Chris was able to ladder up 20 odd spots. He sort of grinded that short stack very masterfully, but unfortunately today is sort of where, well, the luck ran out for him, so to speak.
So Eldar's 3-betting his ace-king. That'll get the job done. Posse with a standard cutoff open off his stack size, but has to fold. And Eldars is playing a solid game. Didn't come in with a lot of chips, but is staying in the middle of the pack throughout the day.
Probably one of the most unknown quantities at the table. Someone I've never really been familiar with or come across, but yeah, he seems to be absolutely chipping up on a very nice pace.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Out of the list of names that we see in front of us, he's the least known. In the Baltics, he's known a little bit, but it's, most of these other guys are known on an international scale, or at least outside of their home country. Parmasto got on the center stage when he won this very event 2 years ago.
Yeah, and then of course he followed that up in the same year with making the final table of the EPT main event in Cyprus. I was speaking to him just beforehand, and he said, unfortunately he busted on the first hand of the final table. He shipped in, I think, around 18 bigs with ace-jack over an open, and he ran into queens. Speaking to him about that this morning, he said it was the biggest mistake of his poker career, and he thinks about it often, but he's feeling good and in a good headspace, looking to become the first ever two-time Kings of Tallinn champion today. And what about Anton Bergstrom coming in here? What if God? One of the best ever online players, who's just jumped into the live realm over the last, or back into the live realm after the last couple of months. Obviously, an amazing deep run in Prague. I think it was 5th place for 300,000. And it's great to see him at live events. He was someone that I've covered many a times when covering online events, and was never able to put a face or name to the Elias. Luckily now that sort of mystery has been solved. And speaking to him earlier on again today, he said something which really shocked me. He doesn't play online poker with a HUD. He's that good without a HUD.
Wow. Yeah, he's definitely gotten the best of me online. When I heard this morning that's who he was, I was just like, okay. He's one of the few players that stands out. There was him, and Toilet back in the day was the other one for us, Jaka, that no matter what the situation, they're getting my chips. It just seemed like it was a magnet, my chips, your stack.
I'll say he would be a great champion to have here at the Kings of Tallinn, and it would be his first live tournament win as well. He's must have won hundreds, if not thousands, of tournaments online.
Yeah, two-time online EPT champ. Nearly following that up with a live one himself. And Igor Pahela Jr. thinking about betting his 5 now after it going check, 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 check. And I said blinds were going up to 60-120. I was close enough. It's 50-125. So the same 300,000 going into the pot, just the semantics of how that's distributed.
Kasper's our start the day chip leader, who actually busted me just before the money bubble on day 2.
Oh no!
Yeah, but it's good to see that he's put my good chips to use. He's put my chips to good use, and at the time it was only maybe 5 bigs, so not many of my chips are in his stack.
So you're not angry with Kasper?
No, not at all. More than happy to see that he made it to the final table, and as well the player in seat 7 as well was also on my table for a large stretch of day 2. 2 very, very capable players. They absolutely bullied me around the table for the 10 hours on day 2, and then they marked my demise after.
They mocked it.
Marked my demise. Yeah.
Okay. I thought they were making fun of your demise. No. That doesn't sound like in character for any of these players. Let's see if Kasper's tries to bet big here with this 2 pair. It's a very nice river for him if he's putting Igor on a jack, if he's calling. Igor is going to have to fold to anything that Kasper's might be thinking about, unless he's going super small, but even then, it was fine to call the turn. Looks like it's near the pot. And a snap fold by Igor. Yeah, it was for either the pot or very close to the pot. And Kasper's maybe back on top. It's been bouncing around between him and Anton.
Igor, the junior of Igor Senior, who's I suppose Estonian poker royalty. And he's unfortunately just bubbled the the 3K side event going on. But a 10th place finish for the older
Oh, it
Igor.
was Igor that went out.
Yeah.
In the bubble. Okay. I don't want to give away, like, I was reading the coverage during the first 2 hours, but they may pan the camera over at the final table, so I stopped looking just in case. But you can keep up to date with that. That's being reported on no delay at poker.pro. If you're curious and want to get a spoiler yourself, you can on that one. The reporting on the main event, though, is done on a full delay. We do not want any spoilers on that going out on social media. So if you want to see in very live action, you can join the ever-growing rail that's taking place outside the TV table here at the Hilton Tallinn Park, connected to Olympic Park Casino, the host of the 2025 Kings of Tallinn.
Yeah, Pasi here with the sevens, raising it up. Pasi was the other player on my table for all of day 2. Very, very good. He's a
very strong player.
Yeah, he navigated the whole day masterfully. Was nursing a short stack, and he started picking up steam and never really looked back. So it's good to see that he's made the final table. A very, very polite, nice man as well.
And he doubled up on a coin flip. It could have been out 8th on the very final hand right before the break. And look at this flop. It's all hearts, but all set for Pasi. Meanwhile, that 2 of hearts in Mornier's hand isn't going to be enough for him to think he has a real flush draw, but it's the only heart in either player's hand, so that is live as well. But I don't really see any reason for Mornier to stick around even to a small bet, but here we go. He thinks differently. There's his chips. He's at the final table. We're in the booth. Even though your chips are in play, you're not at the table, Colin. And that closes any door here for Mornier.
Oh, he's leading.
Wow. This is shocking. He's trying to rep that I have a 2 pair. Or that I had the flush the whole time. Let's see if Pasi can see through it. He's going to have to minimally call. We know that. He's not going anywhere with the set, but is he going to raise? Get some of those draws off. Because now there's a lot of straight draws on the board, too. It looks like he's just going to call. He is in position. And can get away if this is a heart. But it is the king of clubs, a very safe card. On the other hand, Pasi did not improve to the full house to feel super safe here. And Mornier showing a lot of heart here. He had a plan with that float on the flop. I'm going to try to take it over on the turn of the river. And look at the confusion in Pasi's face now.
And a very interesting line here taken by the Swedish player.
It's for half a Pasi's stack, but I don't see how he can fold. It would just be a cooler of a spot. There are a lot of flops where Mornier would have check raised. I mean, this like all heart flop is a check raising flop if you have the flush already, because assuming you don't have an ace high flush.
Yeah, you'd think the big blind there has a lot of smaller flushes that, you know, don't really want to see that 4th heart peel off.
On the other hand, Mornier seems to be able to mix it up nicely, which makes him a very tricky player. But Pasi coming up with the correct call, wins a massive pot here of 3.7 million, so up to 4.7 million. And meanwhile, the man dubbed the Will Kassouf of Swedish poker, not because of, let's say, any behavioral issues, but because he's talking nonstop, is down to 2.6 million.
He likes his speech play, does he, Munir?
He does.
Okay.
He was quiet early on at this final table, so I thought what Wise Guy was telling me, I'm like, well, he's just not talking. But then after that, it was just he would be in a hand and talking to somebody else about a previous hand at the same time. But we could see the stacks. Preet still the most at jeopardy, but now Mornier getting closer and closer down to that bottom end where he doesn't want to be on that leaderboard. But really just a double up away from being near the top again.
And now Parsi up to third now with that pot.
Yeah. Was nearly out the door moments ago. And now has put himself in a strong spot to run deep.
It was Parsi in the hand who flopped the fives earlier, the set of fives.
Yeah, so he got a set of fives and now a set of sevens. Happy days. Are you going to try to get a trophy in any of the 2 final side events? Because I do believe, in theory, you have time for that. There's the mini main event today, and I believe there's a turbo as well.
I think as much as I would like to jump back onto the felt, I think there's a fair bit of work that needs doing this afternoon, and of course I would like to attend the player party taking place tonight. And I think maybe an afternoon of poker or not may well, if it was a good problem to have, so to speak, of running deep, may have to miss out on the player party, and that's one thing I do not want to do. Especially when there's such a great band playing tonight as well.
Yeah, I'm going to make an appearance, but I have an early bus trip home tomorrow, so it won't be Jason in full party mode. It'll be like this Jason, but at a party. Probably dressed the same without the sticker on. But meanwhile, this is quite interesting here. We had a limp and a jam by Preet, and if he's called, he's in rough shape. And Mornier, I feel... Oh, it's Mornier that just jammed from the small blind, sorry. So Preet in a tough spot because ace-9 shouldn't be the only hand in his range to jam over Preet.
Nice
Preet
fold.
making the disciplined fold, understanding he has enough space to wait for a better spot. And Mornier, with his aggression, able to take it away with the inferior hand. With the better hand, I'm sorry.
I think this is the second final table I think Pritt has made this festival. He ran pretty deep in the 555 championship, I believe.
Was he on the final table?
Yeah, I think maybe 5th or 6th.
That event won by Benjamin.
One of Estonia's fastest rising stars in the poker world. And yeah, what a week for Benjamin as well. 66k for the championship win, and possibly 182,000 if he goes goes the distance today. I will say, speaking to Pritt earlier, he actually pointed out as Benjamin as someone as the one player he didn't want to clash with today. He was very respectful about his game. Said he can do everything. Navigate post flop well. Find those bluffs when they don't seem possible. He marked him as very, very dangerous player.
Holding fast around the cast bars. Let's see if he's opening up the hijack. He's been a little bit conservative as a chip leader, protecting his stack quite often, but this would be a good spot for him to open. He did open for 250 min raise. And Mornier, is he really going to peel off a 22 big blind stack? No, too late for him. We saw him peel with the Queen 10 suited earlier. And Preet with the Cowboys, but likely not to get any action from it. I think he can call if he wants, but with his stack depth, I think it's really just one move and hope that you get called.
Yeah, Pritt being rewarded there for the nice fold with ace-3 moments ago with kings, and now picking up kings.
It looks like more of a... Most of my stack is going in. Not even. He's just doing a standard 3-bet, leaving about 800,000 back. And Anton's giving Preet the stare down, but not in the hand. And Kasparis making the easy fold. I like the open, but no point in... you really have no implied odds when you're dealing with such a short stack player. It's just an easy fold with the 10-8 suited. So for those of you just tuning in, you are watching the Kings of Tallinn record-breaking main event. Nearly 1.1 million in the prize pool out of 1,181 players. We are now down to the final 8 players, each locking up 21,600 euros. But there's a lot more money to come. There's 182,000 top prize. That's good money for any player at the table. I don't care how experienced you are, how much you've won in the past. 182,000 euros, a record-breaking top prize for the Kings of Tallinn to celebrate its glorious 10-year anniversary.
That's quite a nice few buy-ins.
Well, it's not even 2 buy-ins for the super high roller. So maybe skip that bracelet event and go for. But it could be like that bankrolls my entire WSOP, right? It could be that, or it could be bankrolls to have a very an apartment somewhere. Or just added to the poker bankroll. I mean, it depends on the player. Each of the players are probably in different spots in life.
Now, this is one thing that I've noticed about the Kings of Tallinn. I think some of the prizes dished out here, it's almost like a perfect launch pad for up-and-coming poker players, you know, who are looking for that sort of first big score to take their their poker journey to the next level. And the buy-ins again really accessible, even if you're sort of at the first rung of the poker ladder. There's plenty of tournaments here with nice buy-ins. You know, maybe hopefully pick up a few scores, and then you can maybe move up in stakes or get that first ever bankroll going.
Yeah, Preet is one example of that, but there's another winner that's actually not here because he's playing so high, and Vitaly Savaratny. So he wound up winning, I believe it was 2018 or 19. It was a year after Juha, and then went on to play in a WPT main event and shipped that like a few weeks later, and then ran deep or either won an EPT, I don't remember, but it was the start of like a massive year for him. And then you have Juha Helppi, who was another notch on his resume, but he was without bracelets at that point, and went ahead and motivated him to some degree to to do the grind to get the bracelets. And now he has 2 of them, I believe.
There you go,
Anton is God on your side here. Easy open. Pasi holding his weakish ace. And I think this is a defend here by Benjamin, but we'll see how he approaches this. I think regardless of your stack depth, this is a defend on a button open, regardless of ICM. Although he has something else in mind. Look at this. Quite interesting. Perhaps some studying says you should be doing this a certain percentage of the time. It does put Anton in an uncomfortable spot. He's not getting the odds to call. He can't be really 4-betting, unless he has a read. But what a leveling war that would be. And he does jam it. Wow. I don't know if he had a read or just said, you know what, if it happens, it happens. But Anton showing up to play and up over 8 million, clear chip leader now.
Truly masterful from one of the GOATs of online poker.
Maybe I'm playing a little bit too conservatively on final tables. But very good awareness there. And keeping the momentum going in the right direction. I had it during the intro, but I'm wearing the hat today. So the next Alibet Festival is actually in the Latvian capital of Riga at the Cozy Voodoo Lounge. It's at the end of March, and you can check out everything you need to know about that event on Alibet Events. There are a couple of other events listed, such as the Queens of Tallinn, which has been moved up in the calendar. So instead of the winter, it will be taking place on August 22 to 24. The schedule on that bad boy will come out in the coming weeks. But I would bookmark that Alibet events page, check it out quite often. It's where you can get your information quickly, and then of course follow Alibet Poker on social media. You'll be getting up-to-date information about all the new events to come, and then during events, you know, the stories are on fire, lots of photos and posts shared.
How is the Riga Showdown? That's not one that I've ever been to before.
Well, Riga just reopened really for international poker this year. It's more of a cozy affair. You're not going to have 1K buy-in tournaments, for example. But I really like it there. It's as a player, I love it. You know, I played quite a lot that last festival.
The nut flush draw here for Iga. Not much for Elders.
Yeah, this very often I'll go check, bet, fold. Looks like a fairly sizable bet, actually. So yeah, chips it up a little bit on the flop bet there to 400,000. Eldar's, are you thinking of making a move? Because there's really only one play to make here. You don't have any backdoors. I guess a backdoor wheel draw, but what does that count for? We could say he's only 4%. But even if you put Igor on a flush draw, well, you're still maybe not good, and we see that he's not. We've seen Eldar take time a little bit, sometimes pre-flop. It seems anytime he gets king deuce, he's just tanking for 10 seconds and then folding. So it could have been a situation where he's just timing himself for when he has a real decision to make, that it's not obvious, that he's already planning on putting more chips in the pot, that he was thinking about it.
Sometimes you have those intrusive thoughts come in and you just got to compose yourself not to let them take over.
Also a good point. With hour-long blind levels, if you need an extra 10, 15 seconds to do what the obvious says to do anyway, then take it. Nobody's going to complain about that. It's just if you're incessantly tanking every hand, then, you know, it's kind of against the, I wouldn't say ethics isn't the right word, but against the spirit of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Another nice looking hand here for Anton, Jack 10 suited.
He's been getting a pretty good card distribution. One that Chris De Silva would have been jealous of.
Was it that bad?
Yeah, it was one of the worst I've ever seen. I mean, he wasn't even getting like a single Broadway card for a while. Not connected, not suited. King Queen was literally the best hand he had by far. So this could be interesting. We have the two biggest stacks tangling up. Kaspar is defending with the ace-6. Not much for him to see on this 2-8-9 flop, but does hit Anton a bit with the open ender. Obviously, if that 8 and 2 were diamonds, it would be an absolute monster. But meanwhile, it's Kaspar's ahead if the hand ended now, but if you look at the equities with the Jack and 10 also live, Anton has the better equity in the hand. And it's going to be hard for Kaspar's to really continue here. It was a hijack open. How often is your ace high? Good? It could be good, but it would be, if you had like it was a 6, 9, 10 flop, let's say, it would be a more likely situation to just see if you can further connect. So no fireworks, but Anton padding his chip lead. He looks like he's been having fun all day, too, in the process. And here's a look at the chip count. So the big blind average is going down a little bit as the blinds go up. We're not going to have a big spike the next blind level. It'll be 75, 150. But we have Anton up top. Kasper is not too far behind. Igor, Posse, and Elder is all kind of in the middle. We're near not too far behind them. And then we have Elders, and I believe we have Benjamin as the short stack. But we can see the payouts, 21,800 euros for 8th, and a nice bump to 28,000 just for letting another player hit the rail. And nearly 1.1 million in this prize pool. easily shattering the previous record.
A bit of card exposure there.
What happens on the TV table, it's like I've played a lot of cash games on TV tables over the years, and especially this nice one that you see here. You could see how high, it is. The, why can't I think of the name?
The rail?
The rail, thank you. Is, so you're actually need to learn to look at your cards kind of like this, like nobody could see what I'm doing, but I'm twisting my wrists down in an unnatural position for me.
Almost like in a T-Rex stance, I think, Jason. Would be what's going on right here.
And the other thing is that the cards are different, because they each have RFID chips. They are slightly heavier, so you get used to that pretty quickly. But in the beginning, it could be that you've been playing so many hands with normal decks, and this deck is a bit nicer. But also means heavier cards are also harder to, let's say, slightly harder to pick up to look at, to see what you have. But you get used to all that pretty quickly. But it does lead to things like more cards being exposed from time to time as well, because you have to be slightly more careful. But meanwhile, Igor getting a walk here with the King Deuce. I'm sure he's not too upset about that outcome. Not a lot to talk about there. And are you staying in Estonia, Calm, for a couple days, or is this it for you? You're leaving tomorrow morning?
Yeah, fly back home tomorrow evening, I believe. I think around 5 o'clock. So
you could go full out tonight at the party. I'm a little jealous. I don't like being, let's say, having alcohol in my system at all if I'm going on a bus. I enjoy the bus rides, but
yeah, it's 2 flights for me tomorrow. I think here to Estonia to Amsterdam, and then Amsterdam to Bristol, for then just a short drive home, then back to Cardiff.
Do you have time in Amsterdam, or it's can't leave the airport?
It's like a 2-hour layover, I think.
It's not enough because the town is a bit from the airport. I think 5 hours is kind of the minimum to do the quick visit.
Here with the ace-10 suited, and Elders here 8-7 suited with the suit dominated.
This doesn't mean he's necessarily playing. He's done this before with the King Deuce, as I mentioned. But it looks like he does want to play and could be in a bit of hot water if there's diamonds.
Would you have preferred a 3-bet from Elders there with the 8-7? I know some players elect to use this combo as a 3-bet from the cutoff, or is Prit sort of short stack under the gun range?
Yeah, that's the problem. You
Strong?
can't 3-bet. I would have preferred a fold actually, but that's maybe I'm a little bit too tight on the final table.
Muna comes along in the big blind and gets the best of it, flopping middle pair, slightly out kickering Elders here.
And Elders may decide that he's good after it goes check check. It looks like it's for about half the pot. Yeah, a little more than half at 460. And Mornier opting to call with the middle pair. We see that he's the best, but they were still Preet to act. Although Preet would have likely bet on a board that he was happy with. The 9-7 still ahead, but very often this will be a chop pot if he checks all the way down. Maybe Eldars is going to continue the story. It's just kind of suicidal a little bit to bet, not because your opponent may have a better 7, just because of that jack in there. Ooh. But look at this. We have now a straight for Mornier, but 2 pair for Elders, so this could spell a bit of trouble for Elders. Things have gone from great to amazing for Mornier, who did lose a lot of his stack a few hands ago.
Just sliding out there, it looks like 600,000. A little tremble of the hand as well while the chips went in.
800,000, so let's see.
Even bigger.
He does call, yeah. He is beating a lot that could be bluffing here.
Well, of course, Munir had the the Queen Deuce hand against Parsi earlier. Maybe that maybe inspired Elders for a quick call there.
It's actually true this time.
So Mornier quite happy, and Elders still has a little bit of room. He has a little less than 15 bigs in his stack.
Let's see if that gets Munir a bit more chatty. He seems to have quietened down a little bit over the last 20 minutes or so.
I'm curious about that call still with the 8-7, and I don't think you could 3-bet because of the reasons we mentioned. Preet was too short. If it was a big stacked opponent, then I could see a 3-bet. It just seems like you're not getting enough pod odds unless somebody else is calling. If you call there, especially with the way Preet plays, he wasn't going to be over bluffing, I don't think.
I'm sure if he calls when I raise it, then he will raise himself.
And I might be missing something. I really don't like that call, actually, but doesn't mean it was bad.
Parsi opening the ace-jack offsuit. Nice one in early position.
Posse trying to continue his momentum. Kaspers is playing a very disciplined game of poker today. And folds all the way around to Preet, who has 8-2, nothing the short stack can do, reminiscent of Chris De Silva, who busted in ninth for 16,800. He got nothing going, no cards, nothing until he was down to 8 big blinds.
So even with the big blind ante, you don't want to be playing the 8 deuce off there.
No, no. You can be defending so much of your range as a short stack, but not that wide. There's some players that would actually call there too, I'm pretty sure, but it can't be a mistake to ever fold 8 deuce at any given point in time. Unless he didn't seem thrilled about folding. Can't win every hand. And Elders. Okay, he's not in jam territory yet. This looks so strong when you're min raising off a 15 big blind stack, sub 15.
Exactly.
Let's see what Igor decides to do.
Could anyone at the table think he's possibly steaming after that hand with Munir?
Then he's shoving, most likely, if he's steaming.
You're playing in France, I think I did 25 out of tournament plays.
And this looks like aces so much of the time. Now Anton has to defend, but is he just going to 3-bet instead? I don't think so. We know he's not folding. 2 good odds with the 4s.
A fair fight at the moment.
This is a very interesting flop, although if Elders just bets it, the hand is over, but it's a double gut shot for Elders, also the backdoor flush draw, so the equities are actually in his favor despite the 4s being ahead. And Elders turning that 50-something% equity into 100% with a single small c-bet. And Anton forced to fold the better hand, although the better hand did have less equity than the hand that was currently behind. Reminiscent of a lot of hands in pot limit Omaha, where you can flop the nuts and still be behind.
So Jason, I know you play all the games. What are some of your favorite games you've been playing over at Kings of Tallinn?
I mean, I didn't play any cash games this week, which is unusual. I didn't play that many tournaments. I played a few Hold'em tournaments, and then I won the stud as mentioned. And then I lasted 2 hands in the Raz. Late entered, had ace deuce 3-6, and shoved upon by ace x 7-8. The other 2 cards were lower than 6. The other card was lower than a 6, and then it was like 9 king king for me, and he got a 4, and like pair didn't matter. He was already down to the 8, and I couldn't get below a 9.
And obviously working, well, I suppose that Raz tournament played very differently from what I imagine a lot of our watchers are used to. It was a pot limit Raz tournament.
It was a pot limit Raz tournament. I would say out of all the formats of the mixed games, like Raz, I like it for cash, but for tournaments, it's a little bit, you know, if you're going the mixed game route, it's not nearly as interesting as stud or stud high-low. There's so much sneakiness you can do in those two games that you can't get away with as much in Raz. You can get away with a lot with Raz too, to be fair, but you need the cards in front of you to help support that. Where in Hold'em and stud high-low, you don't always need that either.
Pazzi here with a pair of 7s, the best of it, beating the ace-10.
It's going to be hard for him to stick around, being that it is only third pair. 3 hearts on the board as well. Potential problems with that king coming on the turn for 2 different reasons. But Pazzi
sticks around with his pairing gut shot.
Yeah. And the 5 of spades on the river. Let's see if Eldars can find a jam here. He has so much showdown value, but not when your turn is called. It's not a jam, but this may be good enough. It's hard for Pazzi not to buy the story now. He had some outs the first time and would have been happy for this to go check-check. But the sizing also isn't that big. Pazzi thinking things over. And is reaching for chips, so I thought they were going in the middle.
If you thought he was good on the turn, you know, more than usually still good on the river here.
On the turn, though, he still had some draws as well, so even if he wasn't sure, that's more thinking time now, I feel.
What do you think? Do you reckon they call or fold?
I think he will fold, but he does call and makes the right call for that matter. Just because there's so many kings, and Eldar should be opening with from early position, plus I guess he wasn't that worried about the flush, because the flush draw probably would have been bet on the flop, so I guess he said I'm ahead of a king and he doesn't have a 9. I'm not ahead of a king, but he doesn't have the 9, and there's a lot of bluffs he could be doing here. So nice awareness by Pazzi. It was almost out the door and now is near that top of the chip count with 5.8 million. Eldars now has fallen below Preet Parmasto, the 2023 champ, and is below 10 big blinds. I'm not sure if the two of them are going to play a waiting game for ICM purposes or if we're going to see one make a move. Maybe they're both playing a waiting game for one of the middle stacks to go out. But then they have to wait for a cooler based on how these guys are playing deep stacked poker. I've not seen any egregious bet sizes.
And Alder's all in here with the ace-2 suited for 9 bigs under the gun.
He's hoping this will get through. And everybody's folding so fast we can't even see what they have. And Eldar is up to 1.4 million. Happy days. It's always nice when you don't need to see a board. Yes, you're ahead of some of the things you'll be called with, but you're going to be behind most of it.
First time I met him, it wasn't the same tournament as I was the first time, but we played together and he calls me.
Mornier's back to storytelling time.
It's a nice animal, but it gives you. Sorry?
He's having fun. It's not a wise guy calling him the Will Kasuf of poker would have a negative connotation to most people of Swedish poker. He does talk a lot at the tables, but it's not.
It's all in good fun.
It's all in good fun. Thank you for that. I had some other words in mind that may have been less PC.
Always here to help Jason.
So he never calls me by my name. He just calls me Kronhjorten.
There you go.
But he looks like a fun guy to play with. A guy that I would want to play with.
Yeah.
So I like this kind of banter. You tone it out when you need to. But pocket nine's jamming over the open of Anton. Easy fold for him. And Eldar is back-to-back getting the job done. Went from 1.1 to 1.7 in a blink of an eye without seeing a flop.
Managed to claim back the chips he lost with that river bet there with the ace-10 in the previous hand. Well, two hands ago. Nice bit of card distribution there for Elders after, you know, what would have been 9 big blinds, and then after the big blind and the small blinds, you know, he's in really dangerous territory then. But now it looks like he's somewhere around the 18 bigs now, maybe. No, but 16, 15, 16.
Yeah. I think 14 actually, but it doesn't. It's all the same at that 14 to 16 is you play same. Although some people start shoving at 14, so I don't know. Preet not too thrilled. He would have liked to have seen a 1 ladder up at least before he needs to make a move, but he's going to make a move as soon as he gets some cards to do so. And another jam here. So we have an open by Anton, and people are going to stop believing him, but he's had cards each time. The ace-deuce suited with the open jam was the latest he had. And look at this. He's doubled his stack from 1.1 million to 2.2 million in 3 hands without seeing a flop.
Prit must feel sick
yes.
seeing that, yeah.
And here's Andrew, the floor man, perhaps making some headphone adjustments. Maybe checking if the TV table dealer needs a coffee on the break. Because the breaks, sometimes it's nice to have someone help you out, and I want to thank Wise Guy for bringing me this lovely coffee I have in front of me. What happens is you pop out on break and everybody wants to talk to you, and you just want to use the toilet. There'll be time to talk to everybody later. Oh, Preet is not unhappy anymore. Now just thinking about, should I jam or should I raise?
Last time he had the kings, he made a small 3-bet. Of course, now he gets to raise first in. Just clicks it up.
And this is why you can't 3-bet a lot of hands against Preet's opens. Not the only reason. Not until he has more chips anyway. But what's Eldar's thinking about here? This is the same as what he does with the king-deuce suited. He's just making sure the camera's on him for a little while.
I think Prit was praying for the jam there. Oh,
but Igor may, I mean, these two have played a lot together. Ace-5 suited is typically a hand where, you know, if you have some fold equity, you can go with it, because if you're called, you're fairly live. And most spots except against aces.
The 2 countrymen as well.
But plays it conservatively with the call. It would have been interesting what would have happened if Preet jammed, whether Igor's calling with ace-5 suited. I think he's folding there. So not the worst flop for ace-5. He would have preferred those diamonds to be hearts, but other than that, does have some equity in the hand. May not be folding to a c-bet, but I anticipate a small c-bet and then a shove on the turn of the river. Yeah, assuming no ace comes.
I definitely think we see Igor stick around for one more street at least. It's a safe flop there for Prit's kings.
Guessing it'll be somewhere around 200,000 his bet. Am I Nostradamus? Is it 200,000? No, it's lower. 150. Igor must be thinking, is he milking the cow? But can call here profitably. And the 4 parts on the turn doesn't change anything for either player. Igor may feel he's ahead, but I don't think he feels he can be ahead. He was just calling to see what might come later. But I expect a check. And then it's a question whether Preet wants to get his chips in here or later. And then it's a question whether he just wants to jam his 1 SPR, his pot size bet remaining in his stack, or whether he's going to bet half pot now and half pot later. Or 1/3 pot now, 2/3 pot later. But it's getting dicier with the paired board. The diamond flush draw could still be a possibility. We see that it's not. But it's Igor doing something I didn't expect. Gonna rep that 4.
Oh, that's 300.
And don't overthink this, Preet. You're being played. And opposite just call, which is the smart play. I feel you could shove also. I don't see a problem with that. And then, wow. What's going on here? Are we going to lose Preet, or is he going to be able to find a fold? But what the heck just happened here? We have the 3 of spades completing that wheel.
Not much justice for the 2023 champion here. Has been card dead for much of today. Gets the kings and now runs into a wheel here on the river. Troy say that very quickly.
Yeah, and at least if it was an ace, Preet would be able to get away, but I don't see how he's getting away now. Unless Igor checks for some reason, and then it would be checked back, but I don't see that being a possibility.
This hand has truly come to life now.
He has to call, but it's... Oh, poor Preet. And we have the lights, but there's no drama, no more cards to come. So it's Igor Pahela spoiling the possibility of his countrymate being the first 2-time champion of the main event. But meanwhile, congratulations to Preet. You played well throughout this event. Really at least showed up for the main event winners. You're the only one that made it to the final table, and you'll have 21,800 reasons to celebrate. And the rest of the table can smile a little bit too, because they've all laddered up to a cool 28,000 for the next prize column.
A cold deck there for the 2023 champion.
You feel his pain, I think, more than he does.
Yeah, I feel really sick about that one. It's a cruel game sometimes.
But meanwhile, here's a look at the chip counts after winning that hand, getting that wheel. Igor now in 3rd place with 6.1 million. Anton, What If God, is leading the way with that Swedish flag for 7.6 million. And it's Benjamin, who we saw short chip up a little bit. He's with 17 big blinds. So nobody's really at huge jeopardy at this particular stage, but that can change at any given moment. And here's a look. Preet at 8th for 21.8, and Chris De Silva, who is completely card dead to start the day, unable to get anything going, out in 9th place for 16,800 euro.
Because you're not playing any hands.
And meanwhile, Mornier having still the time of his life at this table.
Is this better?
Yes. No, it's perfect.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Is it?
No, it's not. You need 25.
A little bit of banter between him and Posse now. Not sure what that's about. It still seemed friendly, but with an edge of maybe a little unfriendliness in the tone there. But meanwhile, Anton back to work as the chip leader, the table captain, finding a suited ace from under the gun. And everybody giving him respect, primarily because they have no cards. But Mornier, he's still talking. Has he looked at his cards yet? Does he know it's his turn?
It doesn't appear so. Oh.
I don't mind.
Because he's talking to Posse still, but he's heads up with Anton. It shouldn't be allowed, actually, for him to talk to anybody but Anton.
Me and this guy, random guy to my left.
Anton, though, is not complaining. But he needs to be careful. He's going to be warned soon if that keeps up. He can't be doing that.
Dear, nice friend.
An ace coming on the board. This could be good news for our chatty Mornier. Anton must think he is good. This is a value bet. And one of the 6s are dead, so that makes things even worse. Potential disaster now with that ace coming. Wow, wow, wow.
These last 2 hands, wow. Have they swapped the cards? This deck is cruel today.
Yeah, it's a hot deck. I kind of hope that we see a 10 or a 7 on the river. Just it's so much fun watching Anton as the chip leader. And I'm wondering if Mornier is concerned that he may actually not have a strong enough kicker against the under the gun open, but, you know, when the ace pairs that board.
We could be watching the biggest pot of the tournament so far here. And of course, Mornier just sticking around there with the ace-jack.
So unless Mornier leads out, they may go check on the river. The 3 of diamonds should slow things down. Mornier may actually bet, but if he doesn't bet, I expect Anton to be checking this back actually, but he could be going for some thinnish value that doesn't exist. Hoping that a 10 calls. But there's also those 8-9s that are in the range. But he thinks he's good. He's reaching for chips. He's fortunate that he's not going to be raised over, I don't think, despite Mornier having that ace of diamonds. It seems quite risky.
Sorry? 1,150,000.
And the pot is big enough. So we'll see what Mornier decides to do. He just simply calls, and Anton, to get the bad news that he is no longer the chip leader, but still plenty of chips with 5.5 million or more near the top, if not at the top with 6.8 million. Talking his way into victory. Maybe not with the right player, but looking like he's disinterested in the hand in the beginning there. And Anton just saying bad run out, which it was for him. Not much he can do there, other than maybe checking back the river. But I guess against what he's perceived about Mornier, he thought there was enough value in that bet.
Spade, the 6 of spades, check raise only. And it would be a very bad river, right?
The 6 of spades, he's saying it's check raising all in. So that one particular 2-outer, because we saw one was buried, so 3-outer in reality would have been the one spot that he would have hit the rail. Assuming Mornier would have done that.
It was nice as well for Mornier that he held the ace of diamonds obviously in his hand. Stops Anton having nut flushes that would have bet 2 streets and then got there on the river.
Yeah, cut off on pretty much at least half the flush possibility combinations from under the gun. Really just like a king-queen kind of suited hand. Queen-jack, king-jack, king-10. Maybe jack-10.
Oh, round 2, here we go.
Anton with a much better ace this time, jacking it up a bit.
And Mornier just gets rid of it straight away. Not worth seeing the flop with.
Did you see how much the raise was for? Because I think that makes a big difference. If it was like a 3.5x sizing or a 2.5x sizing, I think you should call in the second case, but in the first case, it's fine to not play your 10-8 offsuit out of position against a very strong player who doesn't tilt easily. You know, I don't think Anton is tilted at all. You could see him talking very calmly.
But he was almost smiling. Well, I think he was smiling as he was handing his chips over to Mornier.
I think he felt he got away with one.
Yeah,
because
for
it
sure.
could have been stacks going. So it looks like blinds will go up either next hand or the hand after.
You are welcome to take your seats. Tournament will start in 4 minutes.
It looks like the final table is starting in stream time for the 3K high roller, if we heard that correctly. There was a 5K one-day event earlier this week that got more than 50 runners as well.
A record breaker for the Kings of Tallinn Festival.
It was only the second one, but yes,
record
breaker.
Hey.
There's enough other records being broken that we can toss in that it's a new event, but it has some traction. The 3K is something that's always been popular at the Kings of Tallinn, but now there's a 5K that was introduced in the autumn when they saw that there were 5K players ready to rumble at the WSOP circuit. It was only natural to add that in. But meanwhile, look at this here. Mornier opening the button only to flop the bottom set. And let's see what Eldars does with his ace-9.
Mornier here, check behind the set.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky. And the 9 coming on the turn. Maybe sneaky, sneaky for the right reasons. Now maybe we're going to see a bet from Elders.
There we go. Munir throws out a bet of what looks like 400,000.
And Elders must be thinking this through. He's bet a lot of flops before, and this time he checks only to lead out on the turn after I check it back over to him. It wasn't a situation where he was continue betting or not on the flop, though, because he wasn't the aggressor. So let's see how Elders processes the information. Did he flop a monster and just want to disguise it, or is he just trying to poke away at the pot? Maybe the 9 helped him.
Sticks around. Munir for a second time in, well, the second time in the last sort of 10, 15 hands, getting the best of Elders. Of course, there was the 9-7 versus the 8-7. Munir river in a straight, while Elders had middle 2-pair.
And quite an interesting river here, because there are some hands in play that would have gotten there. You know, the Jack 10 on the 8-9 there is sticking around to a small bet. Elders is already checked, so it's up to Munir now to see if he thinks he has value. He shouldn't be getting a call, but we've seen things that I didn't expect before. But is he really going to call off half his stack? Like, even if he thought he was ahead potentially on the turn, it's very possible that it was Munir calling with a Jack 10 suited, you know, from the button, and opting to wait to the turn when he had some outs, especially if he thought his Jack and 10 were live. But we could see that he had the goods the whole time. The bottom set. And Elders making disciplined fold, yes.
Well played, Elders. Well played, Munir. Nice hand, both gents. A bit of a heater here for the Swedish, as I believe he takes, well, had the chip lead, or if he didn't, he definitely has it now.
Yeah, it should be in the chip lead. So we'll have a new chip leader once again, and we have blinds going up after this hand to 75,000, 150,000. So things are moving along. We're at a nice average of losing 2 players in the 3 blind levels. It's always nice when it's not bang, 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 but it was a deep stack final table to start things off. The best kind of final table is a deep stack final table.
Well, the one thing I noticed as well about the main event is just a really, really player-friendly structure. You know, even when you're short, you still can nose the short stack for, you know, for a while. You're not really put in too many positions where you're forced to commit your chips in.
So this is part 3 now. I mean, Anton's not 3-betting, just a matter of how much it is. And if Munir is going to get sticky and try again, we'll see. I don't think he's going to stick around, but he's the one player that's probably the most difficult to predict at the table. He seems to be going with his live feelings quite a lot. Not that he's made any bad plays or anything. But a snap fold here, and Anton getting some chips back over 6 million.
Anton takes round 3.
He didn't appreciate it that much. But he's not with us anymore.
I mean, regardless of where Munir ends up, he does win the trophy for having the most fun at the final table.
Then you should be able to take it
more. Munir is indeed still with the chip lead, 7.4 million. Our start of the final table chip leader, Kaspar's Bhutan, has been either number 1 or number 2 throughout the early start of today. And One of God was with the chip lead at one point, but coughed up a decent stack over to Munir to give him the chip lead.
Against Ace King, I was actually in decent shape.
He's picking up some hands here, Munir.
Yeah, ace 4 suited, you can open with the chip lead, and even without it. Oh. Chip is owed because the raise sizing was off. Hello, Cowboys. Posse looking very confused about things, but we could see that he's trying to disguise something.
He doesn't have space for more anyways.
Yes.
But you still, but that doesn't mean you have space.
We've seen the Cowboys a fair bunch the last few hands. Of course, the last time we saw them, they resulted in Prit Parmento's exit, the 2023 champion, falling to Igor Pahela Jr. Junior's ace-5 suited rivered the wheel against Prit's kings.
Mornier not paying attention to anything but his conversations, except for when it's his turn. That may cost him later. He should really be paying attention to the other players. But he's probably gone the whole tournament this way, so maybe that's his thing. He lets players adjust to him. Because he's obviously played a good game.
Check seat 7's 3-bet against me on the button in 30 minutes if you can keep the clock.
Now he's making fun of the finish rail, I think they're clapping. Little do they know how monstrous Posse was with his holdings. He would have loved to have been 4-bet on. He wouldn't have minded to see a flop that didn't have an ace on it.
Stop playing. I'm gonna just play when you just have folded, and that's gonna be not too many hands.
Still blinds. So 4+.
Chip later with Rags finally. He can go back to his conversations. And Eldar's with the Queen 9 suited from the small blind. I think you shove here. Is he shoving?
He's all in.
A little jammeroni in the 10-9 is a little bit too light to call. Although if Elders knew he had the 10-9, he'd be begging for a call. But the jam is a little bit too big and the holding's a little bit too low. And a little bit of breathing room again for Elders. Not too much because of the blinds going up, but still more than 10 big blinds. And it looks like Mornier decided to talk to people that aren't at the table. Nope, he's back. It would be a lot of fun to play with Mornier.
Yeah, can I have the same, please? Nice.
I would have to ask him, though, if he's in a hand with me and he's talking to a third player, that not to do that. So that would maybe be a little bit awkward, but other than that, it would be fun to play with him. I feel like if you're in a hand heads up with somebody, you shouldn't be talking to somebody else, even if it's about something in English on a completely different topic. You can say hi to a friend on the rail real quick, that's it.
But of course, you know, the Kings of Tallinn, it does foster that friendly atmosphere. I'm sure the players don't mind too much at this moment in time, but obviously,
no,
as the
it's
pay
just
jumps
that
get
one
up,
spot that was strange, and that was against Anton, and he didn't seem to care. Otherwise, his talking is going into other hands, but not when it's like anything important happening. And do we have another guest coming in, or is it Wise Guy returning? Let's see. We do not have another guest, but we do have Wise Guy. How many are left in the 3K, Wise Guy? Okay, we may be getting information soon. Although I'm not sure we can give that information away because that's 30 minutes in the future.
Anybody interested in the 3K though can look at Polkadot Pro for the live updates.
Thank you, Colin.
That's good timing. That's very
So another walk, interesting, and with an ace this time. Is he going to show it? He's the kind of guy that would maybe show the ace. He did flash it like high enough where at least some people could see it. I'm waiting for an update from Wise Guy about whether he's fired 5 bullets yet into the mini-main event or if he's behaving himself. 6 bullets. Okay. No, Wise Guy will be working and he'll be back in the booth a little bit later, but he's helping out with the social media team. So check out Alibek Poker's socials. There's also some good socials both on Poker News and at poker.pro from the external media. Brad and Colum doing a great job all week, providing some backstories to things that we're not able to, let's say, cover in the reporting in the daily article. So it's always nice to have a different view.
A nice holistic approach.
Yes. When things can complement each other like that, I'm all for any cooperations with anyone. You know, it's nice when you have the power of, you guys are focusing on this. Let's focus. We can focus on that, and it's 1 + 1 = 3 that way. Not everybody thinks that way, though, Colin. But here we go. We have 2 monstrous hands, the 10-7 and Jack-3 suited in a limped blind versus blind affair. Well, we have 11 war to pursue. So far, not so good with that. Anton's Jack is ahead on the double paired board after the Queen of Spades flying off on the turn.
Interested to see how Anton navigates the river here, whether he thinks his Jack is good enough.
He may bet the river now that it's a chop pot, but I think it's going to go check, and both players will be laughing at the chop. Yeah, there's a nice smile from Anton. And Mornier should be happy enough to get half of that too. And here's a look at the chip count. So Benjamin and Eldars are the most in jeopardy with those sub 15 big blind stacks. Everybody else between 40 and 48 big blinds. So look how tightly packed that top 5 is at the moment. It's anybody's game because those 2 short stacks can easily get back into it. They're not in jeopardy of having to do anything that rash quite yet with hour-long blind levels.
Makes for a very interesting dynamic where every pot matters to these players now. Will be leapfrogging or dropping below each other in the counts. What do you prefer, Jason? Do you like seeing someone railroad the table, or do you like sort of that where the stacks are close together and they've really got a battle, the war of attrition, so to speak?
I like it when you have like a clear chip leader, but then you have everybody else grouped together, and then you have like 1 or 2 short stacks. I like to see the dynamic there. But it is also a very interesting dynamic to have everybody grouped together near the top, especially with how top-heavy the prizes are when you're getting to, let's say, 4 left.
Munir? Wow, he just...
Did he fall
for
10s? That can't be right. Unless he just wanted to take a break. That can't be right. But we saw pocket 8s randomly quickly folded at Saraclot while I was checking up on the 3K high roller during the first session. But it seems awfully odd. Mornier didn't get up for a break either. But meanwhile, he would have not been in the best of shape on this flop with Posse flopping top pair unless he was going to 3-bet those 10s. Posse is going to peel off. And a bit of a cooler here for Kaspers. Dominating King-Queen over King-Jack, only for a Jack to come. He's going to be continuing on a lot of these kind of flops. Rainbow. And it is just 1/4 of the pot, so maybe getting away cheap. You're not going to necessarily get that much information from a 200K bet, even if you're called. Some 4 or 5 suiteds with a gut shot and a backdoor calling. It doesn't have to be that he has the Jack. And this may slow everything down. Although Kaspers maybe will rep that ace. If he was like under the gun +1, I would expect to see another bet come from him. I'm not sure about from the hijack. percentage of aces in the range goes down as you get further and further into position.
These two players do have history with each other already this tournament, having been on the same table for much of day 2. I was sandwiched somewhere in the middle.
That's a good fact to consider that I was unaware of, that they, like, I figured the two Swedes had a lot of history, and I know the two Estonians do. But then there's this Finnish-Latvian now history between Passis and Kaspars. And Kaspar's not slowing down. I'm gonna say I have 2 pair now, maybe something not as good as that, but the ace helped me. And let's see if Passi can see through this one.
Passi's decision making has seemed to have been on point over the last few hours.
And it looks like it's about to continue to be.
He picked up that, picked off that nice picked off the bluff from Elders maybe 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. And the King Jack stays best.
Yeah, let's see if Kaspers takes one more stab at it, and if he does, whether it would work. It's hard when you're called on the flop and the turn, but neither of those bets were super big. The flop bet was under 25%. The turn bet was 1/3 of the pot, I believe. Maybe it was a little more, actually. It was a 600,000 bet, so it was half the pot. He has the best unconnected hand possible, so some showdown value there, and opposite just pray that it's good, but he'll be happy to see he didn't fire again, I think.
16 big blinds there for Passi.
So Passi and the chip lead. From 0 to hero, nearly on the rail in 8th place, was the short stack heading into the break, and on the very final hand, doubled up with 5s against, I believe it was ace-queen. And then has been all going in one direction from there all the way into the chip lead. So a story developing there. A coin flip away from collecting 21,800 for 8th place. And now the chip leader with 7 players remaining and 182,000 up top.
As we saw on the tournament clock there, we have 45 minutes left of this blind level. I think then with the players going on a 20-minute break. 7 players left, 28,000 locked up for the finalists so far, of course playing for a first place prize of 182,000 euros. Second place as well also gets a nice 6-figure score, 80,000 for third. Not a bad return from a 1K.
Yeah, not bad at all. Especially with all the qualifiers that were happening. We don't know if they bought in for 1K. They could have qualified for a few dollars over at Alibet Poker. There were a plethora of live satellites not only running during the event, but they were also at the sister casinos over in Lithuania and Latvia, and also in other places in Estonia, I believe, also had live satellites. So it is possible that we have like a 0 to hero, but looking at the lineup that we have here, I have a feeling that very few, if any, of these players took the satellite path. At least I don't believe Anton did. So interesting, just opting to min-raise under the gun on a quite active table with ace-queen holding a little more than 10 big blinds. It sounds like a recipe for danger. You want to keep that fold equity in play too. And now if you're forced to fold your hand, you're going to be so short. But maybe he flops an ace and all is good in the world. But no, it's top pair here for Benjamin, but also a pretty good flush draw. Gut shot to Broadway, ace is live, so more equity over to Elder's way. But now it's going to be a little more gamble, where if you shove pre, okay, you may get looked up by an ace-king, but you're going to get these other hands out of the way.
Let's say our last elimination, the 2023 champion, Prit Parmasto, he was an Olibet qualifier.
Ah, okay. So you have the list.
Yeah, we do some investigative journalism every now and then.
So we have an all-in, and we have a call, so it's almost a coin flip situation. We could be losing Eldar's, although he is ahead.
It's the 2 short stacks as well.
Yeah, so Benjamin, does he have any chips left? No, so we could be losing a player either way, and the flush gets there, so we're going to have Benjamin left with just crumbs in his stack. There's no river that can help him any further. But nice hand there by Eldars. He knew what he was doing the entire way. Min-raising off the short stack. Getting a board which was more than fine to gamble with. And up to 3.4 million. But meanwhile, they're doing a chip count. We could have lost Benjamin, but it looks like he's down to under 1 big blind. But this is the hand that would likely seal his fate. That would take a comeback of all comebacks at this point. So whatever he gets his hand in with the crumbs is almost irrelevant unless he just goes on a run of a lifetime. But we've seen stranger things happen with a chip and a chair. And Eldars, let's see if he has any chips left. He is sitting back down. Because although the cards have RFID chips, the chips do not, and it just takes like one little thing, and you can be off easily by like a big blind or something in the player stacks.
Pasi is also a qualifier.
Ah, so we have a Finnish qualifier and a Estonian qualifier.
Quadruple up, more than quadruple up. 10x.
Also, you have a. Yeah, you have a small one. So that's weird with this.
And let's see if Benjamin can make a comeback here. You could see he has less than 1 big blind in his stack. Eldars is still the short stack after him, but has a lot of breathing room now with 22 big blinds. With more than half of this blind level yet to be played. Pasi and Mornir are neck and neck. Igor and Anton behind him. The start of the day chip leader still with plenty of chips, but is officially in 5th place. And then you could see that Preet and Chris left us earlier today. Both in kind of unfortunate spots. Chris being card dead, and Preet just running into a massive cooler with his Cowboys. So all in from the small blind, it looks like already from the start.
There's an 8 gone for Benjamin already.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of help, not the hand he wants to see to mount the comeback. But once again, the hand before is what sealed his fate. This one, he has to hope to get some luck. He would get up to not quite that 325, but up to 225 at least, give or take. If he only has 25,000, because the other board said 125,000, in which case that changes quite a lot. But it doesn't matter anyway. We know he's all in. We see a loose open from Mornir with a player already all in with a 9-7 actually, but nobody else with anything, and the 9 actually is ahead. And Eldar is folding, so we could be losing Benjamin.
And I get the big one. I should get the big blind.
And here we go, the lights, the flashing lights.
The last Dane in the tournament, just at 27%, as we can see on the graphics on the left there.
But Benjamin has already had a fantastic event. He did win the 555 championship, a 3-day affair for about 66,000 big ones. And now, if things do not get lucky for him, he'll be going out in 7th for another 28,000. So quite a nice Kings of Tallinn regardless, but maybe he can get lucky here.
I'll say is,
or maybe it's a chop pot. I mean, 9 high versus 8 high. That happens.
There's a bonus that you're in.
Ooh, wow, 8 out of the window, but followed by a 7 and a 5. So we could be looking at the Cinderella story happening. But it's a 7 on the turn. It's not looking good at all for Benjamin. In fact, it shows that he's drawing dead because the other 8s are dead, and it's the ace of clubs on the river. So we've lost our Danish contingent, and Benjamin Ahmed Karatan in 7th place for 28,000 euros. But meanwhile, the final 6 players can celebrate a little bit more. 36,500 already locked up, even if they're the next player out.
A good week off. A good week at the office for the Great Dane. Almost 100k this week.
Happy days.
I think we'll be seeing more of Benjamin Kanatan in bigger events in the future. Seems to have been a formidable force through the Olympic Park Casino over the last 6 to 7 days.
But usually at this stage we have a couple Lithuanians, a couple of Estonians, and we're down to just one Estonian. But look at the Latvian contingent. They're hanging on. There's 2 Latvians at the table.
And the 2 Swedish as well. Anton and Munia.
Sweden, a little bit less surprising, I would say. Although the Latvian attendance has been through the roof, and there are a lot of good Latvian players, it's just not something that is regularly, let's say, experienced on these big final tables. There's usually 1 or 2. I mean, we did have a Latvian champion who went on to do amazing things right after his win, and Vitaly Zavaratnis. But perhaps we're looking at a Swedish versus Latvian showdown preview to come, even though we have a Finnish chip lead at the moment. And you can never count out Igor Jr. Where is father Igor Sr., who bubbled the 3K?
Bubbled the final table 3K.
Oh, final table,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
win the
yeah.
money, okay.
Gets to watch his son now. I imagine how he started the day, he would have been having his phone, resting his phone on his lap, keeping eyes on Junior.
I'm not sure he would have been watching the stream, but he was certainly probably getting updates from Evely or from somebody else watching it.
Must be a very proud moment for the father-son duo.
No. They're betting on the side. They haven't paid it.
Yeah. They're still betting on you, or?
No, there's no bet.
Munia continues to pick up good cards here with ace-jack suited under the gun. Raise it up to 300,000.
Nobody waking up with anything playable.
Alda's now back up to 3 million after that double up through Benjamin. He nursed that short stack quite well there for 9 bigs.
Yeah, he's in kind of like a Daryl Kearney comfort zone at the moment.
Yeah, he obviously he was fortunate enough to pick up some hands when he was short, just to keep stealing the blinds. Especially when there were opens as well, and, you know, able to pick up those extra 2 big blinds, plus the big blinds and the antes.
The only dicey spot for him was getting that first jam through when he had that ace-deuce suited on. I think it was like an 8 big blind stack.
Yeah, he was under the gun, I think, yeah, and jammed 9 bigs. And then he picked up 9s or something the hand after, and then I think it was
7s after that. It was 3 hands in a row, and he doubled up from 1.1 million to 2.2 without seeing anything. And then Preet just waiting patiently for someone to call him, only to get his kings cracked not so soon after with that ace-5 from the chip leader Mornier.
So when you're in Tallinn, Jason, what do you like to do away from the table? Fan of the restaurants here? What do you think of Estonian cuisine?
I like the restaurant selection, but, you know, I live in the Baltics, so for me, like, some of the cuisine is good, but I'm not, like, big on, you know, on a lot of, let's say, the local cuisine, but I am big on, let's say, the local chefs. So there's a lot of good restaurants, depending on what you're looking for. There is a few that have, let's say, very good Estonian cuisine with, like, wide variety in Old Town, especially. Pepper Jack, if you haven't been there, is reasonably priced. And
yeah, we were walking past it yesterday in the Old Town.
We've quite good.
Eyed up that menu a few times. It does look good in there. Although we had, well, me and my colleague Brad, we had a bit of a bar snack somewhere last night watching the football or the soccer. And the barman talked us into trying pig's tongue. Not something I would recommend to anybody.
No, and that's had roots in the area for quite a while. Not necessarily always pig's tongue, you know, when there was like big Yiddish Jewish communities pre-World War II, it was cow's tongue, you know, so it may have come from that. I have no idea. But it seems to be like different parts of animals' bodies are delicatessens. Me, I'm trying to not feel guilty about the fact that I still eat a lot of meat, so I'm trying not to try too many new things, but curiosity sometimes gets the better of me.
Yeah.
So I would have tried the pig's tongue as well. And probably quickly swiggled it down with some beer after realizing it's not my thing.
Like, I don't think if it was served in front of you and just told you it was just some weird ham, I don't think you would care too much. I think also a part of it as well was the mental of the fact that you are eating a pig's tongue. Like, at first I thought, oh, it was okay, but then I saw one piece and it still had sort of like the tongue look of it, almost like a brain membrane. And I think that's when I saw that then.
Yeah, we'll leave that to the local people.
Yeah. And served with a side of cold peas as well and horseradish. The cold peas...
That sounds quite British.
Yeah, the cold peas confused me a little bit. The horseradish was nice, though.
Almost like making it into just add some mashed potatoes. You can make a nice shepherd's pie out of all that.
A pig's tongue shepherd's pie?
Yeah,
Whoa.
why not?
Oh.
Then you don't really notice what you're eating, and maybe it tastes really good. They call it something else. Pig's Delight shepherd pie. But anyway, Cowboy's here for Elders. He's taking a bit too much time once again, but this is what he does when he has hands like King Deuce as well, so it doesn't really mean anything.
Thankfully, the deck of cards taking us back to the action after our segue into Pig's Anatomy.
Yeah, I think we scared Wise Guy out of the room. Or maybe he's going to order Pig's Tongue. That's also possible. But we have Anton here with the Queen Jack suited, facing an under the gun open. I don't expect a 3-bet, but he does want to see a flop.
Let me show you a picture of it, Jason, actually, and then you can see.
Do we really need to make me nauseous while I'm commentating? But we should see. And apologies to anybody that enjoys this local delicatessen. I'm a very picky eater. Yeah, I'm not sure that I would have been able to eat anything on that plate.
And that was the bit that I thought that looked a bit like brains.
Yeah. I could see that would maybe be difficult if you're looking down at your food. But meanwhile, good flop for Kings here. Just a backdoor flush draw for Anton. If he doesn't put his opponent on such a hand like Kings, he has those 2 overcards as well. But it is an under the gun open. Let's see how What If God processes this hand. You could see the computer gears moving in his head. The man that does not use a HUD while playing online, yet crushing at the highest stakes. Especially during the pandemic, he was all over the place. And makes the correct fold there. We'd been drawing very thin. Needed runner hard, and runner at jack, runner at queen. To all scenarios, quite unlikely.
Yeah, with Anton stepping into the live arena a bit more as of late, I wonder if we'll see him put in a bit of a schedule in Vegas in the summer for the WSOP. Have you got plans to go out there this summer, Jace?
I don't think I will. I mean, I know, like, it's such like hard for me to get there. Like, you saw me there in December. It's not, Vegas isn't for me. I've lived there before. Maybe there'll be somebody from the team out there, but I just feel that the people that are out there that do such a good job, that what am I adding by being there? And I try to be value added in what I do. I want to contribute to the poker community. But the team at Poker News does a fantastic job. I like most of the people that are out there too. So it's fun to follow along the action. Poker.org with some of the video work. I do like their videos during it. If we go out, we'll do something different. We're not going to be live reporting stuff. That's just redundant to me. We're not going to do, Poker News does such a great job with the reporting over the summer.
We have a bit of ace-jack on ace-jack here. Casper's initially getting dealt a card. That was turned over. I think it was 3 diamonds that was exposed.
A little bit of a leveling war happening.
We've not really seen Casper's play too many hands over the last sort of hour and a half. Just maybe that one hand versus Parsi where he checked back the king queen.
Mornier actually seems weak based on his demeanor. This would seem strong for other players, but when he's had hands, he's always talking to somebody else that isn't in the hand, and now he's stone cold silent, looking straight ahead. I mean, he is kind of strong with the ace-jack, but I wouldn't necessarily put that on a monster. So well played by Mornier, and being a very good chip leader at this point, near 9 million in chips. Different gears, sometimes with the talking, sometimes with the stone cold silence, mixing up his talk game. I'm not sure if he considers that a tool in the arsenal, but it certainly is. If you can get in the heads of your opponents, even being friendly, it's never a bad thing.
It does appear to be all going Munir's way at the moment.
And Posse's turn with the ace-jack, but this one is suited.
Seen a lot of kings today, a lot of ace-jacks today.
Not so many aces, though. Trying to think if we've seen aces at all, in fact. Maybe once.
Was there any action in that hand?
If I can't remember it, then
yeah,
must not be
fair enough, fair enough.
So we have an open, min-raise, and Casper's with a decent defense. It's crappy cards, but they're got the gapper. It's easy to get away from, and he has some chips to spare.
Yeah, still super deep. And he outflops the ace-jack. Posse just with the overs and the backdoor. Oh, backdoor straight and backdoor flush.
Let's see if Posse's going to rep an overpair.
I think Casper sticks around one more straight.
Yeah, he kind of needs to. If you're going to defend with the 4-6, you have to do a smallish c-bet for sure. And there's no point in raising here. It does look like just a call, although he was reaching for more chips. Those were the green ones. And a club on the turn for the sweat. That's still can be interesting. Casper should be checking again. And will Posse now try to rep? I had ace-king with some backdoors.
The Latvian will not enjoy seeing that king come on the turn there. Better for Posse's range than his own. He goes check, check.
Checking it back. Nervous about what his opponent might have. And the 8 of clubs pairing the board on the river. Let's see if Casper's tries to sneak in a really tiny value bet. You know, there are ace highs that should be calling here because you're going to be calling that flop bet on this kind of board without connecting with the 8-4-2. Hands like ace-3, 3-5, 5-6, maybe even 6-7.
There we go.
And it does go check, check, and Casper's back up to 5.7 million. And Posse maybe disappointed he didn't get a bet through on the turn of the river because he likely could have taken it down. But you never know. Maybe Casper's was sticking around and he saved himself some chips.
I think there's a lot of respect between those two players there. They've neither have really gotten out of line against each other from what we've seen today. Obviously, they were on, well, they did play pretty much the majority of, well, if not all of day 2 together. I think they recognised they were both very skilled players and possibly, you know, not looking to go toe-to-toe as much as they were with players like myself at the table.
So here's a look at the payouts, and what a pay jump. They're really getting big now. It's next player out 36.5 and then all the way up to 47,000. A lot of players would just be happy with that pay jump, not the amount, you know, that 10,500 that's in the middle. And Posse, this time a little bit lighter, but perfectly acceptable open with the Queen-8 suited. Near the bottom of his opening range, I'm sure. And Igor with the ace-8 suited, dominating that queen-8 suited. Will be coming along.
Not really seen Igor in action since he picked up the ace-5 suited to eliminate Prit Palmasto in 8th place.
Decent flop here for Posse. Flush draw, 2 overcards. We know his 8's not live. He doesn't know that. And Igor checking. I expect Posse to fire out a standard size c-bet around 1/3 or less. I think 250-ish would be fine. 275, 300. But he's going even lower to 200, which is also okay. It's kind of a weird spot for Igor. I think he needs to call here. We see he's ahead, but that doesn't mean he feels he's ahead. And does indeed call. And this should slow down the action. Igor now probably going nowhere here. And Posse is going to have an awfully tough time to find the bet. Thinking he might be ahead of those 6-8s, 4-6s, but no reason they're not going to necessarily bet out. And now this is going to go check majority of the time. This 9 would have completed, unless Igor is going to start repping that he had the 6-8 that he called the flop with. But even then, are you really going to bet the straight? Probably not. Not with a double paired board. So Igor with the ace high will probably go back to level 1, check, and then if Posse takes a stab at it, should probably be making a call, assuming it's not like a overbet to the 1.2 million in the pot. Anything up to a pot size bet, he will likely call.
I think you've broken that down quite nicely there for the watchers there, Jason.
But meanwhile, it's nothing that I said. Igor is just going to rep something the entire time.
The commentator's curse strikes again.
I was more worried about what Posse was going to do, thinking Igor was going to check. But Igor trying to bet out some of those overpairs, perhaps, or maybe a better ace. Not that there is a better ace, because it's a double paired board, so just maybe trying to bet off a chop. Not sure. I'll ask Igor maybe later if I see him about this hand, what the purpose of the river bet is. He's a very well thought out player, so
yeah,
either
big tournament circuit grinder, plays everything right. I see him a lot at the EPTs, and I'm sure he's a bit of a regular at the series as well.
But the only thing that he's betting out is another ace. Otherwise, he could be falling into a trap. But based on the way the turn action went and then the check on the river, I guess he felt was out of line. Or maybe just wanted to set the price for the ace. That's also possible. That might have been it. Otherwise, I'm not really quite sure.
I think you could be right on the latter there.
Of setting the price? Because the bet wasn't big enough to force out any other ace. Meanwhile, it's Posse's turn with the suited ace. Keeping Finnish hopes and dreams alive that he will join the likes of Matthias Napanen, Juha Helppi, and Matthias Siljander as another Finnish champion. And Igor thinking about whether he wants to 3-bet, I believe, his Jack-10 suited. Facing a hijack open, but says not today. Maybe against another player. And Mornier is probably not going anywhere. Has some small kicker issues if it's an ace-high flop, but not ones that usually come into play. They can, though. And it is just a call, so 825,000 in the pot. And Posse with 2 pair on the 6-7-6 flop. Should be able to get 1 street of value here. More if it's an ace on the turn. Or even if it's a 7 on the turn, which improves into a full house, the ace-5 likely going nowhere. And once again, keeping it small, 200,000. We're less than 25% of the pot, and a call here by Mornier. And it looks like we're getting some past poker news reporting looked up by Column. So maybe we have some information after this hand.
Yeah, just a little bit of looking at a bit of Munir's results. Had a nice 100k score back at EPT Prague in December. Came second in a 10k Turbo Hold'em.
So he plays rather high then if he's playing 10k turbos. Because to enter a 10k turbo is a lot. You need a bigger bankroll than just entering a 10k main event or a 10k high roller side event, which are always fun at the EPTs. Not that I played one, but fun to watch. And fun to report for that matter too. I've reported a couple of them over the years. This year my plan is to go to Malta. You know, I'm looking forward to that one. And I will play my first EPT, maybe not the main event. So I'll have to qualify for that. That's a little bit above my bankroll requirements to directly enter.
No, looking
fire
forward.
away on a few of those 1Ks is certainly possible. Maybe I can hook up a score. It's been a long time since I've taken, let's say, a full time off, and let's just grind. And usually when I do that, then I'm always in the cash game pit grinding. I may be doing that at the EPT because I'll definitely have some mixed games going with Antoine and the crew out there.
Yeah, for sure. A nice, good mixed games offering in Malta. Lovely place in the world to play some poker. Actually, I believe that's where me and you met for the first time, Jason. Obviously, a bit familiar with each other beforehand, but I think, yeah, it's the first time we...
I think you took my money playing open-face Chinese, but I still like you. I might have won. I don't really remember. That was just a joke. But we had fun one off night.
Yeah.
I was actually there just playing that festival, but it was more of a social trip for me and networking, not anything else. But I do enjoy poker over there too. Not as much as I enjoy here, to be fair. And I'm not just saying that because I'm commentating here. This is my home, my go-to place. And when there's some strange reasons that I may not be working, which has happened a couple times over the years, I'm happy to come up as a player.
No, playing here has definitely put a fire in my stomach to start getting back into the live streets. I think for post-WPT World Championships, just really was not enjoying playing. I think went and played my a home game, sat down and just immediately felt allergic to cards. And a good 2-month break was followed. And do you know what? I'm ready to get back into it.
It's the beauty of being a recreational player. You don't have to be forcing yourself to play, and that's the most difficult part, I think, of being a pro. The second most difficult after the money swings is just being motivated to enjoy poker. You know, like I love poker, but when I've played professionally online near the end, I was hating poker. It took me a couple months to get back into it again.
It's actually something I was speaking to with Chris De Silva this morning, our 9th place finisher. He said sometimes you can feel like a madman because you are doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. But,
especially a guy like Chris, who basically is always entering these big field tournaments, you know, and not offsetting it. He is playing high rollers and things like that with smaller fields, but it's a lot more variance as you move up. I enjoy big field tournaments too, but when I'm playing live, I don't want to necessarily commit 4 days because I don't know what I'm doing the next day. So for me, having those one-day side events is perfect for me. But that's the beauty of the Kings of Tallinn, is you have your cake and eat it too. 64 events on the schedule. We have some leveling wars going on here. Is it a 4-bet? Because we had a 3-bet here with the King Jack by Igor and Kaspers, who's been rather quiet. Perhaps smelling something is up with a 4-bet with... he's not 4-betting his hand, he's 4-betting the player here. And Igor is going to be forced to let it go. He is in position, so maybe he peels and folds most flops. But this looks so strong. Kaspar's has not even done any light 3-betting, let alone a light 4-bet. Picking his timing perfectly, I feel. But Igor is maybe trying to grab a tell or something. Or maybe just showboating a little bit, saying I'm not 3-betting you light, when we see that it's a little bit light. It's a perfectly acceptable 3-bet, but it's on the lighter side.
I wonder if Kaspar's will show a deuce. If this gets through, I wonder.
It could be pick one.
Yeah.
And see if it's the deuce or... I don't think he's the type to show.
No. Takes one last look at his raggy ace before returning it to the dealer.
I'm pretty sure Igor is going to find out about that hand on the break.
For sure.
Because Kaspar's had such a tight image. He's been picking up pots where he sees they can be picked up. But this is the first real move we've seen him make.
A bit of a smile on his face there. Knows he got away with one.
And a little update on the chip stacks. We have pretty much the top. We have Mornier on top, but after that it's 4 tightly grouped players between 33 and 46 bigs. And Eldars, who's the most at jeopardy, but still with a deep enough stack with 21 big blinds, doesn't need to go crazy. Can be patient and hope there's some mayhem between 2 of the bigger stacks so he can at least ladder up. But he's hung around already while 3 players have hit the rail. He's already earned almost an extra 20,000 for just sticking around, with 16-8 going to the 9th place prize that Chris De Silva earned, and the next player out getting 36,500. So open by Kaspar's. He's starting to open up a little bit. Queen 9 offsuit from the hijack is fine, but maybe a hand we would have seen him fold a little bit earlier.
That ace deuce has really gotten his blood pumping.
Oh, Posse with the goods here, and a gut shot and an overcard for Kaspar's. Is he going to bet that, or is he going to save himself some chips by checking to see a turn? Also a backdoor flush draw for Posse, but that's not the important thing on this. It's the top and bottom pair that he has.
We're never defending with 10-4, and, you know, seeing that flop, you're going to be elated.
Trying to hold in your delight. Now it's just a question of whether he's going to call. It is still a dangerous flop with the 2 hearts, the 10-8 connected. Not that there should be too many jack 9s, but we see a queen 9 here. You could probably discount the 7-9 for a suitedness, but I think you can raise here actually, but it looks like he's just calling.
A jack of diamonds coming for the, well, I suppose would be the most interesting card to see here.
That's an interesting card too, though, because that counterfeits the 2 pair.
That 10-4 is looking less appealing.
The problem is that Posse has all the 8s in his range. Kaspar's has a few. Pocket 8s is pretty much discounted at this point, but hands like 8-9 suited, maybe even an 8-10 or an 8-jack suited. 8-10 would have given him the boat, and is impossible because the 10 of hearts is there. So let's see if Kaspar's... Yes, that's exactly what I would have done there. And then an ace of clubs on the river. If Posse checks again, we may see Kaspar's try to rep that ace. And Posse with the just showdown value at this point after the ace coming, the 8 pairing the board. It's not getting anything lighter to call him.
I'm very interested to see what sizing Kaspar's chooses here, because I assume he is going to take a stab at this.
Maybe not, because the draws his queen might still be ahead of. Right, like a jack 9 type of thing. So what is he betting that is going to fold? That his queen isn't ahead of. I guess some kings, but once again, there was a call on the flop. So, you know, it's maybe he'd try to bet a 4 off, a bear 4, but the 8 paired the board, which makes things a lot more dangerous. the 10, who had maybe kicker problems, has no kicker problems anymore. So it's basically, can I rep that ace? And are you going to really be betting big on an ace on a paired board that was called by the blind? So I'm not sure what level of thinking the two players are doing, or if they're going back and forth and coming back to square one. Okay, I'm going to just bet and hope for a fold. But I'm not going to be surprised at all if it's check back. I do like that he's thinking it through, and he does check it back. That's a very good check back by Kaspers. He's going to be happy when he sees the 10. I don't think he was going to be able to blast Posse off without like some ridiculous bet, and even then Posse may be thinking, why is he betting so big? He doesn't have the 8. He only has pocket aces if he's doing that, or nothing. Because otherwise it would be a smaller bet with a hand like ace-queen. With the 8 already paired there, even with it being checked back, I believe anyway. I might be overthinking it.
No, an interesting river spot for sure, though. I think you broke that hand. You broke the hand down quite nicely there, Jace. I suppose my thinking was just, oh, we have queen high, can't really beat anything. Take a stab. There you go. Maneo with the queen jack.
Maybe I've learned something from Mr. George Sanford, who was locking down the booth with amazing commentating for the first 3 days of streaming. He unfortunately had to go home on Friday. This was all pre-planned.
It was a pleasure to get to know George earlier on in the week.
Oh, Elder's here.
Kings again.
What a spot. He has an open in front of him in the big blind. Is he going to slow play it and then hope there's no ace? Or is he going to 3-bet and hope there's no ace? Either way, he's not wanting to see an ace, despite we see Mornier not having one. The fact that he's taking so long would normally not bother me because he was taking long with hands like King Deuce, but his, let's say, demeanor is a little bit different, and I'm not sure if we're just picking that up because we're zoomed into him on the stream. It's easier for us to get tells in the commentating booth, I've always found, than at the table. I don't pick up the same tells when I'm playing. But this just looks strong to me. But he is in position for just 500 more with a very pretty hand, and Mornier seems to like to see flops. It will be difficult for him to get away from if it's a queen high flop perhaps, but is he 4-betting? No, that's a call. Okay, I got nervous for a second. He pulled his chips back though. Ooh.
Oh, here we go.
Well, at least if it's a flush, it's likely that Elders can get away here, but not the flop he wanted to see at all. With 1.8 million in the pot, and he's not slowing down at all.
No, he's sizing up there.
This is a little bit curious. I mean, it would get the job done if Mornier didn't have a flush draw. Maybe he's calling with an 8, and you're getting some value, in fact, but in this particular spot, this could spell trouble, or it could spell a double up for Elders. Oh, wow!
Mornier Jones.
This is crazy. He may have just saved Elders. But on the other hand, it's a very ballsy play, saying you don't have the ace. And if you do, well, I have a 1/3 chance of winning. And he called with the kings. Oh, my God. Wow, what a brave call here by Elders with the ace on the board. We have Elders versus Mornier. He just needs to sweat a diamond or any kind of runner combination to the jack or queen. And 2 of spades is a safe card, so now just needs to fade that diamond. Oh, no! Wow.
Mornier continues to run hot.
Wow, 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 wow. So Mornier is showing a lot of heart there. Elders coming up with a courageous call as well, only to hit the rail in 6th place for 38,500 euros. Meanwhile, we're down to just 5 players column, each locking up 47,000 euros. I mean, this would be a top prize. If we're going back 10 years, it would be more than the top prize when Rano Sutlo won it. And yeah, absolutely amazing action. And Mornier showing a lot of courageousness. I didn't like necessarily the shove, but I don't think it was that bad, actually, now that I'm thinking a little bit more about it, you know. But I just think there's so many aces that you're getting to call, and you're... obviously, if you got kings to call, then they're seeing through you. And you just happen to get there, 1 out of 3. But that's poker. Now he's padded his chip lead. First player above 10 million with a cool 11 million. 75 big blinds at this stage is absolutely fantastic. And nobody is short. And we're going to be heading to a break in 3 minutes. And I don't know if you're coming back, if you have time to come back, or if there's another guest lined up. But we will find that out during the break. But as of now, there's nobody new to announce before the break coming into the comms booth.
No, if you're still happy to have me, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's been fun. We want to get a few faces in, but if there's nobody waiting, then by all means, it would be amazing to have you return.
The second, well, Elder's there, the second player of this final table to go out with kings. The first, Prit Parmasto, the 8th place finisher. I thought kings were supposed to be a good hand, Jason. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it's turning into the latest jacks, you know, where you can never play jacks correctly. If you've seen that video, you know, 100 ways to play jacks, and the guy's getting all excited about having jacks, and then it's bad beat after bad beat, or
oh, here we
cooler
go.
After cooler.
Casper's flopping the joint here. Pussy with bottom pair. These guys battling a little bit more now.
It may be the kind of flop that maybe he doesn't see bet, but he's already reaching for chips. And what Casper's going to do here is he's going to slow play. He doesn't have the nuts, but does have the second nuts. Shouldn't be afraid of that Jack King. He's probably just thinking how I can string this along the best. Should I be afraid of anything here? He's blocking a lot of the cards he should be afraid of. Eight of diamonds may slow down the action. This may go check, check. I don't see why Posse would be adding to the pot here. On the other hand, he may bet here, so it goes check on the river, because he does have some showdown value. And yeah, let's see if Casper's bets here. It's not that the 10 should matter so much, but the button could have hands like 10-9 that they continued with. But you shouldn't be afraid of the full house here. Just thinking it through, but I think he's just thinking about how much is in the pot and how much I can bet. That's something I always try to keep in my back of my head. I sometimes lose track in the pot limit games, but in Hold'em I seem to always know what's in the pot. And about half the pot. And Posse looks a little confused.
Likely to be the final hand that we see before the break. And Caspers takes it down. Posse makes a good fold again.
Yeah, he did have he could beat a bluff, and that's basically it there. So we're going on break, folks, and the stacks are fairly close together. We have just 5 players remaining. We have Mornier with the lead. He's the only player over 10 million in chips. They've already locked up 47,000 euros and a lot more money to come, Colin, with 182,000 top prize.
Yeah, absolute fireworks there in that last level.
Yes, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm not sure if you're coming back. Andreas is in the background here. He's giving a 50-50 chance, so we'll see on the break, but hopefully you come back, Colin. It's been an absolute pleasure, though. If you're not coming back now, hopefully you can come back in later. It's been smooth sailing, an absolute pleasure to have you by my side, and
super fun.
Hope you can come back in.
For sure.
Okay.
Welcome guys back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love, and we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year, and all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me. Matias Sillander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matias Sillander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing greatly.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Sillander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be
Have you
cautious.
Adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say
Helppi find the double
47%,
up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helppi? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
And that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helppi. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
Juha Helppi, one of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing it's close to 20 years ago. Like, Juha Helppi was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on olibetevents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hello, I have John KoT here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah. Pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have a full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4 cards.
The button moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5 you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace king 9 8 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you have that lucky charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen. It's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So that would be a nice...
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me. Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open face Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open face Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're going to have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. The back hand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players
It's
have.
very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on, come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2. You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, When we play progressive Pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into Fantasyland. Fantasyland is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points, so the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling, and the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually gonna have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just gonna burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on, yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is
strong.
What I need.
So all you're
like
gonna
in the
need,
middle.
you're just gonna need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into Fantasyland. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still need
nice.
to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
this,
up top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why
Ah,
not?
okay.
Yeah.
sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hand, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just
I made it to
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasy
4, 5,
Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me with
It's probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer
or how-
does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful.
Oh.
And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so
support you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'm here with Poker News' Colin Grant. And we've been having a lot of fun commentating this final table of the largest ever Kings of Tallinn main event, celebrating the 10th anniversary of this wonderful affair. And lots of action down to 5 players column, and looking forward to some good action coming up. How's it been for you so far?
Having the time of my life, Jason. That last 2 hours there, I think that Alder's hand, Munir hand of the final table so far. We've seen some fireworks, and Kings just cannot win a hand here at the moment when the chips are all in the middle.
Yeah, it's very strange that's happening. And Mornier, who has the chip lead, is one story, but we also have Posse, who could have easily gone out in 8th place, still kicking along with 5 players left with a healthy stack. And we have Anton here, possibly one of the most experienced players that we've ever seen here in Tallinn. We're talking about countless millions of online hands and tournaments he has played, and also most recently, as Colin pointed out, he was on the final table of the EPT Prague main event.
And that's his second EPT final table as well. I think if you look all the way back to season 2 of the EPT, I think he finished 6th in Barcelona and then sort of disappeared from the live scene for a good 15 years or so. I saw in the YouTube chat there's a few people asking what If God? So for those unfamiliar, What If God was is the alias of the PokerStars alias of Anton Bergström, a very, very accomplished player, 2 EPT online titles, numerous scoops and W coops, up there with some of the best ever. Maybe put him alongside even Lena in that regard. That might be a bit hyperbolic, but yeah, What If God? If he's on your table whenever you're playing online, be scared, because he is an absolute beast. And
speaking of him, he 3-bets here with the king-queen off and gets Igor to fold that ace-10 facing a 3-bet, but let's see how sticky Mornier is here. Swedish versus Swedish. And Mornier seems to be able to do nothing wrong, so if he calls, he's probably going to hit trips. Or a straight flush even.
Yep.
He is calling a little bit light, unless it's a 4-bet, but it does look like a call.
Of course, Munir has a big chunk of his stack after, well, not a big chunk, but a good healthy portion, which put him into the chip lead, was when Anton and Munir both had trip aces. Munir with the better kicker. And Anton fired 3 streets.
Oh, wow, what a flop. Top pair here for Mornier with the backdoor flush draw and an open ender for Anton.
We are starting off as we finished with more fireworks potentially.
Let's see if God is on Anton's side. Doesn't look like a big sizing. 850. So around 1/3 of the pot. Oh my,
jam.
just jams it in and putting Anton to the test, potentially denying all his equity.
Anton calls.
Anton wasting no time to call, wow.
All in soon.
First hand off the break.
12 outs for the Swedish, well, for the shorter stack. I was about to say the Swedish player, but they are both Swedish.
So any 9, king, queen, or ace is good for Anton. If it's a club, we have an additional sweat, and we have a club here too, so that reduces some of the outs with Mornier not only having top pair, but also that jack-high flush draw. And the 3 of clubs on the river completes the flush, eliminating one of the most experienced players that we've seen here in Tallinn, Anton What If God Bergström, out in 5th place for 47 large. So well played there by Mornier. Once again, getting a call, but this time he was actually with an amazing hand, unlike the bear flush draw he had last time that worked, and is just absolutely running away with the action here.
17 million for the chip leader now.
And the final 4 now have locked up 61,000. So just in a few hours work, we're at around, I don't know, 4+ hours into play. They went from a 16,800 guarantee to already playing for 61,000 euros.
I think you can see a bit of adrenaline on Munir's hands there.
I guess those white chips are millions. No, they might be quarter millions, because it seems like it would be too much, but maybe not. With the 17 million, that was 10 million in whites if those were... no, they can't be millions. They have to be quarter millions or half millions. But anyway, he has almost triple the chips of Posse and Kaspers, who are neck and neck with 33 and 34 big blinds. And Igor is still in great shape with 24 big blinds. A double up, he's right in the mix, but doesn't need to do that now. The blinds do move around a little faster in 4-handed play, but still It's pretty deep. In some stages, that's the average stack in four-handed play. It could even be less. So, despite the frustrating look on Igor's face, he does not need to worry too much. Posse happy, likely to get a walk with that 10-8 suited. We'll also see more walks, I believe, four-handed than we've seen before, but we've seen a few situations where the small blind could have completed or raised and opted to just give the walk. I heard that Poker Bros may not even have time to join because the legend, the online streaming legend, is two-tabling those final two events so he can optimize his points potential for his team.
That's a really fun dynamic here at this at the Kings of Tallinn is the team event. I think you see. Well, you saw, let's say, for example, Blaz Zurjav, plays a lot of 5Ks, 10Ks. He was hopping in 150 euro events to get some points for his team.
He busted the 3K, and I think he was looking to max late reg some tournament. He was in a rush to get off the table. But he was in 7th place, he told me on the break.
Another very good player coming out to play at Kings of Tallinn. Of course, Blaz had a bit of a breakout year in 2024. I think something close to 800,000 in live earnings. Very close to his first bracelet. I think he finished runner-up. Those, you may know him as Scarmaker on online poker.
Yeah, that's how I met him. It was actually, I needed to live report. This was during the pandemic or right before the Party Poker Millions that he ran deep in. And being that Party Poker software is really good in some cases, but very bad to report of because they don't have hand history, I found Poker Bros for the first time, who was just live streaming it and commentating like we were, but and he didn't know who Bosch was, but then found out during the stream. He's like, former football player, and now they're really good friends. And I feel I met both of them actually through
Blaz
that
was
event.
a former football player?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
An open from Mornier. This one is very standard four-handed on the button. It would be very standard 22-handed on the button. Not that you should play poker with 22 people at the same table. It would get a little tight with the card distribution and with the body odor. But easy peasy, gets the walk. And Igor has shaken off whatever was bothering him when he had to fold the 4 high from the small blind.
I've never made a deal in my life. I'm not starting.
Here we go, Mornier laying down the freaking law. I've never made a deal in my life, and I'm not going to start today, or I'm not going to start now. Because I believe it was Igor as the short stack, seeing if numbers can be looked at. So we could be seeing this play down to one player taking that 182,000, especially if Mornier is heads up, as it looks like he has a very good chance to be. So Mornier now opening a bit wide, but under the gun is also the cutoff, so not as wide as it seems. And Bhutan's likely going to just flat here. He's seen that Mornier is calling most 3-bets into play 5s out of position. You don't really want to blow it up the pot.
No need.
And Igor likely to complete as well, but I wouldn't blame him for folding. And he opts for the safer route. I thought we would see a call there.
I suppose it does give Igor the chance of a ladder should Mornier continue to run hot.
But not this. Well, we don't know yet, but we have Casper with the middle set, but we have a backdoor flush draw and a a gut shot to the straight, and now the backdoor flush draw has moved all the way to the front.
11 outs now for Mornier, which is pretty much half the deck for how he's been running in the last few hours.
Yeah, he's the favorite, even though it says 28% there. We forgot to factor in the Mornier factor. But let's see what Caspers does. I do feel he should bet here. He was hoping for a bet on the flop, actually, so very good check back there by Mornier. Recognizing that this might smack Caspers in the face. He just has no idea how hard it did. And now is he going to call with the gut shot and just a 9 high flush draw? We see that 9 high is live. Mornier obviously answering that question fast. He's reaching for the call chips.
The pace of play has been very impressive today, I've thought. There's not been too much tanking, not too much stalling. It's been a very entertaining final table. And we see here now Casper's fill up.
Yeah.
Seal the check mark.
Does he check and hope that Mornier takes a stab? I do think after your turn bet was called and not raised, maybe you're ruling out those flushes and he just had a flush draw. On the other hand, really Mornier can have anything in Casper's head, but I think my move would be to bet, even though we see that that's the wrong move based on the cards that Mornier actually has. If we're being results oriented, he should check and hope that Mornier fires something out. Caspers does want to get a little bit more value, but the 2.4 million pot already is going to make a difference to his stack. And if he bets too big, he's not going to get a check raise, but you know, once again, you have to try to get the value. He's just not going to get it.
Looks like 1.3, 1.4 he's gone for here, of course. Fully expect Mornier just to release.
But Mornier thinking it through. He's been quick on his calls and folds, maybe perhaps thinking of a raise here. But does not opt to bluff in this spot. Good for him, he didn't. And Casper's now up to 8.3 million. He started the final table as the chip leader and now has his highest stack of the day. Still, we have Mornier with double that at 16 million chips.
Of course, Mornier has had the deck on his side, but I've also been impressed with his level of play that he's been showing. You know, he's not put in, just because he's the big stack, he's not being sort of too aggressive, hasn't really wasted too many chips from what we've seen.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not always that you're getting cards, it's what you're doing when you're not getting cards.
You know, very easy sometimes to be the big stack and think you can just bully everyone and everything, you know, obviously to come down with ICM implications now. Ace queen off here for Passy.
Easy open.
Feels like aces four-handed.
And Igor with the king 8. He would defend from the big blinds, but from the small blinds he's opting to fold. And this could go either way. A call is fine, a fold is fine. It's on the bottom end of either range. And opts to call. Does have 2 live cards, so not the worst situation for him. At least the way he's been going, there's going to be maybe a 6 and a 4 on this flop, but there's a 4 right on the window, followed by a 2 and a 2. Now, Posse, being the undergun opener, has a lot of pocket pairs in that range. It's not that he's been out of line at all.
But as we see, Mornier is the favorite to win this hand 78% of the time.
And he's actually looking like he might raise here. Look at him grab that stack. Nope, he's just counting out a call.
For now.
Yeah, he's giving the evil eye over to Posse.
Oh no, he's grabbed the 250 chips here. Looks like a raise. Maybe to 600? No, 650? 800.
800. I kind of like this, actually. If it's a pocket pair and you raise, you can let go super easy. And you often get folds, but it looks like it's maybe just going to be a call in this spot. In which case, you don't know where you stand. So it didn't work, didn't get the hands that he wanted to get out of the way. But on the other hand, if the board keeps low, it's all different. But it's all changed. Posse is going absolutely nowhere. He's not afraid of the deuce. And Mornier may decide to take the foot off the gas.
Yeah, I quite like Mornier's raise there on the flop. You can sometimes get some better hands to fold, and while also getting some worse hands to call, as we saw with the ace queen. But of course, it turned into the top pair now, aces and deuces for Passy.
And a big bet of 1.2 million. So basically doing his best to rep that too. Or a 3-5 of clubs would have gone there, which he could be repping that as well with a raise. You're rarely going to raise a hand like 6-4 though, and that's exactly what we see from Mornier. So Pasi doesn't look like he is going to do anything but call and hope that he's good and hope that he can take down this massive pot of Verde, 5.1 million. No 4 on the river, so check mark over at Pasi. And Mornier slowing down. And is Pasi going to try to squeeze in some value here? I don't think you could really squeeze value. I think it's like a shove or a check. You could do less, but I think based on the stack depth, there's a shove.
Oh.
He's going really cheeky. And gets an extra 300,000 donation because Mornier maybe just wanted to see the cards.
For sure, and Mornier just chucking the chips straight at Pasi, knowing he was likely beaten.
I guess the price is too good, but I mean, what is he? You can never really fold there, to be fair.
But still, you know, it's squeaking out as much value as you can.
But meanwhile, for the first time, we see Mornier going in the incorrect direction, and Pasi is near 10 million himself. So Igor double away from being near Kaspers and Pasi and Kaspers a double up away from being in the chip lead.
And Pasi as well also has the benefit of being on Mornier's left, which is going to be huge as the second biggest stack. He's not going to have to worry too much about, Mornier 3-betting him much. He's going to play a lot of position. Well, he's going to play a lot of pots in position against him. Igor needs some magic to go his way. The final Estonian player in the field.
So Mornier just limping from the small blind with a fairly okay king. Is Pasi going to raise, or is he just going to call? He does call. Either was okay in that spot. Possibly doesn't want to jack it up against a chip leader, though. But look at this flop. It's top pair for Mornier. We could be seeing a lead change. I mean, it's straight for Pasi. Not the nuts, but might as well be. Is Pasi going to raise or call? I think you can call this and raise the turn.
Pasi on cloud 9 after flopping, what is, there's the second.
Oh, though, that's going to be an action killer.
killer.
Yeah. Even for Pasi, I mean, he could be potentially even bet off this, although it would be hard to do.
But again, even when Mornier's behind, the deck, gives him a way to get out.
And any backdoor flush draw was completed on that 4 clubs, but if Mornier checks again, I expect Pasi to try for thin value. Hoping to get a call from a 2 pair, or a hand like Mornier really has with just the 8 and a king kicker.
Holding the king of
clubs. It's going to be Mornier setting the price. Not a big bet. Looks like a min bet at 250, just blocking the action.
There you go, and Pasi shortens the gap even more. Just 1 million behind now.
Crazy stuff. I mean, Mornier looked like he was running away with it. As we mentioned a few times already, Pasi was nearly out in 8th place and now is nearly in the chip lead. And definitely one of the stronger players to enter the Kings of Tallinn main event. There's a lot of good Finnish players. Pasi is not the only one. I would say the strongest Swedish player has hit the rail, and the strongest Estonian player, considering there are no Estonians left, is pretty safe. We don't have to go into whether Igor or Preet are better, but they're both very solid players.
Yeah, Kaspers and Pasi, as I mentioned, playing with them on day 2, they were. It seemed pretty obvious they were the 2 best players on the table.
Yeah, they're guys like Eric Krumans as well. There's these Latvian grinders that people don't hear about that are winning like these 550 to 1K buy-ins or just doing quite well in them. It's a shame that Kaspers has opted to block most of his results at the Hendon Mob, but I do recognize the name quite a lot from events over the years. and have seen him around plenty of times.
And Kasper's here, picks up the pocket 7s after Munir had the 5s. From what was a dream spot for Munir before the break is, well, he's leaking. We were just saying how he's not being really wasteful in chips. Not that he has been wasteful, but yeah, the 5 million already gone in the first couple of hands, and maybe a little bit more now. There you go, and Kasper's flopping middle set here.
But Mornier has the backdoor flush draw to a 5 that will likely get there.
And don't forget the backdoor straights as well.
Yes. Okay, but it's Mornier during the duty work here for Kasper's, but a very small bet of 300,000, less than 20%, well, less than 25% anyway. And Kasper's, it's not the driest of middle sets, but it's still dry enough to maybe just call. I mean, if he wants to take the lead in the action, he should do a small check raise to like 800,000 or 900,000, which would probably, with most players, be a fold, but Mornier may get sticky with those 5s. And it looks like he is indeed going for the check raise so he can make a more natural lead out on the turn.
950, 925 there.
925.
Oh, still got it. Can still do the chip counts from here.
The power of doing hours and hours of live recording over the years.
And Mornier lets it go.
So good discipline there by Mornier. I do not mind Kasper's doing that. The board is a little bit wet, a little bit connected, and you want to be able to take control of the betting in future rounds, such as on the turn. If it's a blank, you want to be able to set the size yourself, considering the size set by Mornier was a bit too low. It was almost like a size that I want you to check the turn, so I'll check it back to see a very cheap river.
Igor now will be hoping to be the next recipient of some of Munir's decline.
Is that enough to change the chip lead, actually, which we didn't think would happen for a while? We'll have to take a look. So we have Mornier with 12.
The vegan pasta salad, you have that?
I'm not sure.
Ordering a vegan salad.
You can check.
So maybe that's the Popeye spinach that's been carrying him all the way. Meanwhile, Mornier with a min-raise with King 10. And Kasper's with a weak ace from the small blind, but knowing Mornier is opening a lot. Opts to play it safe with a shorter stack Igor, and for other reasons as well. And Igor not showing his frustration as much that time, but really not getting good card distribution. Has time still. And while we're waiting for the shuffle, I've carefully chosen my cap today. So the K for the Kings is off because I'm already partially thinking about that festival coming up at the end of March at Voodoo Casino. Need to take a closer look at that schedule, but I had so much fun back in September when they had their first Olibet special. There was no reporting. Basically did a little bit of wise guy's job, but I got to have fun with the mystery bounties and go on stage. But most importantly, I got to play a bit of poker. I think I played 3 tournaments and had... No, I played 4 tournaments and had 3 final tables. So that was nice. But they were small field ones.
Very nice, very nice.
I didn't enter the main. One was really funny. I wasn't going to play it, and a friend came, Hannes, who does the Estonian reporting on Joker.ee. And I went to play that one at all. It was a PKO that I couldn't enter on time. So it was max late registration that I entered, and I took second place but didn't get a single bounty in a PKO. Oh. It was very embarrassing. But if you're just tuning in, we're down to 4 players in the main event, 61,000 locked up. And the next jump is up to 80,000, so we're looking at 19,000 for the next jump, but it gets a lot more serious from there with 115,000 for runner-up, 182,000 for the winner.
And as Munir said earlier, he's never made a deal in his life, so should he make it to heads up, it will be for all the marbles, no payout flattening in the slightest.
Unless that was a bluff.
Unless it was a bluff indeed.
It could be like a negotiating tool. Oh, okay, you give me enough, I'll make a deal. But I don't think it was that.
Well, with the heads up that he got to in Prague in December, it wasn't reported that there was a chop. So from what we've seen so far, it seems to be true to his word.
But not all festivals allow you to actually report chops. There's very few that stop you now. Here is not a place that would be the case, but they look at that top prize and they see it as a marketing tool, and I look at it and I see, let's just be transparent. You know, it's okay that they won 150,000 instead of 182,000, you know, if they made a deal. It doesn't take away from the greatness of the event at all. And meanwhile, Igor in a spot
All in
and
a
jams
call.
it. Mornier with the quick call.
Not call yet, no. He's having a look. I thought he put chips in the middle.
This would be a little bit loose. I mean, we see that he's flipping. And
he's called.
And we have a call. Wow. So let's see if Igor can get back in the mix or whether he's going to be going to that cashier to collect the 61,000 fourth place prize. Does not want to see anything fancy out of the window. And here we go. For all the marbles so far, so
Munir.
no.
Munir runs hot again. Pairs up.
King, king, jack, and a 7 will still get the job done, but I think it showers for Igor. And a 4 of spades on the river, so well played by Igor Pahela Jr. to make it this far, but does miss out on those podium caches. He'll have 61,000 reasons to wipe away any tears he might have at the moment. It was still an incredible finish, a lot of money to add to his bankroll or for something that he wanted to get out of life.
A frustrating 2 hours there for the Estonian.
Yes.
Really didn't get any help with the deck, and the first time he picks up a hand, it's a flip, and well, he's heading to the rail, albeit with 61,000. Of course, now the final 3 locked up 80,000, 111 for second, 182,000 for first, plus the trophy and the bragging rights.
Here's a look at the chip counts. Mornier, after winning that hand, has put a new gap over Pasi, and Kaspers is not too far behind Pasi, but being with the short stack with 43 big blinds, it's going to likely mix around. I won't be surprised if all 3 of these players are chip leader at some point. We've seen that happen quite a lot here in Tallinn, especially with the structure of 1 hour blind levels. And as Colin pointed out, I think this is going to play down to a winner. With no deal being made. They will always play it out because even if a deal is made, 10% is set aside, but now you can see what they're playing for. 80,000 already in the bank, but there's 102,000 difference between that and first place in a very, what could be volatile 3-handed play.
As you saw from the chip graphics though, still quite deep. So if I were you, I would put the kettle on, make a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, sit back and relax. A lovely Sunday afternoon of poker, or morning or evening, wherever you're watching.
You were kind of perfect. I didn't want to say that.
Poker Sundays, Jason. Is there anything better?
No, there probably isn't. There's like most live final tables now are on Sundays, although some go into the week. And of course online, you know, Sunday Fun Day. I think I play around 80% of the Sundays and I'm actually at home online.
They got Munir turning the flush draw while Pasi's ace high still remains best.
Interesting that Mornier didn't fire out a little bit of a bet there. And he gets there anyway, but he's not going to get too much value. He may just go with this min bet thing that he likes to do.
Unless Pasi thinks of something with his ace of clubs here.
This looks big, a little big. He reached for those bigger chips of 250k each. Now we know how much they're worth. And it's a bet of 750. Pasi with that ace of clubs might be thinking, does he really have a flush here? Would he be betting anything else? He'd be betting a bear 7. Definitely be betting full houses. Would likely be betting a jack. But we've seen him bet nothing as well, so it's...
And I don't see Munir folding either, should Pasi
He's
raise.
raising. Wow.
This example is
Wow, 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 wow. Bad timing here for Pasi. The 2 million. And Mornier shouldn't do anything but call here because nothing else is calling him that, you know, what is he targeting? A 9 high flush? You know, it's not the likely of situations. But let's see. He does
There we
just
go.
call and up to near 20 million. A lot of heart by Pasi. It was all about having that ace of clubs.
And there we go. Munir back to 19 million. Well, that's the peak of his stack after going from 17, dropping down. Yeah, what a hand.
He wins round 2 against
What a hand
Pasi.
for Munir, yeah.
And Pasi doesn't look too thrilled, but I think he's just thinking about the spot, not necessarily...
More money for Munir. That's what today has been.
More money.
He is in full control now at this final table.
Yeah, he's taken that ever since he's
Yeah.
had the lead, even when he's coughed it up temporarily. Like, he's easily the most active player, but fish hooks here for Kaspers. Let's see if he can get something going. It's a min raise.
Let's see if Jack's performed better than King so far.
Oh, wow. This could be a game-changing moment one way or the other. I don't think Mornier is just going to call from the small blind. And then I don't think Kaspers is just going to call 3-bet, but we could be wrong about all that. If he calls, then we're looking at a normal post-flop game.
Thank you so much.
They're not too deep where we wouldn't see, let's say, stacks in the middle for an effective 40-ish, 43 big blinds. That is certainly possible that all the marbles are in for the biggest pot of the day, but it all depends on how Mornier approaches this spot. It is a fairly standard 3-bet, but it's okay to call. The only thing bad would be a fold, and it is a 3-bet. Now, Kaspers, what are you going to do? You've seen a very active Mornier, but you haven't seen him 3-bet you before. And you have jacks in your hand. You just call the 3-bet. In which case, you're playing this hand in position. You 4-bet, hoping to get 5-bet shoved upon.
I think with the similar stack that he has to Pasi, I think he just has a little more. I think I prefer a flat here than clicking it.
It's a really weird spot, actually, you know, from an ICM perspective.
Especially when, like, Kaspers... Well, I don't know for certain, but maybe Kaspers is the stronger player and maybe a bit more steady post-flop. There's no need to go play an 80 big pot here.
I wouldn't say he is the better post-flop player, but he is playing in position, so that gives you like an, you know, even if you're not the better post-flop player, it makes you the better post-flop player. But I think we're looking at 3 very aware players post-flop. Mornier has made some very nice plays post-flop, and Pasi has made some nice reads as well.
There we go. Just counting out calling chips there, it looks like.
And does choose the column route here of just calling. And we have a bloated 2.8 million chip pot with the 2 players flipping at the moment. Oh, they're not flipping anymore. What a flop. Now Kaspers is probably kicking himself for not 4-betting. He should value bet this. Although it's surprising that Mornier didn't take a stab considering he was the 3-better, but maybe a little bit worried about the call that took a lot of time. But I still think, you know, it's not that drive aboard. And if you take it down here, it's still 2.8 million in chips. Although if he checks it back, he does have a very active Mornier, so...
Obviously, Kaspers with the set of jacks, he's blocking a lot of value hands that Mornier can have. Unless, of course, you know, Mornier, of course, can have over pairs, but...
We've seen him spass out with a non-overcard flush draw before, though, so maybe, you know, that's why I like these bets, is you maybe are going to induce Mornier to doing something if he has 2 spades in his hand. But we see that it's ace-queen. He's priced in to make a call, not knowing that he's up against such a strong hand as the top set. The absolute nuts at the moment. This is interesting. It would have been more interesting as an ace or a queen, but does have the gut shot to Broadway. I expect Kaspers to continue to try to get a full 3 streets of value here. He doesn't need to bet that big here. Something like 1.5 to 2 million. May even go lower, but you want to kind of balance your betting a little bit too. And we know that Kaspers is an online beast. So likely already has the calculation done even before the turn came. It doesn't look that big.
Sorry. 15, 50.
I've heard that before, Jason.
That's what she said? So 1.6 million, I like it. And a snap call. This is strange over here, that it's snappy. As far as he knows, his ace is live, but it's really just the 10 to call that big of a bet. And
I mean, he doesn't get there. He doesn't get there.
It's shocking.
He runs so bad.
As Casper is just going to unleash, I think it's an all-in here. Nothing to be afraid of. If he wound up just calling you down with the 4-6 win TV, bet that already on here, but it would have had to been the 4-6 of spades. And is that really a 3-betting hand, considering more near 3-bet, perhaps, but not likely. So there's nothing to be afraid of.
A big thank you to the more than 600 people watching.
Ah, cool. Yeah, shout out to everybody. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you've been enjoying Column and I having some fun today.
And Mania puts it in here for the 5.3 million. Sorry, Kaspers puts it in. Mania obviously likely to give it up just with his ace high. I don't think he's going to be putting on a cape anytime soon in this hand.
He does have the unconnected nuts, though. So it really depends on what he thinks Kaspers would be doing here. But the king on the turn.
A bit of vegan pasta salad to help fuel the decision.
I think when he sees that it's 5.3 million, he will fold. But if it was something like 3 million or something like that, maybe he would think a little bit more about it. But if you look at the way this hand went down from beginning to end, the story doesn't check out that ace queen is good on this board. And
Kasper's not going to be calling too light. Okay, he is in position, but he's not going to be calling too light, especially at the start of the hand where him and Passy were so even in chips.
I think he might be surprised to see the jacks, but something like sevens or whatnot is certainly possible, and the king connecting with stuff like jack-king is also possible. Ace-king may not find the 4-bet, although I think it does. But he's maybe thinking that this is a very polarizing bet, which it is, as we can see.
Just another one in a long list of fun hands that we've seen today on this this live stream here at Kings of Tallinn. Mania giving this some really deep thought here. Okay. Until then.
Yeah, makes the right decision. I don't mind that he was thinking, actually, because
sometimes
of course, you just have to look at this hand, though, and how often is ace high going to be good with the way this hand was played out? Not very often. There could even be a case where he's trying to, that he had, like, small value, and he's trying to push off the bigger value, but, it's still beating your ace high. So it could have been a non-polarizing, semi-merge range type of jam. but we see that it was on the high end.
The pot takes Kasper's there to 12 million, 61 bigs. Munir still leading with 16 million. A stack is 77 big blinds. And Pazzi still with, a very healthy 38 big blinds, 7.6. No real cause for concern for the Finn yet. Of course, though, 300 play, those blinds do come around a lot quicker.
I remember in the beginning of the big blind ante, everybody was using like a small blind size when it was three-handed, and then no ante when it was heads up. It's nicer that instead of cutting the clock, they leave the blinds up. Now I see places both cutting the clock and using a big blind ante, which is also fine when you know when, but I like when, this is where the money is to be played for. Let's give them as much play as possible. If the players make a deal and then agree to reduce the clock, yeah, then fine, that's what they want. But typically, if no deal is made financially, then no clock can be reduced. And we're not going to see a deal made, I believe, today, unless everything falls apart for Mornier, and then we may see Pazzi and Kasper's agree to something. But Mornier has made his intentions crystal clear. So meanwhile, it's a limp pot against the second and third place stacks, both with live cards, and a nice flop here for Pazzi. Top pair, gut shot to the straight. And if he bets, it'll probably just take it down right here, right now. But perhaps we'll wait to see what Kasper's does. Now he's just going to take down the pot. There's too many cards that can ruin him. He'd prefer to have a fold.
It's very nice to see my chip stack at least make it to the top three now with Kasper's, firmly in second place.
So if Kasper's win, you get like 3% of the trophy that he should cut off and give to you?
Well, it's I just get to explain to some of my friends back home who aren't really familiar with poker that the guy who beat me ended up winning the thing. So
okay, so it's for reducing any storytelling.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was happy when I saw that you came to play. I heard a few days before the festival.
It was a lot of fun. It was, like I say, it was one of the most fun experiences in a long time that I've had playing poker. It was a really nice tournament. My day one was very swingy.
But to pick the person that has the most heart of gold at Poker News, I mean, nothing against anybody else, but you're a super nice guy. I was very happy to.
I appreciate
to
that,
hear.
Jason. Thank you.
No disrespect to anybody else. I get along with most of you. So let's not start any drama that way.
I'm calling this king. No, I'm not calling this king. My hand and ace king is...
And honestly, very thankful for my time at Poker News. It taught me a lot and allowed me to be where I am at the moment. It was one of the paths, people like Giovanni, learning from people like, who's not there anymore, people like Giovanni and Gioni?
Yeah.
That's interesting. What is he doing? Is he on the casino side or poker side?
Casino, I believe.
Okay.
Our paths haven't crossed too much, but...
I learned so much from him in the opening days because he was new when I was new.
Yeah. No, the last time I saw Gio was at the Hippodrome a couple of months back, maybe.
Please send him my best.
Absolutely.
So give him a hug for me. He'll appreciate that.
Kasper's finding the hooks, the jacks once again. Hoping to flop's top set like he did before, or will the ace appear this time? The answer to that question is no to both counts.
But it's still a very good flop for him with 3 undercards, and may even get a call here from Pazzi on, let's say, a continuation of 350-ish, maybe a little less. And opts for 325, so about 1/3. Pazzi with no connection with the spades, but does have a decent hand, but wisely giving it up. Was just drawing to the ace, maybe a runner straight. So Kasper's winning twice with jacks. Once very big, and once, small pots count too.
Poker News, one of my Poker News colleagues, Pete Robinson, in the chat. What's going on, Pete? Nice to see you. The father of Lucas Robinson, the Game of Gold star, and
I didn't know
vlogger,
that.
yeah.
Okay. I believe I met Pete recently, but I could be wrong.
Pete's a great guy. All the love in the world for Pete. As well as Lucas. Lucas absolutely smashing it on the online streets at the moment.
My son's name is Lucas, so I like
a strong
any other
name.
Lucas.
So yeah, Lucas is the Poker News ambassador. Has done a lot of cool things for us. I think did an amazing vlog for us at
He's
the
a nice guy,
WPT
Lucas.
at the WPT voyage last year or 2023, whenever the voyage was.
So if we're giving shout out to Poker News, I haven't done enough. I mean, my back office has been working their ass off the last week. So shout out to Lorena, Deborah, Juliana on the social media side. Luca, you've been a lifesaver throughout the week with all the back-end fixes, handling the reporting today, stepping it up, and just killing your Sunday to help us out. And much love and appreciation, and then support for the people that are lesser involved, but still, giving encouragement that, we're in this together. So much love to all you guys, and much love to Juhani doing finish reporting on Poker Pro for the first time. And we have a hand situation with now a flush draw appearing, so I'll get back to the thank yous. This posse also has that open ender. We can...
Despite the flush draw covered, still 11 outs.
Yeah, that's nuts. And the pot is getting bloated. Casper is likely going nowhere here. It's half the pot.
What do you think Mania's thinking, seeing the two smaller stacks duke it out here? Is he going to be happy?
I don't think he minds. It's always good to get the heads up. It's better if you get the chips. You never know what might happen three-handed, so to lock up that one spot over, even if you're just playing for the win, it's still nice. But it may not get... If there's no club on the river, both players should still be in play, being that there's no connection for both players at the moment outside of that flush draw. Okay, what will it be with 3.6 million already in the pot? And it is not a club. Instead, the jack paired the board. The ace-7 is good. Is Posse going to try to steal this away now is the new question. Did have a lot of outs, but this was not one of them. Because if he does bet here, it will likely get the job done if it's not like one of these cheeky, more near min bets or just blocking the action. And Posse giving up on the hand. Kasper's now, is he going to try to bet something off? We see that he's ahead. He has the flush draw, so it's probably not putting Posse also in a flush draw. So he may bet, actually, to try to get something off here, like a 5 or a 3.
Well, while Kasper's mulls over his decision, everyone watching, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to Ollie Bet Poker. Perfect time to do it while the action, while Kasper thinks over his actions.
And I forgot, I wanted to continue. I had one more important person to thank, and that's Frank Visser, who's been working countless hours. I know he does work with you guys contracting at Poker News as well. Possibly, if not for the cancellation of EPT Paris, he would not have been available. So interesting, and that's what he's thinking. Maybe this isn't for value. He's trying to push something off. And Posse, I'm thinking, well, what can he be doing this with? But making the correct decision, not putting too much more thought to it. And Kasper is up to 14 million, his high point now. To the start of the day, chip leader coming closer and closer to being the chip leader with 3 players left.
There we go. Posse dropping below the 30 big threshold, 5.7, 28. Look at that at the top there. 7 bigs now separating between Kasper's and Mania. That ace queen jack's hand, a real turning point for the Latvians' final table ambitions.
And we're probably approaching a new blind level fairly soon. We'll see if we can get a peek at the clock. Easy fold here for Posse when it gets around to it. Different situation here, though, for Kaspers with a monster big slick.
Picked up some hands the last few orbits. A couple of jacks a couple of times. Now big slick. Will be out of position. Should it go post flop?
Looks like a raise to around 750 maybe even, but let's see in a second. 650.
Oh, hello.
Wow. Wow. Is Mornier going to call or 3-bet? He just calls. That actually could have been a 3-bet. Probably should have been a 3-bet. But it could be dangerous if there's an ace on this flop. But it's just a deuce jack 3 board that neither player connects with, and we might have some leveling going on, but no players are going to go anywhere if the other bets, and at least for now. Unless it's rather big, then maybe they think twice.
I'm 99% sure we're seeing the turn here. Ace 10, even when just as ace high on that flop, heads up. Probably want to see one more, especially 300.
Yeah, I think Mornier would be floating this with just about anything, actually. Being in position. Doesn't matter that he has ace 10. 8 of spades changes nothing, but it may lead Kaspars to check over here. I used the Lithuanian version of his name just there, but he is Latvian.
I tried learning some Estonian myself last night while enjoying the Estonian nightlife. Although the phrase that someone taught me shall not be uttered on the air.
Turvy sex? That's a normal one. That's
No,
cheers.
No.
Cocks taste good, which I think is like 10s or something. There's a really funny one for one of the hands. It's okay. It should be adults watching this one.
Okay. I think it was something like mito vobito or mito, which is basically go
screw yourself, basically, but using the F word instead.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're learning all the fun phrases.
Absolutely. I'm a man of culture, you see, Jason, when going on these little poker adventures across the world.
Tough spot for Kaspers. And Mornier using the power position once again. That's why I said he's probably floating the flop just to see if the turn is checked. Because he seems to be playing the situations sometimes rather than his cards, and that was a good example of that.
I can see it from the
So now we can see the clock. We have a few more hands of 3-handed play. Posse back from whatever break he took. Possibly just talking to the Finnish contingent that is growing and growing on the rail outside of the TV table.
You're running in exactly the length, and I get a question.
Here is much better. It's from the last card. Because sometimes
Okay, we have a new dealer, and so far the dealing has been absolutely flawless.
Even though it was the last.
We did see one exposed card in the 5+ hours we've been live, and that wasn't even a dealer fault.
You know which one are we there?
No, tournament directors here, dealers, everybody from, people serving drinks, servers, everybody has absolutely smashed it so far this week.
I find it funny that Mornier has 2 chips out in front of him from the small blind. He's already kind of like said, I'm just going to limp. I don't know. Or maybe it's just doesn't realize that he only needs to put 1 chip. Hey, see, there's a...
Another big hand for Mania.
Does just limp.
I like this.
And Posse actually has a raising hand here if he wants to take the spot in a blind versus blind situation.
Mania licking his lips right now as we see Posse bump it up to around, to 700,000.
I think he can 3-bet.
Yeah,
He does just jam the lot.
Yeah. And Posse's going to get out of there.
He may Hollywood.
Well done, Mania, there, getting the 3.5 big blinds while getting Posse to put in some extra big blinds.
It also slows down those isolation raises that may take place later, so now he can freely limp a little wider.
I've been really impressed with Mania at this final table. Obviously, the deck has treated him well, but I think he's been he's been navigating his spots wonderfully.
Yeah, he has great awareness. He's made a couple of, let's say, judgment calls that haven't worked out, but for the most part, all his judgment calls have been spot on.
Your tell is that you're going to fold is when you move your hand with the cards. You go like this.
Mania from Sweden, Pasi from Finland, Kaspers from Latvia.
That's your tell.
So the trophy will not be staying home, but it could be staying in the Baltics if Kaspers is able to pull this off.
What counts as the Baltic countries?
Lithuania and Latvia are very, let's say, close language-wise, although one can't really understand the other, but it's based off the same, let's say, tree. And then Estonia is also part of the Baltics, but the language is more closer to Finnish, I would say. And we have a little jammeroni here, a 3-bet jam over Munir's Open, and a little bit of revenge.
6 diamonds there.
We shall never know.
No.
So Pasi getting some chips back with a little aggression. And then I heard last night that the Estonian said that the language isn't too far from Hungarian, but I've seen Hungarian before and it seems nothing like Estonian to me. Maybe I misheard that, but it is fairly close to Finnish, other than a little bit with the accents. The words are a bit different, but I've watched Finnish and Estonian people have full conversations where they're both speaking their local language.
It was like Anton said that he wanted also to do something like that. Is when your hand says something and your hand is still moving with the chips.
So Munir saying maybe Pasi has a tell? Let's see if Kaspers wants to complete. Not going to cost him much. And Munir with the dominating, which I shouldn't use that word, 10-3. And a 3 right out of the window, so both players catching 2 pair.
Nice spot for Munir here, even if he... even if he doesn't like some turn cards.
5 raise, 500.
Nice. I like it, Munir.
Kaspers likely should be calling here because Munir raised most of his aces, if not all of them, in a limp pot. So the Queen of Diamonds, so now Kaspers' 5 of Diamonds could complete a flush draw, but it's also a chop pot scenario, more likely than not here. Unless the Queen pairs up as well.
Chop it up, potentially.
Unless somebody makes a bet for like 1.2 million plus. Kaspers thinking about what he wants to do. Ups the check.
Not good.
Munir with the showdown value, checking back, and let's chop it up.
Emotional damage on whom? You, me or you? Mix. A split emotional damage. Lucky guy.
Raising with 10-3.
I didn't raise with 10-3. No, you mean on the flop? For protection.
So look at the chip counts here, 17 million, 13 million, and then there's Pasi, who needs a double up at some point, but not right now. He has 28 big blinds with 5.6 million. All players have locked up a cool 80 bags with 115,000 to come for the runner-up and 182,000 for tonight's winner. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any deals made today, as long as Munir is still on the table at least.
For those just joining, Munir earlier, with 4-handed play, said he's never made a deal in his life, and he doesn't intend on starting now.
Because I know that you are raising the shit.
So far, it's working out for him. Been in control for much of the final table.
I hope that's not what you said.
Had a little bit of a shaky start when play resumed after the most recent break. But then, of course, winning that flip against Igor Piela Jr. And well, coincidentally, Munir picks up the hand that Igor had when he busted.
Yeah, that's right.
The pocket sevens. And another limp with the big hand for Munir. And Passy as well. He's got a raising hand here, but he checks it.
He's afraid to be
yeah,
shoved upon.
Yeah, no, nice.
So that was going back to that other hand. And sevens are ahead. But it is a scary board for the sevens.
And relegated to third pair after this flop. And now 10 outs for the Finn.
Let's see if Passy takes a stab after it gets checked again on the turn. He thinks he has some good showdown value.
There you go. And this could have been this could have been a much bigger pot.
Yeah, if not for that previous three-bet shove, where it was a limp raise from the blinds and then a three-bet shove by Munir, this hand plays out probably differently. Munir's probably still limping, but Passy's raising here. Munir's maybe going to three-bet shove there.
Yeah, from what it looks like, from what he did in the previous hand, he'd be ripping it in. And then Munir would have quite the decision there for 28 bigs. King-Jack in this three-handed setup is a lot more powerful than it would be in a nine-handed setting.
But listen, Colm, I'm going to grab a bite, I think, myself. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Andreas Hoglund, a.k.a. Wise Guy. And we'll be following the action on my phone until I get back in the booth.
It's been a pleasure, Jason. See you soon.
They don't see this card.
And
I trust. Yeah, but I saw it. No,
there's no chance somebody can saw it.
Is it not? Okay, if it's not possible.
Hello, Andreas.
Hello,
welcome.
How are you?
Very, very good. Yourself?
I'm good. I've been out there doing some social media updates and interviewing a few of the players and watching the bounty draw in the big bounty played in the other room. So plenty of action still, even though we are on the last day now.
Is it a mystery bounty?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are some of the big bounties we got on the board?
We got 2 5Ks and 2 4Ks. So
nice.
Yeah, big ones. Just had one in the break now, guy from Germany who drew a 4K envelope. So I think it was 11K up top in the tournament as well. So and just 3 people left.
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to.
So we are about to wrap up the event, but still, I think we have 4 final tables going on, and also a side event.
That's correct.
Will we be seeing you at the players' party this evening, Andreas?
I'm not making any promises, but I think, I'm planning to drop by, absolutely. But, it's been a long
surprise
week.
Appearance.
Yeah.
Don't let them know you're coming.
Exactly. How about yourself?
Yeah, going to be there. Like I said, the bands that are playing are meant to be very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and of course, get to see some Estonian pop royalty on display.
True, absolutely. So if you're in Tallinn tonight, come join us at Olibit Bar and Grill. I think from 10 o'clock and onwards, right?
I believe so.
Local time. But first, before me or you gets to go to any party, we should take this one.
The real party is in the booth right now, Andreas.
Exactly.
There you go, we've got Passy here, raising it up the Queen Deuce offsuit. Casper's with a Jack 9, gets rid of it. And that's a nice pickup for the short stack. So how's your week been, all in all, here at Kings of Tallinn?
It's been great, absolutely. I always love coming to this event, and it's so much fun. And I think, as always, well organized, and just it's been it's been so hectic. There's been so many players, and we had a few events being cancelled, but due to high demand, and it's otherwise been absolutely fantastic. So great to be here, and I think you guys enjoyed yourself as well, right?
It's been fantastic. Like I said, a little bit sad to be going home tomorrow.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing some friends and family, but I think I could have done maybe 1 or 2 more days. Could have been a little bit more poker. But I think maybe just being a bit greedy there, because it has been a fantastic week.
Oh, now then, action on Munir with the ace-jack. Not letting Kaspar see any cheap flops here. And Probably we're gonna be folding from the small blind. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
I don't know there was calling. So what's your feeling? You've been in the booth now for a couple of hours about the game, the play on this table.
I think it's actually been quite high.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I was saying to Jason, Caspers and Pasi, I played with them all day on day 2.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. Caspers took me out.
Oh,
So
okay.
my chips have made it to the final 3, which is nice.
Fantastic. Maybe you'll get a little piece as well.
Oh, I don't know.
It's from the guy who emotional damage.
So did you get any feeling when you played with them that these guys could actually be on the final table?
Pasi definitely.
Okay.
I was on Casper's left for pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
So didn't really, if I was playing pots with him, had the benefit of position most of the time. We didn't really tangle too much until the last hand, where really standard. He opens on the button with aces. I ship it in my last 5 bigs with deuces, when we're 17 away from the money. And yeah, he just obviously snaps me off. And unfortunately, there was no little ducky coming in on the flop turn or river. But both very, very nice guys.
Nice to hear that we have
and
the guys deserving of being at the final table. And Pasi now, the table short stack, but still 20 blinds behind, and comes for the call with the gut shot here. More help for him on the turn. Let's see if his Munir stays active. Betting, no, this time he checks. 3 card option for Pasi. Decides to get busy. Munir strikes me as someone who doesn't fold easy, right? Or has he been? What's your thought?
There's been a couple of times where he's been getting a good price and just been and just sort of flicked it in without thinking. But when discipline has been required, he has shown it.
Now then, will Pasi just give it up, or will he lose more in this pot? Because if he is to bet and try to take this one, he will snap him.
He waves the white flag, gives it up.
Does.
And more money for Munir again.
Yeah. But good for Pasi that he decided to just give it up and didn't go for any more. Try to steal the pot.
I don't see the fold in the future if I jam.
And we are up to the 250k big blind level. Have been for the last 8 minutes.
True, we are.
The price of poker is getting more expensive as each hour passes.
True, but still great structure in this one, and absolutely fantastic tournament. I think 1181 runners. It's just amazing in an 1100 like this. And nice to see that live poker is really alive.
Yeah, it's booming. I sort of joined the industry post-COVID, and so when I've been a part of this, it's just always been upward trajectory.
Yeah.
Every main event is record breaking for all the tours. It's really good to see.
Absolutely. Pasi now with the limp from the small blind, 4-3 suited.
And especially when there's festivals as brilliant as the Kings of Tallinn, there's no reason why the players keep coming back. Well, there's no explanation needed why the players keep coming back. Shout out to the crew at Olibet who've put on a fantastic event. I'm glad that their hard work has paid off and the players have turned up. The boots have been on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see that.
Another blind v blind confrontation.
Not much for either player on this board.
No,
so.
both missed the flop. The 10 high is still good. But I think, Pasi has the gut shot, as well as some backdoor possibilities.
I think Casper's gonna put another pressure on him here. He just Pasi just limp calling.
3 bits.
Not many aces in his range, and easy for Kasper to target. Try to win this one. Pasi just 3.5 behind. Back to flush on the gut shot. Seems to be coming along for the turn as well. No help for him, adding the gut shot for Kaspers instead. Not connecting with the flush draw pass either, so... Can Kaspers find his in his heart to try one more street?
Checks it back. And the 10 high remains best. Do we think Pasi takes a little stab here?
No, I doubt it. Tough for him to try to represent anything now, but of course he knows that it's the only way to win the pot, but so much more aces or kings. Oh, he actually does. Chips it in.
Oh, ships.
Wow.
Really?
Nice one. Strong. Oh, wow.
Fair play?
Yeah, absolutely. One.
Interesting line there. I thought maybe he might take a small stab maybe, but not risk the tournament life there with the old 4 high. 4 high like a boss for the Finn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course he was.
That's why he's on the final table top 3 and we're here, right?
Yeah.
Now I've been watching part of the streams and absolutely great play by all of the players really that have been on this final table. High level and really skilled players. Nice to just sit and watch.
Same Pasi's played a pretty good game. The only reason for his stack to be as sort of short as it was is when he made the bluff with the nut flush blocker, but of course Munir had the flush.
10-6 flush from Munir, yeah, I saw that one.
Just ran into it that time around.
Another gut shot for Pasi this time, and Munir with just the 8 high, not likely.
And as we can see with the graphics, just 2 outs because a 4 would give Pasi the wheel.
Yep.
And there we go, the ace high takes it down. Nice 2 pots there for Pasi. Do you get to play much, Andreas? What's your poker background?
I played a lot back in the days, but nowadays not so much. I mean, it's a few online Sundays every here and there, and a few live tournaments wherever I get the chance on stops like this. Maybe jump in a tournament or 2. So, but no, I was from having previously a more semi-professional career many years ago. It's very recreational these days. So. But it's still fun. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Love the game. And
I was saying to Jason earlier that I played a lot over the last couple of years. Fired a few events in Vegas in December for WPT. Just a couple of the dailies there, not some of the WPT events. But I think when I got back, sat down to play cards with some friends, and it just wasn't in me for a bit. So I had a nice little break the last 2 months.
Okay, yeah.
And and this, happy to say Kings of Tallinn has brought the spark back, fallen back in love with the game again.
Yeah, had a chance to play a little bit as well.
Yeah.
I saw your colleague was pretty deep in the tournament today, right, Brad?
Yeah, he's there.
Still in, or?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. Yeah.
He made the money.
Yeah, I saw him on the last 2 tables of the. Was it the PLO?
Oh, he looks like the final table maybe, or final few.
Oh.
I don't know how many are left. Let's have a look. Let's check the Poker Lens app.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. Maybe he's the one picking up the check then for you at the player party tonight.
Ooh, I didn't think of that. Although we had a good time in the old town last night.
Oh, you got a chance to see the town as well.
Yeah.
Now then, Munir in position, racing from the button.
Right.
Jack 9 off.
550.
19 million to start the hand, and Pasi is out.
Away from the main event, we got Gila Olsen, I think is the correct pronunciation. The 1100 PLO 4-5 championship winner is in the final 3 of the 750 PLO 4-5 mystery bounty.
Yeah, so I think also he drew one of the biggest envelopes as well, so really on a heater.
Yeah.
As we've seen with a few other people as well during the series. If you make one final table, oops, they see there's 3 final tables in a week, some of these guys. So, yeah, it goes to show about they can, when you're in form and when you're running good, you're likely to.
There we go, Brad in the final 5. He's second in chips.
And that's the PLO 456 cards.
The progressive bounty. I think he's got a few hundred in bounties as well.
All right, nice.
Let's go, Brad.
Let's go, Brad. And on our final table, we're heads up in a pot between Kaspars and Munir, I was supposed to say, but it wasn't to be. It was folded. So we're on to the next one instead, with Kaspars on the button. And if you, by any chance, just joined us, this is the big main event, final table, final 3 of the 1181 runners starting. 1100 euro buy-in and 182,000 euros up top. 115 to second, 80 to third. So all of these already locked up, big money. But of course, they want the win, they want the trophy, the glory. And as you mentioned earlier, Cal and Jason in the booth, this guy Munir, he's not here to make a deal, he's here to win it. I know he's got his team as well on the rail, looking for those extra team points to get into the payouts for that one as well. I think they, or at least they think they have a chance to get in the top 5 if Munir wins this one. But now he'll face some resistance. He just limped from the small blind, Munir, and Pasi waking up with the 10s in the big blind. And we've seen this just an orbit ago, then he called, but this time he folds the 6-5 suited, so nice for Munir to get away from that one, most likely.
Yeah, we don't know if there was something wrong with the graphics or if there was an RFID error, but Munir made a very interesting fold pre-flop, maybe when 6-7 remaining.
Okay.
Kaspars just min-clicked it under the gun, and Munir just chucked away pocket 10s very quickly. Admit Kaspars hadn't played for a while, but Munir was still the chip leader at the time, and he just ditched the 10s without really thinking. I'm not sure if he misread his hand or if there was a graphic error or if he just doesn't like 10s that much.
Yeah, maybe it's not a favorite for his, because it sounds really like you said, like maybe it's an RFID error or something, but maybe we'll get the chance to catch up with Munir later on and see what he has to say about it, if he remembers that hand or not. Seems a little bit odd though to fold pocket 10s open, so. And here taking a little break off the table as we have a heads-up pot between Pasi and Kaspars. And Kaspars getting the better of that one with the 9. But it's Pasi comes first in. Betting 250 into 750, so third pot. Kaspars, of course, staying in this one. There's the deuce as well. Already check mark for Kaspars. But Pasi, the aggressor, will he try one more street? Gives it up this time. It's up to Kaspar's then if he wants to extract some more value out of this one, try it already now on the turn, or if he checks and hoping for Pasi to bet the river perhaps. Here's the check. And luckily for Pasi, it doesn't hit anything on the river, so might just end with this one. 1.3 million pot for Kaspar's.
Unless Pasi really gets out of line.
No, it goes for the check and not likely to try anything when Kaspar's comes with his value bet soon. 1.3 in the pot. Cal, what do you reckon the bet will be? Say 500. You're spot on,
I'm
right?
closing
Or
my
is it
eyes.
750?
I'm closing my eyes so that I didn't see it.
550. Okay.
Oh, he's gone 550. Okay. I was actually gonna go a little bit higher. I think I was thinking 825 because for no reason. I was just that seemed the number that as soon as you asked me, that was the first number that came to my head.
Oh, quick dealer change, and we're on to the next hand pretty shortly. And this goes for Munir. If you haven't touched on it already, he needs to finish second or better to make this his biggest score ever, because he has a 100k euro second place in a side event on EPD Prague 2023.
That was a 10k buy-in.
Yeah.
Pablo Brito Silva, the winner that time around for around 153k, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Covered the event.
Potentially. Potentially. Sometimes I struggle to remember personal friends' birthdays and that, but I can tell you who won what side event at a festival in the middle of nowhere or Bratislava or somewhere like that.
Perfect. That's also a talent. Not sure you will get on Jeopardy with it though.
No, unfortunately, unless there's just a poker version of Jeopardy.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe that's what we need to arrange. As Pasi and Munir playing a hand, and right now neither player has nothing much with that texture on the board.
Both hoping for their backdoor flush draws to come in.
Yeah. Seems like Munir is getting...
If we say the 10 of diamonds might be a fun one, then we give Munir the flush draw, and Pasi may stick around with a gut shot. See some more chips pile into the middle.
Race this one though, so maybe it's pushing Pasi out of the pot. Yes, he is.
And Munir above 20 million. Is there anything more fun in poker than like just having all the chips but in the end of the tournament? Building the towers,
Yeah,
Goosebumps.
I think he feels pretty good about himself right now, absolutely, and
I can feel my hair standing up just thinking about it.
Yeah, and especially when you know it's 182.
Yeah,
up top. It's
an 80 grand anyway. Even if it does all go wrong, 80 grand is still a nice consolation prize for whoever finishes in third place, and of course 111,000 euros for the runner-up.
Yeah. Now Munir is putting Pasi to the test, pushing him all in, and he has to fold the queen deuce.
Really in the danger zone now is the Finn and the 20 big blinds. other events have we got at Kings of Tallinn today? The 3K final still going on. That is heads up. Estonian Mori Dorbek.
Greece, right?
Yeah, Theodoros Ampelikiaitos.
Perfect pronunciation.
Apologies if I did butcher that. We got some Estonia and Greek action going on there.
Yeah, they've been playing heads up for a while, actually. I was watching that table like half an hour ago already, so yeah.
Oh.
A long heads up by the looks of it. And of course, I think it's 52k up top in that one, right? So big payouts.
Yeah, 51.2k, 34,500 for second. Top 9 were paid. UR Helpy was out in 9th. I mentioned earlier that Igor Piela Sr., the father of Igor Piela Jr., who finished 4th, was in that event. I said he finished 10th. I thought that was the case. That was a lie. He finished 8th.
Yeah, he just missed out on the final table, I think.
Oh, there was a 700 final table?
Exactly.
Oh, okay, 600. Ah, okay. That's okay, perfect. And then Blaz Skarmaker Zurjav in 7th. Yari Pekka Yola, 6th for 10k. Mikko Tapani Ilamaki for 12.9. Martin Svetanov in 4th for 17.7 thousand. And Luka Soroinen fell in 3rd for 24 and change.
A lot of notable names on that final table for sure. And now a long ongoing heads up. They don't want to give in. They have the trophy on the table as well. And yeah, they're really fighting for it. Greece and Estonia.
And you get a really cool winner's picture in that throne as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Have you gotten yourself a picture taken, even though you hadn't taken that?
I could only have that if I'd won an event.
Which actually, Jason Glasser just joined the booth again, and he had us sitting in that chair for a reason. He won an event. Jason, sorry. Every fish can hit one. The event was, Jason? Stud event as well. Yeah, that's... They've also... you can hear Jason. He's on the side now bragging about his tournament win, but let's just call him the stud for now on. Jason the stud.
Oh no.
As Kaspars and Pasi now, they went to the river on this one, and good news for the short stack Pasi. He has the check mark, as you can see, and has checked on the river, and Kaspars just gives it up. He does hit the river with the deuce for some showdown value, but the jack for Pasi is good enough, and he'll happy to pick down quite a small pot, but still building on his short stack.
I'm enjoying the mafioso type nicknames you guys are giving each other. Jason there with calling you wise guy, and I feel like Jason the stud or something could be maybe off a Donnie Brasco-esque.
Yeah. Just what you say, the point is that we've given ourselves, unfortunately. There's no one else just saying this. It's just self-claimed. Yeah. I think we're probably the least mafioso in the entire Hilton premises right now, but the names are at least somewhat cool. As Pasi now open folds on the button, the 8-7.
Queen 7 suit for Kaspars.
Yeah.
And a quick check with the 10-6 off from Anir in the big blind.
Seems like a lot of 10-6s for Munir. He won one with a flush earlier and had one more just now. But flush draw for Kaspars. And a gut shot, of course. Munir with the 10. So might build this pot a little bit more. Kaspars betting 300 into the 800.
I don't think Munir's...
Oh, surprised to see that fold, actually. But
I was just about to say, I don't think Munir's going anywhere, but he's keeping us on our toes in the booth at least.
Yeah. Have some
nice pot
tools in his box, right?
Yeah.
Munir looking back at the structure and the screen behind him.
Definitely a bit of fatigue setting in for these players now.
Yeah, now it's starting to be a long event for them. Absolutely.
12 hours yesterday, 12 hours again the day before. I'm not too sure which paths these guys took through to qualify, or whether they were, well, to be fair, they could be. I don't know. Pasi definitely bagged in day one. I think
that Munir actually had a bag from day one, but then he exited on day two and bought in again.
Just before the late reg, yeah.
Exactly. I think he almost maxed so you can hear it. It's no gut shot for Munir, and Pasi with the flush draw. Also adding the gut shot. Will anyone get there? This one. A small straight for Pasi, but hard to get anything out of Munir, unfortunately. But at least he'll be happy to take another small pot and get back up to 6 million if he wins this one without any more chips. Getting in, of course, for the value bet, but nothing more from Munir this time. Jason, are you ready to get back on the action? You're so ready, never been more ready. So, guys, I'll hand it over to the stud again then. Jason Glatzer is
Jason
coming
the
back.
stud, replacing White. See you, Andreas. Mr. Glatzer back in the booth.
Yes, it's great to be back. I did have a walk around. The 3K has been heads up for a bit of time. You can catch up on those reports at poker.pro. In the meantime, it looks like stacks are not that much different from when I left, although it does look like there has been a bit of action just to lead us back to where we were about 20, 30 minutes ago. But it's been very interesting. I had a few people ask me about how Munir is playing, and I said, other than that Queen Jack that I didn't quite understand that got there, he's been playing super solid and super tricky. It's not a player I'd want to be facing off against. I'd rather be facing off a Kaspers or a Pasi, who are both very difficult players, but are keeping within a certain line, I would say. You can set ranges on them a little bit better than you can on Munir, for example. But meanwhile, both players with a piece of this board. Kaspers turning middle pair. We have third pair for Pasi. Let's see if he wants to stick around. It's actually Pasi that bets, so now it's Kaspers. No reason to raise here. He might be facing a queen or a better hand. But definitely should be sticking around, and now improves to two pair, so if Pasi fires out again. Obviously there are a lot of hands Kaspers behind, but he should feel pretty good about his two pair. And it was checked over to him. Let's see if Kaspers attempts to find some value with this two pair. He should probably fire out a bet of around half to 2/3 of the pot, even though it's likely that Pasi will fold. He would get value out of some queens, maybe even some jack or 10 that obviously didn't improve to two pair. And it looks like that's what he is about to do. A little bit smaller than what I thought. $650, so not that much smaller. And Pasi saying I have some showdown value, but do I have value to call this bet? What could he be doing it with from the big blind in a limp pot situation? Did he miss, for example, on his 3-5 suited? A hand like 10-9, would it really be betting, for example? So Posse may level himself into calling here. But it does look like he's about to fold, and in the muck those cards go, so very good awareness by Posse there.
It looked like he didn't like folding there.
He might have called Monir, actually, but fold against Casper's.
I see someone in the chat asking about Casper's shirt, what brand it is. It looks like Carhartt from here.
Benny, the guy with the to the right.
If I've got that wrong, apologies.
He has my number. So in case you go inside. Sorry?
They're exchanging digits now.
Yeah, okay, in that case. Okay, good. Otherwise, Benny has it.
Like old school style, when digits were the thing. Now it's about add me on Facebook or Insta. What's your WhatsApp? Do you have Telegram? Because everybody I know has something these days, even if they're not on social media. Casper is likely just a complete. And let's see what Monir woke up with. King 3, which is doing quite well against Jack 3. It is suited as well. But it's a jack out of the window. 2 pair right away for Casper's. It is all hearts, no player with heart. And check from the small blind, and good awareness by Monir there, and this will be an action killer. Perhaps also a spot Monir will see that he can pluck this hand off, even though the pot is not that big. And does quickly check it back, and the 6 of diamonds, I believe, is on the river. Could be the 7 or 8. Or even 9, but it is a diamond.
There you go, the Jack 3 takes it down.
Perhaps missed a little value on the flop there, but after the flop it was going to be hard for either player to get value. It would have just been a bluff, and do you want to turn your 2 pair into a bluff? Probably not.
We have seen Munir take a stab on those 4 flush boards, but this time elected not to try and steal the pot.
Perhaps waiting to bring out some more moves when it is heads up.
The action sort of has slowed down a little bit. Of course, natural when 3-handed, and with these significant pay jumps on display.
And all players having a bunch of chips, even the short stack. You don't know what Monir had, but it must have been pretty crappy. A quick fold. And Posse now thinking it over.
Queen 9.
Does he get a 3 better
Just a
call?
call.
Is maybe what he was thinking. So both players with live cards, both suited, and it's a jack of clubs out of the window. So not the worst flop for Posse, even though he's behind. Has a backdoor, has a gut shot to the straight, but it's Casper's ahead with middle pair.
Something for everyone on that flop.
I expect a check back. He does check back, and then we have a 7 of hearts, which doesn't really change much considering it was check on the flop. So I wouldn't suspect either player thinks that completes any straight draws. But maybe Casper's is now going to try to get some value out of the jack facing 2 checks. He shouldn't feel like Queen 10 would be trapping him anymore, or that a king went to bet by now. Looks like 2 something, but maybe no, 850 maybe. 650. Posse still with some showdown value. It looks like he's ready to raise it up. Or is it just a call? It's just a call. He had more chips over there.
having to use some of those 25,000 chips that we haven't seen much of.
7 of diamonds on the river. This will often go check, check. But let's see if Kasparis tries to eke out some value from the kind of hand that Posse is actually holding. Something with a 9. Yeah, that's the expected play. And takes down the pot up to 12 million. Now Posse, though, down below 4 million and a little bit of danger zone.
It's a bit unfortunate for Posse. He seems to be on the wrong end of a lot of hands like that at the moment. You know, a decent enough hand to go to showdown with, but always seems to be pipped or has been bricking out. We've got 20 minutes left here of this blind level, and then play will be going on another break. 3 players remaining in the Kings of Tallinn main event, 182,000 for the winner. The 3 players already have 80,000 guaranteed, 111 for the runner-up. And as Munir said earlier, he's not making a deal. He's never made one in his life, and he doesn't start making them today. And then Posse here with another suited hand, the 9-8 of clubs.
Too many chips to jam at this point. A raise is okay, but I think it's just going to be a complete. Okay, it's not too much to jam. In they go. Does Kasparis wake up with anything? Nope. Happy days for Posse. He was actually good if he got a call, but no way Kasparis is calling with 6 high. I think a shove is better than a raise in that spot because you're just putting the pot out of position potentially. You could see there's a bit of separation now between Munir and Kasparis, and then between Kasparis and Posse.
The solver does like to shove that hand for 15 bigs from the small blind. This configuration.
You've been studying some solvers.
Yeah, a little bit beforehand. Nothing too crazy. I'm not smart enough to understand it all anyway. I'm still learning how to use it.
And then from an ICM perspective, you have to factor that in too. I don't know. From a chip EV point of view, it's okay. The 7 connecting from the big blind on the ace 5-7, so Munir once again pulling ahead with the inferior hand, but unlikely to get action while he's still ahead, and now falls behind on the turn with the 9 of hearts connecting with Kasparis, queen 9 of diamonds. And Kasparis is going to fire out a value bet after it went check on the flop. And I don't think Munir will go anywhere. He's in fact already getting the chips ready and makes the call. And the ace of spades on the river. Will Kasparis try again for some thinnish value, or is he worried that his opponent actually has trips or better? Otherwise, he has a pretty good 2-pair with a pretty decent kicker.
He's kicking 1 million there. And 50. Looks a bit 2/3, and quick release by Munir. Oh, 850. 850.
It was the mic. Bad fault.
And Kasper is narrowing the gap a little bit between him and Munir, while Posse is still looking a little bit short, even though he got a steal through. The blinds go through very fast, 3-handed. And at the stage we're at now, it's 600,000 in the pot every orbit for each of the players before any cards are dealt.
Who knows? I'm so interested. I want to wait to see that camera. I'm going to run. See.
Actually 625,000 because it's not 100 250, it's 125 250.
Either you did have it or you didn't.
Kasper's, the 5s will get opened.
Thank you, Alex Collins, for the kind words in the chat. Great stream. We appreciate it.
Followed by Monir with a very pretty Jack-10 suited. Pretty much even equity between the two hands until now. A set for Kaspers on the ace-5-9 flop. 2 spades, 3 spades, nobody with spades in their hand. It should be an easy release for Monir. Kaspers needs to protect his hand.
5's quite hot at flopping sets, it seems, today. Of course, the reason why Pasi is still in this event and was not the 8th place finisher. His 5's making a set against ace queen, if I remember correctly.
And there have been a lot of monotone flops as well when those sets come. So it's not like a clear, definitely going to win this hand type of set, where there's been need for protection, no slow playing. A big shout out to those of you watching on Go3 TV as well. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage.
What is Go3 TV, Jason?
That is one of the big networks over in the Baltics. We have it also in Lithuania, so it's being broadcasted right now on Estonian television.
Wow.
So Monir here with the ace-queen. He's going to open most buttons, so this one is an easy one. But Pasi now, knowing that Monir can open so wide, this is actually a candidate for a 3-bet shove. It would be a bad choice in this particular situation, being results-oriented. And does jam it in. Oh, no. I don't think there's any way Monir is folding here, but let's see what Kaspers has first. It's a 10-5 suited.
Yeah, the chips are already in and the cards are on their back.
That fast. So it's ace-queen versus queen-jack. Pasi, who has had an amazing run, was nearly out in 8th place, now desperately wants to see a jack out of the window. But it's over before it began. Flopping trips with the ace-queen. A celebration by Monir and Israel. Drawing dead now for Pasi. And Pasi landing out in 3rd place for $80,000, 80,000 euros. And I do believe we will be heading for a break while they set up for heads-up play, but maybe we'll see some heads-up action before that happens, considering there's a scheduled break happening in just 12 minutes' time.
Good game, Pasi. I think, cross...
It looks like we will be going on break just now with Monir having nearly a 2-1 chip lead over Kaspers to start off this heads-up affair. There will be no deal in this tournament. Monir made that very, very clear when it was 4-handed. But get ready for an exciting heads-up affair, Colm. It should be an exciting conclusion. We could be here. It could be one of those 5-hour heads-up matches. It could be one open in one hand. We do not know, and we'll not know until you guys do. So come on back. I believe Colm is coming back right after the short break for Heads Up Affair. And yeah, we'll be with you too. So shout out to everybody tuning in. Much love. And let's see who will win this record-breaking Kings of Tallinn main event.
Welcome guys back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love. And We are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sara Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me, Matias Sillander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matias Sillander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Sillander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
You adjusted your tactics now.
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say 47%, but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helppi? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
When that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helppi. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
Juha Helppi, one of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing it's close to 20 years ago. Like, Juha Helppi was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on olibetevents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and Alibet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at alibetevents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud,
yeah.
But in Finland, it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has 1 round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah, so in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you gotta watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final sökö. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be yeah. So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still it seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So like let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Soccer was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Soccer back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Soccer back.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But I said there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course you have to be Franke lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
and
to do.
Usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush
I
draw,
have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. Ah, the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you
Okay.
see, I got the straight,
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
Eights, yeah. No, you win half the pot, and I win half the pot here.
Okay, it was split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
Now I...
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open face Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open face Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good So I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're going to have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. The back hand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players
It's
have.
very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away.
Okay.
Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on, come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes,
Yeah.
yes. And we always put it to the
Probably I
side.
would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8
Okay.
is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah, it's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2, you have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice, because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive Pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into Fantasy Land. Fantasy Land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. More rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is
strong.
What I need.
So all you're
like
going to
in the
need,
middle?
you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into Fantasy Land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland
It's
would
like...
be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still
nice.
need to use
And just
one
put
of this
anything up
down.
top, yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hands, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just want
I made it to
we want to see what your
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasy
4, 5,
Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The sixes is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could make flush straight, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question. During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it, just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, once again joined by Poker News' Colin Grant. We're going to see this out to the end, I think, Colin, but it'll be quite an interesting heads-up affair. Munir turned down a deal once again, so we're going to be playing for all the money, but we already knew that he was not looking for a deal. And the start of the day, chip leader Kaspers, he will be tough one to, I think, reckon with in heads up. I don't think this is over by any stretch of the imagination. So let's gear up and get ready for some fun action for heads up.
Here we go, and we're going straight into it. We're starting with Munir as the chip leader. Of course, Kaspers has around 52 big, so there's plenty of play here still to go. We've just had a couple of events finish up here at the Olympic Park Casino.
Yeah, I heard there might be a interesting winner in one of those events.
Well, in the PLO 4-5 Progressive Turbo Bounty, good friend and colleague Bradley Whitehouse, Poker News, just taking it down for €1,700 plus bounties, I think between the region of 700 and 1,000. Congratulations, Brad.
What a day to end it.
Yeah, finally even on the trip.
Oh, even on the trip.
No, he's up now, but we got to check in the need, all right?
I mean, look at this trophy. That's a special one. It's in the shape of a crown.
Who will be anointed the Kings of Tallinn? Where do you see this one going, Jace?
I think we're in for a bit of a battle here, but anything can happen. It's hard to say because we haven't seen them play heads up against each other, but I expect there to be Munir V-pipping around 100% and Kaspers around the same, and I think it'll come down to a little bit of card distribution, but we'll see who the stronger heads up player is. It's hard to tell right now, but I would guess Munir is got the no fear in him. You know, he just wants that title. The money doesn't seem to matter to him.
It's all gone his way today, and he will be hoping for the same now for the remainder of this tournament.
And they've already locked up 115,000 euros, but they're playing for 182. So that is quite a jump, a 67,000 jump. And Kasper's asked about a deal. Munir wasn't interested before, not interested now. So maybe there'll be more pressure on Kaspers with the with that money jump. But at the end of the day, there's no ICM to consider anymore. It's just pure chip EV. It makes some decisions easier.
Well, career best scores for both of them so far, regardless of what happens. But of course, you know, they want the trophy, the bragging rights, the poker glory that comes along with it.
Well, Kaspers we're not quite sure about because his Hende Mob is not indicative of his live game. It's not a real Hende Mob. It must have been that there was a secondary profile created for a couple of scores and he only noticed his main profile when he asked to be hidden, but it is likely his biggest cash. But
yeah, I think he's got about $30,000 on WSOP. I think was on there. I think Frank was saying that to me in one of the breaks.
Meanwhile, an ace on the button during heads-up play is very pretty. Expect there to be a raise. And a quick call with any 2 by Monir, this case 5-3. And not a bad flop for ace-6. Also a gut shot to the wheel for Monir.
We will be seeing a turn.
Kaspar is thinking about what he wants to bet. And
400 it looks like there.
And as you mentioned, it is a quick call by Monir.
I think we're going to be in for a fast-paced heads-up. The battle may go on for a long time, but I think we're going to see a lot of hands in that space.
Yeah, both players are pretty deep, despite Monir having double the stack of Kaspar's at the moment. Still a lot of poker potentially to be played. And Kaspar is hoping to get some additional value here. It's hard to tell what that bet was. 775. I would suspect this is the spot Monir gives up on his hand, but there he goes reaching for some chips. Perhaps with a plan on any river. This is not a good one for him, but not too many of them would have been. And he does check here, so this is quite curious why he called the turn just drawing to a 4. But he must have had his reasons, and I thought it was maybe to lead out on the river. And Kaspar's thinking, can I get more value? What can he possibly have? Can he call? Can he still call with an 8 if he has an 8? Does he have a sneaky 2 pair that I'm betting into? But I think he's showing no fear.
1.6, 1.7 it looks like.
A little less than half the pot. And it should be an easy fold by Monir. No reason to really play cute at this point and fire in a raise. And he buys the story. And Kaspar is narrowing the gap. It's now a 3-2 chip edge for Monir. And if Kaspar finds a double up, he will be the clear chip leader, leaving his opponent quite short.
Should Kaspar's double, it'll open up a 4-1 chip lead for the Latvian.
And is it going to be self-dealt? No, here comes the new dealer. We're not at the gut shot, which may not exist anymore.
Look at that there, the crown in the middle. That's what they're playing for, along with 182,000, 111,000 locked up for both gentlemen.
They should splash that on the table, but with like 50-euro bills. The flop, turn, and river go over the money.
Ooh.
That would mess up with the RFID that the technology of the stream is based on, but other than that, it could be fun.
A nice one here for Monir, heads up.
It looks like both players using a min-raise sizing heads up. You can see this vary. There may become a point in time where it becomes very limp-happy. As I say that, the raise was to 700,000, so maybe Monir now opting to put a little pressure on Kaspar's and realize his equity right away. But in 5 minutes' time, the blinds will go up to 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. But that would still put the average stack at near 60 big blinds.
Yep. Kaspar, when the blinds go up, Kaspar stack probably worth around, what would that be, Jace? Like 40, 43 bigs, 43, 44 bigs?
Yeah, about that. It really depends on what happens the next few hands, but we're going back to the button open, this time with the 9-7 suited. Monir will likely be defending here.
perfectly fine to open with a raise. And queen 6, fine defend. Oh, he 3-bets to 1.3.
Wow. Getting a little cheeky.
And Kaspers sticks around.
I like the call, though. He's in position. It's a sneaky 9-7 suited as well.
Yeah, very playable.
And not the worst flop for 9-7 suited. Middle pair. Gut shot, although that might not be good. And meanwhile, it's Monier repping. I have queens or higher type of bet here. It looks like a fairly sizable one, in fact. Nearly half the pot, 1.5 million. So not an easy snap call, actually, here for Kaspers. Only we know he's ahead. He's just hoping he's ahead.
I think he raised. Nope, just the call. Oh, yeah, they're 250,000 chips, not 500,000. That's correct.
But 6 million in the pot already. And the jack pairing the board makes that 9-7 look a little prettier.
Yeah,
and in theory should slow Monier down.
Kaspers would be very happy with the jack pairing on the turn there.
I think we very often see a check back here, but maybe we're going to see a bet. I think he can find a bet here too.
And do you think Monier will stick around with his gut shot?
It depends on how big the bet is. He seems to like to call these smaller size bets. And this one doesn't look too hefty, so I think he will stick around, actually. We just saw him stick around with that 5-3 offsuit on an ace-deuce XX board.
Oh, he gives it up.
Okay. We're done trying to predict how Monier is going to approach his cards. We just know that he's doing quite well with what he has, but meanwhile, it's nearly a tie now. Kaspers, in the first few hands of heads-up play, narrowing the gap and has all the momentum at the moment. If momentum is really a thing, which I believe psychologically at least it is.
For sure, it does seem to be going in Kaspers' favour at the moment. He'll be the more confident of the two after those few hands. Monier chasing his first tournament victory. Of course, with Kaspers, we're not 100% sure.
So Monier limping this time, and Kaspers more than happy to check it back with this suited 10. He would have called a raise as well, though. No love for Kaspers, but Monier with the bottom pair will likely bet. He would have likely bet even if he didn't hit bottom pair. And easy game for Monier.
Just 12 big blinds in it for the time being, soon to be 10. Monier not as chatty as we saw him earlier on in the day.
No, he looks quite focused and
locked in.
Ready for battle now.
Serious stuff going on here.
We knew from the beginning he was hungry for that trophy. Didn't really care about the money jumps. And now he's just one player away. Maybe the nerves are settling in a little bit. A little less talking. Then again, Kaspers was one of the more silent players on the table, so maybe he understands he's not going to really get much out of him by trying to talk to him across the table. But Kaspers completing with the 9-deuce, just playing position. And look at this flop. If you're going to play 9-deuce, this is the flop you want to see. Bottom 2 pair.
He will get some value as well on the flop at least, because Monier will stick around with that gut shot.
Overcard to the board as well.
Oh, he's raising. He's raising. We're not listening to ourselves here. Trying to predict what he's going to do.
Yeah, and Kasper's opting just to call. I maybe would have liked to seen a re-raise there. Now it's going to be awfully hard. Those 10 queens got completed, 2 flush draws on the board, and Monier likely to lead out after check raising. Yeah, he's reaching out for a chunk of those 250k chips, so it looks like nearly a pot-sized bet. 1.75 million. I think Kaspers can call, but he can also just jam it in and protect his hand. On such a wet board, we see that Monier doesn't have a good piece of the wet board. And Kasper's just opting to call, so we have 5.8 million in the pot, the 4 of clubs on the river. Check mark over to Kasper's, who flopped the bottom 2. His 2 pair is still more than good against Monier's queen that isn't connected with anything. But that's not going to stop him from putting a lot of pressure on Kasper's. This is a lot of chips.
This looks like a big bet here.
It looks like something like 4 million into a pot of 5.8. Nope, it's just one of those stacks that goes in. So it's much more reasonable. Yeah,
1.9.
It was just 1.9, and Kasper's with the easy call at that point. If he was put pressure on with a bet of around 5 million, maybe he can find the full. But look now, we have a new chip leader. The start of the day chip leader back now on top during heads-up play, and he's the one with the 3-2 chip advantage at the moment. So all momentum over to Kasper's, despite Monier's just tearing through the entire final table.
Nice to see some of my former chips being put to good use.
Yes, of course.
Just to remind everyone again, that is Kasper's who knocked me out of the main event here, if you hadn't heard. But also as well at the Kings of Tallinn, we're rounding out some of the other festivals. Of course, we talked about the PLO 4-5 Progressive Turbo Bounty. The 3K is also wrapped up. Theodoros Ampelakiotos, if I've pronounced that correctly, has just won 51,200 euros in the 3K, beating Estonia's Mori Christian Dorbek. Heads up, Dorbek took 34,500 for his runner-up finish. What else have we still got going on?
Dorbek was the start of the day chip leader. I'm curious about that mystery bounty, but we won't know who collected the big bounties and what you're looking at. But I'm curious how Vivi did.
Vivian, 9th.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. She had the chip lead to start the day, but there was still a bunch of players left.
I think when Andreas joined the booth, we were talking about, is it Gila Olsen? The guy who won the PLO championship?
I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's like Gisle or Gile.
Yeah, Gile. Well, he is heads up for what would be his second trophy of the series after winning the PLO championship. He's now, well, according to the report, he is leading in heads up at the moment in PLO 4-5 Mystery Bounty, where they are playing for top prize of 11,295 euros. Second place, 7,510 euros. And of course, there are the mystery bounty prizes. There only seems to be one remaining. All the bounties have been pulled. And the mystery bounty that is left is 1,500. There were 2 5Ks and 2 4Ks. Those have gone. Looking at some of the payouts on the poker app that we have here, it looks like Per Michael Engstrom was a recipient of 2 big bounties. He's one of the big winners there with 12,000 as his total score. Marcus Van Akram, who finished 4th, picked up 9,200. And Timu Toikinen also.
Timo.
It looks like he's picked up a few decent bounties with finishing with 7.5 grand. So congratulations to everyone who pulled some lovely mystery bounty prizes on the final day here at Kings of Tallinn.
Meanwhile, Kasper's won another 2.8 million chip pot, so continues the momentum.
This is Kasper's world at the moment, and we're all just living in it.
Kasper's keeping that calm, cool demeanor throughout the day. Whether he's won a hand or lost a hand, it's all the same. It's a different story for Monier, who was basically a chat box from after the first 30 minutes where he was quiet like this. Then he was non-stop on the table, and now during heads-up play, we haven't heard a single word from him. But once again, it's probably because Kasper's has been one of the few players just keeping within himself, keeping the focus on the action and not what might be said on the side. As the mini-main event ended as well, as that was, I think, started around 3 o'clock, and it was a very fast structure. So it's probably, this might be the only action left.
Yeah, it does look like it's ended. So far, so yeah, we have obviously this record-breaking Kings of Tallinn main event still going on here at Olympic Park Casino, as well as the PLO 4-5 Mystery Bounty. And I will get the final result here on the
hold your horses here, Colin. We have Ace-3 raising to 700,000, but Casper's waking up with the Ace-9 from the big blind. Is he going to fire a 3-bet? This is definitely 3-bettable, more so if it was suited, but even unsuited heads up, he can 3-bet. He can also opt to call because he's been holding his own in heads up play. It's been all Casper's during heads up, but a lot of that has come down to the card distribution in the early goings. Opts to call only to flop the top pair. Let's see if Monier continues. Not this time, so not getting value with the top pair, at least straight off the bat. And now it's a queen of clubs, making the top pair look a little less pretty because it's now second pair. And another check by Casper's. Maybe we'll have a bet. Nope, check back. And 8 of hearts on the river. Maybe Casper's now tries to get in some thin value. And looks like around 1.45 million, but we'll get an exact count. Does look sizey, 1.25 million or 1.15 million.
$12 left in the mini main.
Okay, so that's still going too.
And they are playing for €5,000, 610 for the winner.
So that got some players.
Yeah, let's have a look. 152 entries.
Nice. And interesting, Monier finding the call with just ace high there. It did go check, 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 check. This could have been a much bigger pot, but Monier was not doing his usual betting when it's checked over to him on the flop war turn. But Casper is now with a sizable chip advantage.
Was that a bit of a frustration call there from Monier? Did we first time seeing a few cracks in his game?
I don't know. Maybe he felt his ace high was good, thinking, you know, what is he betting the turn and river on?
Look at that. We've switched the lead already.
And blinds have gone up to 150,000, 300,000.
Looking at the chip count board there, you see Krista Silva finished 9th. Prit Palmesto, the 2023 champion, finishing 8th.
Casper is adopting a limping strategy, it looks like now. And Monier, no, it was a min raise. And Monier defending with the 8-7. More than fine. Oh boy, what a flop. Monier with the trips, but Casper's may think his 6 is good here. Often it would be. But he's less than 1% to win the hand. This could be a hand that Monier gains a few chips back. The 4 of diamonds on the turn doesn't really change there very much. Is Monier going to bet now? It looks like he will.
It looks like half pot there, 750.
Unless Casper's has a read, he has to call. The 6 is often good here. And does indeed make the call. And this is very interesting. I don't think Casper's is going to get away unless it's like just a massive blow up kind of jammy bet. But assuming it's in the sub 2 million range, I think Casper's is going to have to get the sign call, but it looks like it's going to be more than that. Look how many. Oh, no. Around 4 million?
That's what it looks like. It looks like he's gone for the overbet, the first one that we've seen in this heads-up battle on the river.
Very polarizing. He has to think, does my opponent do this enough times as a bluff? Because even if he's only bluffing 50% of the time, it should be a fold at this stage. But it's an awfully hard fold to make. The spade shouldn't matter. It's the fact that it's a double paired board. And you have the one bear card that's in the mix there, so.
One last check of the cards.
He is thinking a lot. Maybe he can find a fold here. It would be the fold of the day. I think my chips would have already been in, and I would have been crying about the fact that I didn't think about it long enough.
Brilliant fold.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Great fold there by Kaspers. It may look easy because we could see the cards, but that's really not an easy fold during heads-up play. That's a very disciplined fold. Perhaps not sure if he made the correct fold, but at the same time, you know, as I said, if you think that he's only doing it 50% of the time and he's probably got it more than 50% of the time, it should be a fold because of the overbet.
Well done, Kaspers. Very well navigated.
Now that the 3K is narrowed out, we could see that lovely wall of fame, the Alibet Royals main event winners from 2015 to 2024. I know one of these players would love to have their photo up on there for the next event. We're back to raising from the button. And will Kaspers 3-bet or will he call? We saw him call just with the ace-9, but that wasn't suited. King-Queen suited is a bigger candidate probably for 3-betting.
Yeah, I think we see more chips piling from here from Kaspers.
Raising it up to like 1-7 or something, maybe even just 1-5. A call's not awful either. The only thing really awful is a fold. And Kaspers is not going anywhere, at least at the moment. And it does look like a raise to maybe 1.5. We will get the official number soon.
1.75 million.
Shuts down Monir's equity, picks up some free chips. Well played once again by Kaspers. Of course, we don't know what the board was to come. Maybe the 3-bet cost him some chips, but he's not concerned about that now. Happy to pick up 3.5 big blinds in the process. Or 3 big blinds net, really. Big blind that was in for the ante and the 2 that were raised by Monir.
Another nice hand for Kaspers here, ace-8. The dead man's hand.
And Monir with the live cards.
He does like his 6-4.
And a 4 out of the window again, so hits the 6-4.
Pair and all the backdoor draws there for Monir.
Oh boy, check mark already. And he's going to be firing out. Little less than half the pot. Let's see what Kaspers opts to do here. Monir is a very tricky player. He doesn't necessarily need to have a strong hand to be doing this. So do not blame Kaspers for at least calling to see a river. But it'll be disastrous if it's an ace, and it's a king instead. That should save him. Monir should be betting for value at this stage, knowing that Kaspers will check back a lot. He's not the candidate to, let's say, check raise on as much as some of the other players that we've seen earlier. And it looks like it's coming with another overbet. It's over 3 million, so over a pot size bet. And Casper's thinking about whether his ace high can possibly be good. It's the second overbet he's facing in the last few hands.
Especially with the combination that Casper's has at this moment in time. Obviously, he's got no clubs in his hand, allows Minier to bluff with clubs. But of course, he has the 4 of hearts to make trips. Also as well, not holding any sort of 7s, 6s or 3s. You know, Minier could possibly be doing this with some missed gut shots, some missed straight draws. I think we see Casper's call here.
And he does indeed make the call, only to get the bad news that he was miles behind and in fact drawing dead on the turn. So stacks are evened up once again. Casper's with the chip lead, 20 million to 16 million, so a 5-4 chip advantage, but that's really nothing at this stage. One player doubles through the other, they're likely to win the event. But it could be a bit of time before we see any dramatic ending here at the 2000 Kings of Tallinn record-breaking main event. We're approaching around 8 o'clock local time, so it's not too late for the players, so they should have a bit of energy left. Although it has been a long week for both players and everybody else alike, so it's possible that they're feeling the effects of the week and not necessarily the day, but they both look like they're focused and ready to rock.
Well, there's 182 reasons to keep the energy levels high for these two players. The final 2 of the record-breaking main event here at Kings of Tallinn. 1,181 total entries. A fantastic way to celebrate the 10th anniversary.
Yeah, it's been amazing to have that 1 million guarantee, which was very ambitious, to be absolutely shattered, to create a new record. I mean, that prize pool at the Kings of Tallinn main event was never 1 million before, but this time around it was near 1.1 million. An amount reserved for the last 2 years for when the WSOP circuit has come to town.
Likely to see a raise here from Casper's on the button there with his Queen 9. And just limps in.
He's been mixing it up a little bit, sometimes raising, sometimes limping. There's some players that just automatically limp everything. But it looks like he must have raised and got a fold because the hand is over.
Oh.
And we did see 6-2. That was maybe even too wide for Munir.
Yeah, no need. There's still a lot of play left.
Only when it has a 4 in it. 4-2 it would have been a call.
So he does like his 6-4s. They've treated him well.
Lenka busy taking some heads-up photos. You can check out her photos on the Olympic Casino Flickr account, also on the Alibet Poker Facebook page. All her amazing photos throughout the event are published on there. We have a bunch of them in our live reporting too, and I'm pretty sure Poker News has taken advantage of Lenka's lovely work.
Absolutely. And, you know, very happy to give Elena a round of applause for her hard work this week. Very, very kind enough to let Poker News use her photos. and they are stunning. If you like good poker action shots, go check it out.
Yeah, she nearly won a GP, a Global Poker Award a couple of years ago. I was surprised nothing was in the nominations even this year. I wouldn't have been allowed to vote for it, even though there's others that, let's say, bend those rules. I tend to approach the voting as impartial as possible, whether it's a friend or somebody even I don't like I voted for. You know, if they're doing good stuff, they're doing good stuff. You know, that's how it should be. There's enough bad politics in the world that we don't need to turn the Global Poker Awards into a political situation like it seems sometimes to be.
No, look.
Although we somehow won an award despite all of everything working against us, so kind of happy about that.
Jonathan
Yeah.
Raab's excellent piece there on the bot farming issues in poker.
There should be a follow-up coming out this week as well. Not to let a little sneaker out of the bag, but I did read a draft that we need to spend a little time on. And no spoilers coming.
Yeah, this year's winner for photograph of the year went to a good friend of mine, Danny Maxwell.
Yeah, Danny's a good guy.
When he captured Barney Boatman winning the EPT main event Paris, or EPT Paris main event. Super happy for Danny. One of the hardest working people I know in the business.
Monier opening his king, I think, to 750. And an easy defend here with the 8-7 suited for Kasper's.
Kasper's getting some very playable hands in this heads-up battle. And as we see there, the 8-7 flops a flush draw. Still behind the king 6. But as you can see with the equities, it's pretty much a coin flip.
Looks like it's going to go check, bet, call. If it was the hands the other way around with the different positions, it may go check, bet, raise, question mark.
And there we go.
Sick turn, a flush here now for Kasper's, but Monier now possibly having a card that he's not going to turn away from and has that king of diamonds as well.
No, that's a very nice turn there for Kasper's because obviously he makes the flush, and Munier's not going to get out of the way with a king high flush draw there.
I wouldn't mind seeing a raise being out of position by Kasper's, but I can understand why he wants to call. A, he could possibly get away from it if he's facing a large river bet with another diamond coming, and B, perhaps he feels that if he calls, he may get a bet from his opponent, but I still think I would prefer to take charge at this stage. Because there are some cards that could be dangerous, but that may look like a dangerous card, but it is not in this particular case.
Well, Kasper's would be delighted to see that. Obviously hoping Munier has a 4, but of course it goes check, check. And Kasparis widens the gap once again.
I think he missed out on a little value there, though.
I agree.
But it's not just looking at the cards, it's looking at the board and the texture of what you have and what you think your opponent might have.
Although a small sample size, what we've seen with Munier's big river bets, they have been for value. First with the 8s full of 4s, and then the trip 4s moments ago. Something I'm sure Kasper would have picked up on, but of course he folded correctly in the first hand, so. But I didn't mind his call with the ace high in that hand at all.
No. I mean, heads up, it's so hard and in many ways. I do quite well whenever I'm heads up, but it's a different approach against every player, whether it's online or live. And then it's good to mix it up if you know you're going to be playing heads up a while to keep them guessing. And it's better if they're guessing you than you guessing them. Not always. Because sometimes they guess correctly. But the experience of playing hundreds of thousands of sit and goes the last 2 decades before they became spins, and I'll even find some sit and goes somewhere and like to play them when I'm just got a few hours. I don't want to be playing tournaments.
I used to love the 45-man sit and goes when I first started playing online poker, but of course, you don't really see the sit and goes anymore, which is a bit of a shame.
The spins have replaced them, which I haven't ever tried at high stakes, but I fire a few during breaks or when I'm low on tables. I looked at my numbers for this year, and I have a very small 10% ROI, but at least it's positive over a decent sample.
Very nice.
It's so volatile, though.
Yeah,
It's just knowing push fold, really.
There's almost been a few laptop breaks.
I haven't been there. I have broken a few mouses, but not in the past 18 months.
There we go, another pot from Mania.
I would say the days of me having any anger-related issues are more than gone. You don't accomplish much with anger.
There you go, 69 bigs versus 48 big blinds. Still super deep in this record-breaking Kings of Tallinn main event. Brought to you by Olibet.
I was going to play the online event yesterday, but I just was so in rest mode and at peace that I skipped all poker yesterday.
The sailboats here for Mania, pocket fours. Reaching for raising chips. And a quick call from Kaspers here with the 9-8 offsuit.
And the 9 pulling ahead on the 7-9 queen rainbow flop. But still doesn't feel super strong, but once again, heads up, this is a pretty good spot.
He's going to be quite happy seeing the check there.
The turn gives him an open ender, but it's also another card above his pair of 9s. Is Monir going to try to wrestle this away? It's awfully hard to wrestle it away because your opponent's even going to call with a 7 here, so you check it back more often than not. Maybe call a river bet, but probably not with this weirdly connected board. Your floors are never good if you're facing a bet. I mean, if they are, it's a miracle.
Kasper's river in the straight. He sets the trap with a check. Monir doesn't bite, and the pot goes to the Latvian.
So for those of you just tuning in, we are heads up in the Kings of Tallinn main event. We started with 1,181 entries for nearly 1.1 million in the prize pool. Now it's just Monir Tuyo against the start of the day chip leader Kaspars Butans. They've both locked up 115,000. No deal is set to be made. It was made very clear by Monir that he wants to play this out to the finish, and 182,000, along with that beautiful trophy you see in the center and the honor of becoming a Kings of Tallinn main event champion, all on the line. So it's quite a hefty amount they're playing for heads up, despite locking in 115,000. It's the equivalent of a 60,000 euro heads up affair. Meanwhile, Kaspers has a turn with an ace and opens the button with a min-raise. Monir, very defendable jack-8, but it looks like he has something else in mind, perhaps a mistimed 3-bet.
Kaspers will not be going anywhere.
The question is, does he see a 4-bet in the works? Ace-9 is a very strong heads-up, but perhaps not a candidate to 4-bet. You can just call the 3-bet and play post-flop in position. I do not think he's considering folding. It's a question of call or 4-bet. And he does just call. With nearly 4 million in the pot already. And look at this, Monier flopping the top pair on the 8-3-7 rainbow. Kaspars with the 2 overcards is down but not out. Backdoor straight draw as well. That just adds a % or 2 to his equity.
$2.2 million. Big size in here.
And now there's no reason for Kaspars to stick around. It was a well-timed 3-bet, not a poorly timed 3-bet. I guess he knew he was getting top pair.
I would have liked to have seen something smaller, maybe around the 1 million mark. But of course, denying equity to the overcards.
Yeah, I like the bet. I think it could have been slightly smaller, but I think it was more or less okay. We'll take down the pot now.
$6-4, the Moonier.
Yeah. We'll call it the Monier nuts. Or just the Monier.
What's he going to make with it now? Quads, full house? Oh.
So it's 6-5 against 6-4, but it's another 4 in the window. But here comes a 5. Both players, though, with a gutter. We could see chips coming in. If this board was red, it would even be more so. And immediately reaching for chips after Kaspars checks.
Both players enjoy seeing that flop there.
Bet of half pot of 750. Kaspars is certainly at least calling, if not raising, but a call is more standard. Oh boy, it's a everybody loves a chop situation. Both players with no chance of getting the other out. Both players with that pesky 6. So chips might come in, but they're coming back out pretty quickly after that. Rather unfortunate for Kaspars, actually.
1.8 million is the bet, of course. You know, Kaspars earlier, when he turned the flush, just flatted. I think we'll see a raise this time around, though.
Monier does check a lot of rivers as well. You know, when Kaspar's out of position, I agree that a raise would be something that we could expect, but Kaspar's wants to see maybe if a spade's coming on the river or something that potentially can add a better straight, such as a 6. 8-10 is a better straight, 6-8 is a better straight, but those are the 8-10, the 6-8 is likely, that's possible, but 8-10 is not a straight actually. So it's just the only hand beating is 6-8, which was already beating anyway. But interesting, another check by Kaspars. Is Monier just going to do one of those overbets again? Or maybe even just jam. He does like to overbet when he has the goods, from what we've seen with the limited sample size of twice. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a bet of around 7 million.
Is that 4.2, did I hear?
Sounds like it was a 2/3 the pot, yeah.
Just a call.
Interesting. So he's what afraid of, the 6-8?
Maybe just call, see if Monier's getting out of line with anything, maybe some information gathering.
Maybe, but you can, you know, when you have such a strong hand, I don't understand why you're not raising. You're not doing that just for information, I don't think. He was maybe concerned that at best he's chopping. Maybe he's caught on to some tells when Monir is strong. But to be afraid of just that one particular holding seems a bit strange. But I could be wrong.
Do you put much stock in live tells, Jigs?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know necessarily how to use them properly. I know a few of them, but I know I give off a lot of tells playing live because I can't sit still. I always have to be standing up, and even in hands I have a few different things, so I try to mix it up, but I'm not saying that either of these players are giving away live tells because I haven't seen any, and it's easier to see from the commentating booth because you're allowed to stare at the player the entire time. And you have different angles as well. It's very easy, though, with live tells to at least see who's a little bit nervous about, let's say, playing for the first time, and you can take some advantage over that, too. They're easier maybe to bully pre-flop, and then they're more likely to make, let's say, some correct calls and overfold.
There you go. Casper's continuing to hit flops. Gets a middle pair here on this ace-9 deuce rainbow board. Munir with 6 high. And he's going to be returning his cards to the dealer when facing Casper's C-bet or continuation bet.
Both players look like they have enough stamina to keep going. As I say that, there was a small yawn that came from Casper's, but before that it looked like he was hyper-focused, which I'm sure he still is, even if he's a little bit tired after a long 10 to 11 days. I think he was here from the very beginning as well. Just slumping with the 7 deuce suited and 8-6 suited with the same suit by Casper's, checking back. Let's see some action clubs. But that is red, and it's a 7, but followed by 2 clubs, so we got the action flop. It's middle pair for Munir. And Casper's not only has a flush draw, but some backdoors as well to a straight. His 8 is live as well. And it's his turn to do the cheeky little min bet. But it was a limp pot this time, so min bet does have some logic to it. But there's a raise incoming. Wow, so it's a 1.2 million. This pot between 8-6 and 7 deuce is going to build up. A bit of a cooler for one of these two players. We're not sure which yet. The turn and river will determine that if it gets that far. Oh no, it's a 4 of clubs, so Casper's with that 8 high flush checking, and Munir must think his flush is good.
We could be moments away from a champion.
It's almost a play of the day if Munir can have some chips left after this hand. Another club on the river would slow down the action, probably for both players. Not that Casper's has been doing anything other than reacting to the aggression of Munir this hand. Did lead out with a small min bet though on the flop, to be fair. So a bet of 1.8 million into 3.3 million, so more than half the pot. It's another case where maybe you want to raise it even though you have such a strong hand, because if another club comes, it's a problem. I don't know. I don't think it's really a spot that he has to worry too much about seeing the cards. But before he called,
just looks like
with
another
the straight.
call.
And it's a 4 of hearts pairing the board. That might also slow things down, but once again, Munir must feel he is ahead. And when he feels he's ahead, we sometimes have seen those overbets, which could be disastrous. But if he can find the check back It's the check back of the day. We had the fold of the day. Do we have the check back of the day with the flush? We've seen him check back rivers before, but not when he's this strong. No, here come a lot of chips. This
4.5.
could spell disaster. Now, if Kaspers can find a raise here, it could be all over.
There's only one move, right?
I mean, he has to, but he just flatted before with the straight, where there was only one combination of cards that beat him. Here, there's a bunch that beat him. There's a lot of hands that, you know, any 9 high flush, 10 high flush, queen high flush, king high flush, ace high flush. Now, the ace high flush would have raised pre-flop most likely with the ace.
One last check, make sure. Oh, it's just a call.
Just a call, wow. So Monier will have a chance to come back. Wow, Monier must be like, wow, I still have chips. I think Casper playing a little too conservatively. He could have closed this out just now.
Especially when, like, Monier must just think he has the winner there every time when he just sees a call.
I mean, he's never folding with a flush there on the river, you know, and if you don't even put him on a flush, you know, it's okay, you know, you still raise. So the only reason why you're not raising is, well, he could have a better flush or he could have a full house. It's a pair board.
Your benefit.
But do pocket pairs not raise pre-flop? Maybe he's worried about like a 4-jack combination, which just limps.
I'd be interested to hear Casper's thoughts on that one.
Sorry?
In heads up, I can't fold that.
No, of course not.
Heads up, I can't fold that. Nobody was questioning you folding at any stage of that.
But he played it like a flush.
Oh, he's saying he put him on the flush? He said he put him on the flush?
How do you put him on a flush there, though? That's nearly impossible. Well, meanwhile, another premium for Kaspers. Does have a now 4-1 chip edge, so massive favorite to win this tournament despite not closing it out in the last hand, which was one shove away from happening. I will have to talk to a few friends with a little more heads-up experience than me about whether that's possibly a fold for them.
I think that might be one for GTO Wizard. I'd be interested in to see what that says.
I don't think that's a spot for it's you could run it through, but you have to then range everything quite well. And it's really hard to range Monier's limping. But to put him on a better flush when it was a limp pop pre-flop, I think, has to be wrong.
They got like 5 million.
But once again, Kaspers has played a lot more hands of live poker and possibly a lot more hands of online poker than I have, so he has his reasons. He's still in amazing shape.
1, 3, 4. Yeah, 6-ish. This is half.
I find using things like GTO Wizard actually hurt me because I don't study. So if I don't understand what GTO Wizard is saying, I'd rather just speak out the logic with somebody that does use solvers or has someone that I respect a bit more in that spot, whether it's a particular game or a particular situation.
Yeah, I'd like to see what it said about Munir's play there. I think flop raise there, the pair of the flush draw. I think, you know, that flop is one that we are happy to pile in chips in most of the time.
Yeah, I think there were multiple stages where that could have been different, but certainly on the river. But it may not matter. We have a 9-4 open. Perhaps Casper says, I'll be conservative every step along the way. I feel I'm the better heads-up player, but now
Puts
just jamming it in, and we'll get a fold. So keeps piling on chips. It's been really all Casper's this heads-up. He was at a 2-1 deficit to start things off, and now has got about a 5-1 chip advantage. It doesn't seem to be phasing Monier too much, who's enjoying his cafe latte there on the side. Perhaps a nice chaser after the vegan salad he enjoyed earlier today.
So I'm not the biggest fan of coffee, Jason. I can probably count on one hand the amount of coffees I've had in my life, but that one there looks quite nice. would sorry, excuse me. I would stomach one, despite my taste buds not being the biggest fan.
And you'll probably drink your tea with milk.
Yeah, I'm a
that's
big
nasty.
big Builder tea fan.
Tea is good, but I don't know. I get why you guys put milk in it. It ruins it for me. I can't actually drink tea with milk.
It depends. I think over here, I've seen a lot of Earl Grey, which you can put milk in, but it's not one that I would. But a breakfast tea, a black tea, splash of milk, nothing wrong with that. But I have been enjoying the Lapsang Shylong lately, a Chinese smoky tea.
And do you put milk in that too?
No.
Okay, good. Then maybe I can enjoy that. Nothing against milk, I just don't feel that it has a place inside tea.
Nothing against milk. I don't think we'd ever hear that on a poker broadcast. Here we go. Munir's 6 aces and sixes good here.
Let's see if he's got some milk. I don't think he can call with this queen. I mean, we're seeing him play fairly tight here. Unless he knows he has just 10-9. I guess even 5-7 gets there. I mean, what is he betting with here? That you're possibly beating with your queen? Just a bluff? And not too many bluffs, I think, on that board in the big blind. Despite the desperate nature of Munir's stack, I think it's the correct fold.
Here we go, just waiting for the next hand to get underway. Casper's in the lead with a massive chip advantage over his opponent, Munir. For those joining, Casper started the day as chip leader. Munir took over for much of the day. This heads-up battle has been all Casper's so far.
But I have to say, I've been very impressed with Munir's play. He was facing a lot of difficult opponents, and he had them reacting to him and not the other way around. So he was really controlling things until heads up. But what a flop here for Munir. Top two. It's going to be hard for him to get value from the Robbie Jade here by Casper's. I'm not sure how PC it is to call it that, but...
I say, have we fully moved on now from the flat tire for Jack 4? Is it the Robbie J. Lujan now?
It has to be. Although if you want to go with flat tire, we can, we can switch it up the next time.
I'm happy with either. Both have their place.
One might say that the Robbie Jade situation was a whole flat tire all around anyway.
Nice, Jason. Look at that there. We're looking at the stacks. 28 million versus 7.2. 94 big blinds, plays 24. The Latvian in the lead.
So I think we only have one Swedish champion in the past, and Johan Carlson in 2020, the last big one before the pandemic. And one Latvian champion a year or two earlier in Vitaly Zavaratnis. So the country could move up on the leaderboard. Hannes, if you're listening, this is for you.
Casper's limping in with a 5-4, and then just gets rid of it after Munir bumps it up with the Jack 10.
So while the heads up is going on, in case of those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Jason Glatzer from run the website Poker.pro, where I'm CEO, and here with my friend, I think former colleague maybe for like a month, but really quick. But I've always enjoyed Colum's company. Great guy, enjoy his work too, and currently working at Poker News, helping out the team over there. So shout out to everybody over at Poker News and at Poker Pro, especially those that have helped support the event. At least Colm and I have taken down our labels despite what patches we might be wearing, and just want to see this event be as amazing as possible.
And there we go, the red deuces. And he jams it in.
A little jammy. I like it actually, even though it seems a bit big. And I want to give a thank you to everybody here at Olympic Park Casino, whether it's Krista Larson and Teresa Nuzian running the show, all the way down to the people cleaning up after the messy people in the bathrooms, all the way to the dealers, to the floor, to the people working at the registration desk, the cashiers, the security people as well. At times maybe have some challenges late at night. The lovely bar staff from Alibet Bar and Grill, along with the bar staff on the casino floor. Everybody's been fantastic, attention to detail, rolling out the red carpet. But most of all, I want to thank the players. I mean, the players are why this record was set, not just in this event, but just about every side event that existed. Was one record after another. It almost got tiring to say another record being broken. That's how many records were broken. So a massive thank you to all the players, and of course to my team helping me out both on the ground here with Frank Visser doing an amazing job throughout the week in the reporting. Now it's Luca handling the main event reporting from home, the social media team, Lorena, Juliana, Deborah, Ruan, all doing a fantastic job, and of course Juhani reporting in Finnish and Poker Pro. So thank you to everybody that has had a part, and apologies for anybody that I've left out. And congrats to Brad as well. It was great meeting him. Super genuine, nice guy, and very stoked that he's going to go home with the trophy.
Yeah, he's just got enough room on his carry-on case to get it in.
I sent mine through like a mule, basically. I was looking for a mule for my coffee maker too, but don't ask why I have a coffee maker up here. But we're going to try to get that on the bus tomorrow. I don't have my car up here anymore.
How long is the bus?
About 7-8 hours.
Ooh.
But it's in one of these nice lazy boy chairs. And I have work to do and just need some peace of mind as well. I enjoy actually road tripping, whether it's me driving or the bus is fine for me. It's when you need to sleep on the bus, actually. If you sleep on the bus, it should just be like you fall asleep and you take a nap. But I don't like these overnight bus trips anymore, so I stopped doing that.
Quite partial to the train. Enjoy taking the train to events when possible.
The train is a little bit inconvenient still, so they finally opened up the Riga to Tallinn bit. The Vilnius to Riga bit was opened last year, but it's not timed correctly, and it's once per day. And I think the bus is actually more comfortable, and it's not like the bus is ever in traffic. You can walk around maybe a little bit more on the train is all. Meanwhile, we have Monir trying to get back in with an ambitious raise with 9-6. Kaspers with the easy defend with the Jack-5 suited. The 6 hitting the flop, a backdoor flush draw for Kaspers, but expect a bet here by Monir. It looks like about a quarter of the pot, but we'll get the official amount. It's 500,000, so close to 1/3. And I think Kaspers, who has been just kind of waiting to trap his opponent, is happy to give up there. Not too much equity with just really that backdoor flush draw, especially if you think that your opponent might have a king there. But things are going to pick up. I mean, we see right now it says 27 big blinds, but you could also see the clock says 6 minutes, so that's really just 20 big blinds in a couple minutes' time. They are still playing 1 hour blind levels, though, so if Monir is able to pick up some breathing room, I would say sit back and relax and enjoy the show, because we do not know when this will end. And if Calm is looking up any spoilers, I do not want to know what is potentially happening in the future, because we, of course, are in real time. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to me. But a jam by Monir once again, and easy full by Kaspers with basically nothing. Not the worst hand, but damn near close to that. Would also like to thank those on the social media team of Alibet Poker. Katri and Artist really stepped it up. It was the best work I've seen from the social media team here at the Kings of Tallinn, with the help of Andreas Wise Guy Hoagland, who is wearing a few hats. You've seen him here in the booth. You've also seen him do some hosting, and believe it or not, he is also behind the scenes helping out with the social media. A man of many talents.
Many hats and talents indeed.
And when he's not doing that, he's being a wise guy, figuring out the best angle on today's horse races. where he may also be betting on Ollie Bet. I don't know.
Oh, Andreas likes the ponies, does he?
Andreas has a, let's say, a career surrounding the ponies.
Oh.
I don't know how much information I'm allowed to reveal about that, but I would say he is well known for his prowess with the ponies. Pony prowess, if we want to shorten it a little bit.
A big couple of weeks coming up for him then, with Cheltenham round the corner.
Now we have a 3-bet, an easy one by Kaspers. Now is Munir just going to call? Is he going to fold? It's not like Kaspers is 3-bet at all, really. Maybe once during heads-up play. And maybe once outside of heads-up play, for that matter. He's been looking for those spots that he can continue to nip away at people.
There was one last look at the tournament board there for him before releasing.
So things still not desperate for Munir. They were a moment ago. He has a little bit of breathing room, but not for too much longer. I want to see the winning player actually put that physical crown on their head. You know I would do it, but that's...
Still true to his word, though, Munir earlier, despite chipping down. No deal.
Yeah, I don't know if Kaspers would make one right now either. There's really no reason for him to.
Nope.
If his opponent offers a deal, you could say, well, let's see what happens. If you chip up a little bit, we can talk.
There you go, pocket sixes here, we limp in. Or Kaspers limps in more specifically.
A little bit sneaky, sneaky. Let's see if Munir just checks it back, which he does.
He's got the 2 overs as a flip. He gets middle pair, out flopping the 6s. Kaspers would have much preferred for that 9 to be upside down.
Maybe there's a 6 to go along with that 9, as both the men and ladies live. Munir looking to get some value.
Paying more attention to the tournament board we see there. Goes out for a small bet of 500,000.
Kaspers would have to have a good read to fold here. Like, I think he now has a read that we can't really identify from Munir based on a couple of the plays that we've seen from him. If he folds here, it's a read. I am not, I don't know Kaspers well enough to ask what he picked up on, but it's evident that he's picked up on something. That call with the flush, that call with the straight, it only makes sense now based on what we saw there.
Folding of the 6s.
Yeah.
Well, when you have the pair of 6s on the 8-6-4-4 board.
Up when his opponent is a bit strong and just doesn't know if that means that it's nutty strong or just strong.
Yeah, the only sort of misplaced decision of any consequence that we've seen is when Kaspers called with the ace high on a paired board where Munir had trip 4s.
Kaspers opting just to limp behind his king 8, not wanting to bloat the pot out of position, knowing that his opponent often calls those raises and often hits flops such as this one, queen 6-4. The backdoor flush draw for Kaspers, an overcard, 2 overcards to that 6, but overcard to the board. It may stick around actually for a min bet. We've seen him play pretty tight, but I don't think he's folding here. And if only Munir had his patented 6-4, he would have a full house. And what a river for Kaspers. Is he going to try for some value? I think after the turn is checked, it's either that he feels Munir's trapping with the 4, or more likely has something with the 6 in it, that he has showdown value.
Yeah, it looks like about 700,000 there from Kaspers.
And now let's see if Munir can pick up on this. It looks like an easy fold because we see the cards, but it's not an easy fold actually.
No, a lot of the flush draws, spade draws missing.
5-7's not getting there as well. But heads up, people are calling much wider than, let's say, the ranges we were talking about, depending on the player. That's why I said a strategy depends on what you kind of perceive, what your opponent is capable of doing. Do you have an opponent that's limping 100% of your hands? Do you have an opponent that's only raising when they have something good? Or maybe I have played against some opponents that are limping all their good stuff and raising their medium stuff. which is super exploitable.
There's been a lot of interesting talking points from this heads-up battle. But as we can see, Kaspers is the favourite to take home the trophy and 182,000 first place prize. And this time we go to a limp pot.
I can't imagine how that happened with these two monsters, the 9-4 suited and the 7-3 off. Somebody should have raised. And now Kasper's taking advantage of position, like we saw him do much earlier in the tournament, but not so much during heads up, just everything going his way in different ways. But it could have been that he just called knowing that he had some kind of edge just to whittle down his opponent, because he's winning a lot of these pots, and when he's losing a pot, he's basically minimizing his losses quite nicely. But something has to give soon. I mean, either Monir needs to get some chips. We're at 200,000, 400,000. He needs to go in the other direction, or he's in big trouble. He still has a little bit of time with 15 bigs.
There you go.
Queen 8 is not terrible. Heads up. Better than average. And it looks like we're going to see a raise. Looks like maybe a big raise. He has 750 in one hand and a bunch of pink chips in another. But that's only the pink chips that go in.
Oh, he's all in.
Oh, my. So we're down to this already. Jamming with things you don't want to be called with.
No.
The ducks wouldn't even mind it too much if it was two flipping cards. But that's a bit of an ambitious jam.
I think I prefer the jam.
Even though I'm not going with him, I don't know why. It gave me some spirit to the cards.
I think I do prefer the jam than possibly raise, fold, then raise and then having to fold when Kaspers does wake up with a jamming hand.
But it's not that Kaspers is doing that lightly either.
No,
so
that's
it's
true,
actually giving you information. It's an easy fold at that stage, and you should be very happy that you only min raised. But meanwhile, we have this could be it. Wow, wow, wow! What a setup, and a limp here by Kaspers, just setting the trap. And it's a jam with the ace jack this time with a very pretty hand, but he needs to get a little bit lucky. We know Kaspers is going to snap that off, and indeed he already did. The red lights are flashing, both players standing up. It could be over, Johnny, unless we see some spades, an ace, or some other combination that helps this ace-jack suited, but not that 10-5-8 rainbow board. It is one spade, but that's not enough, and a 10 of hearts on the turn, so now it's an ace, and only an ace, or we have our latest 2025 Kings of Tallinn main event winner, and it's the 4 of hearts on the river. Congratulations to Kaspers Butans for winning that 182,000 top prize. Came in today as the chip leader. Got the job done, and Monir, well played by you two. Fantastic effort. You did get a little manhandled heads up, but also the cards really weren't going your way either. You could have been out actually much earlier in that flush versus flush situation. So congratulations to you two. I know you wanted that trophy really badly, but you have 115,000 reasons to celebrate. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, Colm. I hope you've enjoyed it too. I know that we're going to be going to the studio very soon, but it's been a blast. And here we are. We're in the studio. We've transported ourselves right in front of this beautiful Ollie-bet, but now it's maybe a time to take one of these Ollie-bets and have a drink. But it's been a fantastic week, Colm, and we have so many people to thank. But first, I want to thank you for joining. I was expecting you for an hour or two, and it was so much fun. I invited you to stay, and you said, why not? And here we are.
No, more than happy to be here. Absolutely grateful. What an amazing afternoon of poker we've just seen. Congratulations to Kaspers Butan. May I remind everyone, he is the person who knocked me out of the main event. So technically, I'm somewhat of the champion here at Kings of Tallinn. And
And now, but without further ado, we're going to have a winner's interview quite already. So here we go. Let's sit back and listen, and we'll be back in the studio as soon as we hear the interview between Andreas. Oh, not Andreas. Just a ceremony. Okay, here we go. So presented by Teresa Nuzian and Krista Larson as well. So we'll be quiet and watch the ceremony.
We have our main event winner. 1,181 entries in this 1,100 euro main event. And our winner from Latvia, please give a hand to Kaspars Butans.
What a trophy that was. It's a crown and a half. Must weigh a ton. I know my trophy was quite heavy, quite nice, but not in the shape of a crown. But what a fantastic event, Colm. I really appreciate you joining. And I want to share my thanks to everybody, not just you and Brad at Poker News, but of course, let's start with Edgar's and the technical team. Smooth sailing throughout all 4 days of streaming, especially today on the final day. Always spot on, always on point, always well planned, always well with the communication. So thank you guys for once
immaculate
again.
all round, superb. It's been one of the best live streams I've ever been a part of. Absolutely wonderful to be here, and congratulations again to Kaspars Bhutan. 182,000 in the biggest ever Kings of Tallinn main event.
Yeah, he will go down in history. We'll get his name on that wall of fame. That name will be flying off our tongues for years to come. Also, all the final tablists, I don't think there was a weak spot at all on that final table. It was an absolute pleasure to watch and even more fun to commentate. But there's more people I need to thank outside of the players, which deserve a shit ton of thanks. But I do want to thank everybody here at Alibet Poker. I've been part of working and helping with them. Teresa brought me in very early on in my career and have a lot to thank for everything she's done for me over the years. So much love to what you created, Teresa. Much love to you on a personal level. Thank you for everything that you do.
In every sense of the word.
She is amazing to be around and amazing to work alongside. And Krista Larson, this growth does not happen without him pumping everything up, and he deserves a massive congratulations at the success of the Kings of Tallinn, which I don't think he gets enough praise for everything that he has done as well. And thank you also to the social media team, which Wise Guy was a part-time part of as well. But Katri and Artist, fantastic job to the both of you. I wanted to thank Mitch and Pavlo for setting up the nice webpage over at Alibet Events. Absolute pleasure. I can't tell you how much it was so nice to work with you guys. And a pleasure to have such a great team over at Poker.pro, as you do over at Poker News as well. But I'll give my thanks, and you can thank whoever you need to at Poker News. But let's start off with Frank Visser doing late hours, a lot of reporting. Really an absolute star. Amazing writing, as always, as you would expect from Frank. But just because you expect it from him doesn't mean that it wasn't amazing, better than what most people can do. So massive thank you to Frank and to Juhani for the first time providing the Finnish reporting as well. And it wasn't just done with the people on the floor. We had a nice team back at home. So thank you to the social media team, led by Lorena, with a few other people helping out, with Deborah helping out with the clips, Juliana with some reels, Ruan behind the scenes. So thank you, and shout out to those guys over in Brazil. And thank you, perhaps most importantly, to Luca, who is reporting this main event on a Sunday. Keeping me sane throughout the week with assisting with things sometimes before I even ask. So thank you for being there, Luca. Much love and much appreciation. And, thank you to all the players. I mean, this wouldn't have been as much fun without you. If there were only 5 people to show up for the main event, there would have been a lot of overlay, but it would have been pretty boring. So thank you for players for having that environment and being very enthusiastic about things like the team competition and all the side events. Much love to you. You're what make this festival happen. So I will hand over the mic to you, Colm. Thank you for letting me do my ramble.
No, absolutely.
As well.
No, there's a lot of worthwhile people who deserve a lot of praise there. Firstly, on my part, thank you very much to Krista Larson for inviting Poker News over here. Myself and my colleague Brad, we've had a brilliant time and would be delighted to come back in any sort of OliBet events in the future. And I see you've got a hat on. Tell us about the next the OliBet event.
Yeah, I picked up this bad boy in Riga in September, and the next event is in Riga for another OliBet showdown over at the Voodoo Casino. It's quite a nice place, right located in the heart of the center of Riga. I really enjoyed my experience there. It's a little bit lower limit than I would say here is, but the cash games can get rather big. And being someone that enjoys these 200 to 500 euro buy-in events, otherwise I'm happy at the cash game table. It's right up my alley. So whether Poker.pro is there officially or not, which we should be, expect to see Jason potentially competing for another trophy over there as well.
I'm looking forward to it already. Hopefully read the updates and see you in the winner's circle once again. But yeah, congratulations, Kaspers Bhutan. 182,000 in the biggest ever Kings of Tallinn main event.
Get in here, Andreas.
Oh, we're calling over Wise Guy?
Yes. The man, the myth, the legend, Wise Guy, wearing many hats throughout the week. We call him our pinch hitter. If something needs to get done, he subs right in, but he's also done a fantastic job in this seat over here, but probably my seat, actually, he was sitting in. A little bit over here today, but done a fantastic job with George earlier in the week with the comms. Today, helping me kick off the stream a little bit too, which was great, but he was busy today with the social media, perhaps betting on some horses as well and some spare time, but we won't talk about that. But massive thank you, Andreas, for all your help.
Great job.
And I think that's it. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
So see you next time, everybody. This is Colm, Jason, and Andreas. Massive thank you to one last person who should have been the first person I thanked, George Sanford. He was here all week long for 3 very long days. I'm only keeping his seat warm, Colm as well. Maybe the two of us together can hold the torch a little bit to what George has done. But thank you, George, and looking forward to seeing you again too.
A pleasure to meet George this week. Through my first commentary earlier on in the week, held my hand beautifully throughout it. A lot of appreciation, and hopefully get to do a lot more work with George in the future.